lying. But I don't know. I'm kind of a nerd. I like science. I like discussing knowledge that I have, and I'm one of those people whose head is filled with completely useless knowledge, and it's a really good outlet for me to use it. But my favorite part of the whole thing is not being smart and trying to look smart. Is I like to entertain. I like to make people laugh, and it's the creationist videos are the easiest videos to make funny. So like Josh Feuerstein, for example, he has such great energy. It's so easy to take his energy and continue it on my end and then make it a really funny back and forth between the two of us.
Yeah, he is great to riff off.
Yeah.
You know, we've employed his videos successfully on this show many times, and I've also done so on my channel. So, you know, he's kind of a gold mine in a way. I wonder what that kind of makes me wonder, though. What do you think about people who make? I'm sure you've had this accusation made at you as well. The accusation of, why do you give these people attention? You know, don't you think that you're basically just giving them a bigger megaphone when you spotlight them? You know, even to criticize them.
Well, that's not really my goal, obviously. It's just a platform. You know, it's just a way to portray my form of entertainment and my form of teaching. One thing, when I used to be a theist back in the day, and I used to watch YouTube videos that were teaching people why science was wrong and everything. And what I like to do, though, is there's a lot of people on YouTube that are on the fence, or they're questioning their faith, or they think they might be an atheist, but they don't really understand it. So what I do is I take the kind of videos that used to convince me back in the day. Well, not necessarily the videos, but the kind of arguments. I'll find videos that have the arguments that used to convince me. I'll use that as a platform to teach people why that line of thinking is incorrect. And then I can break it down and show them exactly why science knows what it knows, and how we can be confident that our universe is billions of years old and not just 6,000 years old.
So it's almost like you're talking to a younger version of yourself in your head when you're doing it.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, actually.
It's mutual.
It's kind of like I'm talking to the me that used to exist before I understood science. Well, I mean, not that I didn't understand science, but that I didn't believe it.
Sorry, we're just looking at some technical issues here. Oh man, I had a question, but I totally lost my train of thought.
Yeah,
I guess we're lagging, so I might as well just put it out there.
Yeah.
We're not sure what we can do about it. We're just gonna continue on and just, you know, I guess hope for the best.
Yeah.
If it gets too bad, maybe we can try to figure something out. So, Armored Skeptic, say something. Give me something to bounce off of, because I didn't hear the end of your last remarks.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
There
This is Morse Mutual Insurance.
As you were saying, yeah, I'm kind of like talking to a younger version of myself, a version that understood science but didn't believe it, and you know, a version of myself that was looking for answers but didn't know where to find them. And
so could you? I found something you just said interesting. The understanding science but not believing it. What does that mean exactly? Because that's an interesting turn of phrase to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's people out there that don't believe science, even though they've been taught science in school and they understand fundamentally how certain processes like evolution work. Like I knew exactly how the process, the Darwinian evolution model worked. I understood what natural selection was and all of that. In fact, before I was a theist, I used to make fun of people that didn't believe it. But I don't know, I just hit a point in my life where even though I knew all that stuff, I kind of decided that the Bible was true and that I could just ignore everything science knew, because science wasn't God, and science can't make God go away. So basically, there's a lot of people out there that are like that. People that are, but there's also people out there that are willing to believe science, willing to get rid of their ideas of creationism, but they don't understand science. So those are usually the kind of people that I'm talking to. A younger audience of people that are just coming out of their really religious families and want to understand the world around them better.
Hey, Armored Skeptic, I hate to disrupt the flow of this conversation, but would you mind if we took a 15-minute break and called you back after we've resolved a technical issue that's kind of making the show not a pleasant viewing experience for the people watching right now? There's some severe lag issues that we need to address.
Yep, go for it. I'll be here.
All right. Thank you, Armored Skeptic. We will be back.
Night or tomorrow night. I got a lot of homework done early, so I would have time to do that a bit later. If you're unfamiliar with Sarah Butts and Gamergate or whatever, then I'll give you a little bit of background. I was sort of a participant in Gamergate. I went digging and did a few videos on Chris Cluey, Arthur Chu, who are prominent opposers of Gamergate, and one regarding the pattern of behavior displayed once again at the Gamergate in DC meetup. The whole bomb threat thing happened, again, just like I predicted, at SPJ Airplay, which was a meeting between Gamergate representatives and the Society of Professional Journalists to discuss the ethics of certain publications and journalists. I think it's safe to say that these bomb threats aren't mere coincidence anymore. Once we hit 4 separate bomb threats, yeah, I think it was 4, the coincidence excuse stops being reasonable in my mind, and a pattern can be drawn out between them. It's entirely possible that trolls did these things, but my suspicions are severely heightened that this wasn't due to simply trolls. Anyway, back to my original topic. I'm already getting sidetracked. Someone by the name of Sarah Nyberg, or Sarah Butts, is a prominent opponent of Gamergate and regularly makes claims of harassment and whatnot. Old chat logs of Nyberg were uncovered where she admits to posting lewd photos of her 8-year-old cousin, claiming she was attracted to her and stuff like that. When these are uncovered and people start accusing Nyberg of pedophilia, what does she do? That's right. She claims that she was just being a teenage edgelord and people should stop harassing her because she's dealt with enough already. Phase where you hate the world, becoming a nihilist, basically just taking an extreme and naive position on things to be on the fringe, to stand out. Posting illicit photos of your 8-year-old cousin is not edge. That's not an example of being edgy. That is an example of victimizing an innocent 8-year-old girl. You may have noticed a hashtag I stand with butts. So if you really take a step back and look at this, what is happening here? There is a decent number of people who claim to care about victims, a decent number of people who claim to care about the treatment of women and girls in the world, a decent number of people who claim to care about protecting innocent women and minorities are now standing with a self-confessed pedophile. Not a single one of them, to my knowledge, and I looked, not a single one of them said, I stand with Sarah's cousin. Not one. They're ignoring the actual victim in this scenario and are delivering their sympathies to the person who was the victimizer in this scenario. Why are they doing this? Because she opposes Gamergate and Butts pulled the victim card. There's a very dark underbelly here that people need to severely examine, because this is the type of person we're dealing with here. Someone who claims to hold a moral high ground of some type and also stands by a self-confessed pedophile. It astounds me the lengths to which ideologues will go to justify horrible behavior if one of their own committed it and a victim card is pulled. This victim card in this case reads, people are pointing out logs where I said I'm a pedophile and released crotch shots of my 8-year-old cousin. I'm being harassed. Someone support me. And they buy it. There are some people who buy it, all the while ignoring the person that could actually be seen as harmed in this scenario. Her cousin. It's gone all the way to pedophilia with the rule, it's okay when we do it. Before, with outlets like Free Thought blogs, it was just doxing and threats that were excused. Now we've gone even deeper into the pit that is groupthink and ideological loyalty, that even posting crotch shots of an 8-year-old and drooling over them is excusable if someone is on your side and has the right reason for it. Or in all honesty, just says, they're harassing me over it, I was just being edgy. It's okay when we do it is starting to encompass more and more. I'm getting very tired of this. At the risk of sounding narcissistic, this is an example, even though Nyberg said these things into her early 20s. Their moral compass would eventually supersede their ideological colors, but I was sorely mistaken. I can't even imagine where this line of thinking will take us next. What other things will be okay when we do it? The people supporting Nyberg at this point don't care about victims. They don't care about women, they don't care about minorities, they don't even care about themselves. What they care about is their ideology. They care about that end with whatever label is slapped onto the...
enjoy anything anymore. Okay, we need to talk about that.
They sound reasonable. They sound like their brains have only been rinsed and not thoroughly washed. Also, I have to say, I love the portrayal of feminists and anti-feminists in this segment. You've got an angry white guy making a ludicrously overstated frown representing the anti-feminist camp, and a woman with her finger on her lips just absolutely lost in thought about the world representing feminists. Fantastic, we all know where this is going. Lacey, feminism actively steals enjoyment from people. They aren't doing anything problematic or listening to anything problematic by listening to music that you find unappealing. For supporting artists that don't have the correct hairstyle for their race or don't preach the same fucking feminism that you do. They are simply enjoying things. They're enjoying art. But you can't have that, can you? You don't have the ability to look at someone listening to music with raunchy lyrics and think, well, it's not my thing, but they're not hurting anyone. To each their own. It's not within you, because you're an abject, authoritarian nightmare. And you're worse than someone who just comes in and stomps out the enjoyment, because then at least those people retain their spirit and humanity. But you come at them with a toothy grin and say, you're hurting people by enjoying this. Hand it over willingly. It's for the good of the world. And they do it.
When feminists say something's problematic, they're usually referring to words, behaviors, ideas, tropes, stereotypes, and so forth that are factually inaccurate and ultimately harm women, people of color, the LGBT community, and so forth.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You can have behaviors and singular words that are factually inaccurate. I'm sure you all noticed which group was missing from her little list. And no, she wouldn't have included it even in her so on and so forth statement. The portrayal of an anti-feminist wasn't stereotypical at all, was it? Oh shit, never mind, that doesn't harm women, people of color, blah 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 blah. And who determines what behaviors and words are problematic, huh? The answer's feminists.
Let me first say, the practice of talking about problematic shit is a crucial part of doing feminism.
Lacey Green, your video is problematic shit. Doing feminism's different than I thought it would be.
We have to identify harmful behaviors and words to actively discourage them.
So, just flat out censorship then. Identify a term, call it harmful and problematic, therefore anyone using it is a problematic person and therefore factually inaccurate.
This promotes a more just and equal world.
Focus on what she just said there and drink it in. Feminists identifying harmful words and behaviors and actively discouraging and policing their use is a more just world. If feminism ran the world, there'd be no problems, because feminism is the only good thing out there, right? Feminism. The one true path to salvation.
So keep your eyes open, baby, and have those conversations even when they're challenging and uncomfortable.
You're so right, Lacey. I forgot that the simple act of talking about problematic shit is doing feminism. My making this response to you is me doing feminism. Feminism is everywhere. Feminism is within us all. Feminism works in mysterious ways.
That said, we are living in times of rapid communication. Hello, internet. On the web, I found that people are either queens or scum. We're either outraged or fangirling. We speak the language of 140 characters, a rebloggable picture or GIF, a 6-second vine.
When you talk about queens or scum there, I think you're just talking about feminists on the internet. I've spoken with many people who didn't think I'm a queen or scum. Well, some people still think I'm a queen. Oh my goodness! Problematic words harming the gay community. Someone get the privilege with.
There's no room for nuance or gray areas, but it's in the gray areas that our complexity as human beings lies.
So then why are you instantly labeling things problematic? Why don't you care about nuance and gray area? Maybe some white people wear dreadlocks because they respect the hairstyle so much that they want to wear it themselves. Unless you think that white people aren't worthy. Do you realize what you've just said? You told us that talking about problematic shit is doing feminism. Now you're telling us that literally everyone and everything is problematic. And problematic means words, behaviors, tropes, ideas, and stereotypes that ultimately harm women, people of color, and the LGBT community. This means that literally everyone and everything harms women, people of color, and the LGBT community in some way or another. And talking about it is doing feminism. Am I Winston Smith or something? Am I in a live version of 1984? It frightens me that you're influencing youth.
The search for feminist perfection will cause burnout because there's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
That's right. You're never completely free of sin. You always have the original one.
Think you'll like this.
All of us have been
Pays
born
a
into a
lot,
culture
which
that
is
teaches
what you
us
want.
toxic behaviors and words
So
that
then-
actively harm other people.
Speak for yourself, cunt. Sorry for being problematic with that word. I'll go to the feminist confessional later today, bitch. Room 101, here I come!
So it should come as no surprise that amazing things in this world, books and movies, TV shows, music, and people, are also flawed. They can be both at the same time.
And flawed means problematic. Problematic means they harm women and minorities. It's not surprising that these things are included within the realm of literally everyone and everything.
To improve, we need to encourage unlearning in our dialogue.
What?!
Unlearning.
No. This isn't real. This is not real.
Unlearning.
Stop. Just please stop.
Unlearning.
You are telling children to unlearn, to empty their minds. And what do you propose they replace it with? Fucking intersectional feminism, you mental case.
We have to actively unlearn racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, and all manner of oppressions. And that is a lifelong process.
Because everyone has those opinions by default now. Well done. I want to point out the visual. She has all of those bad things being removed from someone's brain, but please, I don't want you to forget that literally everyone and everything is problematic to her in those ways. So everything has the potential to be justifiably unlearned in her mind. Everything. It's only a matter of time.
In that process, we can absolutely digest media in a way that allows joy and entertainment of the overall person or media while rejecting its harmful aspects. It's important to acknowledge problematic aspects and not make excuses for them, then initiate the discussion about what could and should change.
Sometimes a certain thing or person's flaws is what makes them amazing.
I try to do so in the spirit of encouraging learning and growth.
You encourage unlearning! Do you remember what you fucking said a few goddamn seconds ago, Lacey?
Rather than judgment and shame.
I guess calling something problematic isn't judging it, or shaming it. But once everything is problematic, nothing is.
Like a cheerleader, I think it's important to have positive spaces for people to make steps forward. They feel overly criticized, they tend to shut down.
You put someone in a bubble separated from the rest of the world and called it a positive space. Alright, settle down. In the home stretch. Focus.
I've also found that it's important to create positive spaces for myself, which sometimes means zoning out and taking a break from feminist analysis.
Any analysis to you is feminist analysis.
It should never become an all-consuming shadow on life. That just ain't healthy.
It should never become an all-consuming shadow on life. Literally everyone and everything is problematic. Credo.
Okay, y'all, have we reached peak problematic yet? You tell me. Let me know your thoughts down below, and until next time, stay broad.
I don't think you can get more peak problematic than literally everyone and everything. Goodbye.
These vehicles are fast, armored, all-terrain, perfect for a militarized police,
Hey everyone, lots of people complained that I only go after the low-hanging fruit, so please send me some examples of high-hanging fruit that you'd like me to address if that's one of your complaints. Keeping with my obvious low-hanging fruit nature, I was sent a request to respond to a video from BuzzFeed, which is titled 24 Questions Black People Have for White People. Well, black people, since these morons have decided to speak for you, I'll speak for all white people in this video, because treating skin color like we do hair color is out of the question. We all must be different but the same simultaneously. Those are the rules, I forgot. Anyway, hit me with your questions. I'm as prepared as I'm going to be. I have a drink right here, and since these questions are super duper serious and not passive-aggressive snark directed at white people, I'm going to be super serious and not snarky right back. Let's begin. May someone somewhere listen to this.
Why do you always make such horrible decisions in horror movies? It's not cool to split up.
Because that's what the director tells us to do. That's what was written down in the script. It's not my fault that the directors write white people in horror movies as morons. Are you seriously asking fictional characters why they make decisions?
Why do you freak out when black people are cast to play white fictional characters?
I don't actually. But I assume that people do that because they want to preserve the original visage of the character in question. I'm sorry to answer a question with another question, but I have a strong feeling that you would freak out if a white person were cast to play Shaft. Why is that? There's your answer. Oh, wait, no, that's probably not your answer. It would probably be along the lines of appropriating my culture and blah, blah, fucking blah.
What's the big deal if Idris Elba plays James Bond? I would go see it twice.
Same question.
Why is a big butt and big lips considered attractive on a white woman, but they're unattractive on a black woman?
Okay, yeah, let me explain the big lips and big butt thing. See, there's a qualifier in there. You have to actually be relatively attractive around the lips and butt for those things to be pluses. If you're a complete dumpster fire and just happen to have only big lips and a big ass, then those two positive qualities are pretty much rendered ineffective. And trust me, whatever your name is, if you had lighter skin, I still wouldn't find you attractive. You look like one of those people who gets up every morning, stares at themselves in the mirror and says, "Why don't guys find me attractive? I have a big fucking big lips." It has nothing to do with your race, sweetheart. Trust me, it's just you. White skin wouldn't make a difference. Moving on.
Do y'all really think Miley is the one who created twerking? Really?
No. Well, that was simple.
Why am I supposed to teach you how to twerk? I don't know how to twerk.
I already know how to twerk. Thank you very much. Self-taught, no lessons. I mean, I don't need to brag or anything.
Why is it that white people always act as though they have discovered a new trend when people of color have been doing it for virtual years?
Because it's the first time they're seeing it. Notice how you said the word discovered and not created. Obviously, if they discovered a trend, then they're noticing that it exists already, right? Are you asking white people why they think they discover something when they discover it? Probably because reality works that way. Not that hard.
Why is it when a black woman wears her hair natural, it's seen as inappropriate, or when a white woman does, it's praised?
I've never seen this happen in my entire life. I've never heard anyone tell me a story about it happening up until you did. This sounds like something you experienced once in life, and now think it's because of your race. Maybe your hair specifically, not all black people's hair obviously, but your hair specifically, looked like shit when you wore it naturally one day, or someone thought that it looked like shit, then saw someone else, probably a white person, and thought their hair looked good when worn naturally in their subjective opinion. But no, it's because you're a black person.
This is the hair that I was born with, so you wearing it as a trend is not cute.
This was the skin color I was born with, so when you bleach your ass... I'm sorry, I'm sure everyone knew where I was going. I couldn't.
Like, can you appropriate my student loans? Can you take that off my hands?
Right, because if a black person does something first or invents something, all black people get to own that thing and take credit for its creation. And anyone else who isn't black who makes use of it must bow to the king or queen of black people, by the way, still waiting on whose permission is acceptable, is appropriating that thing. If that's your legitimate view, then get the fuck off the internet. I don't give you permission to use it. Oh wait, does that sound a little fucked up? I agree.
Why is it that white crime is seen as an isolated incident, but black crime is a representation of my entire community?
Because you only like to watch and read material that says that and ignore all of the other material that doesn't portray it as a representation of your community. And maybe if something is extremely common in our area, it isn't surprising when people view that thing as representative of that area. They say the same thing about white people who commit crimes in horrible neighborhoods. Okay, I can't keep that going anymore.
When we see a story on TV about a white serial killer, I don't automatically assume that all white people must be serial killers too.
Just like I don't see a story on TV about black people robbing a bank and automatically assume that all black people must be bank robbers too. When was the last time you ever saw a story on TV where they said, typical black people robbing stores? No. Are you just assuming all white people are racists now? Don't be sensitive.
Why does talking about race make you feel so uncomfortable?
Because whenever race seems to come up, it always paints white people in a negative light. Try to remember any moment in your life where something positive about white people has come out of your mouth. You have plenty of wonderful things to say about your inherent attributes. Care to say anything nice about white people? I sincerely wish we could just see race like we do hair color or eye color. I mean, that's how I've seen it my entire life. But if you walked up to someone and said, if you have the time, I'd like to talk to you about your hair color and how it affects people's perceptions of you, I'd get uncomfortable as fuck. What kind of a question is that? Maybe if you could stop guilt-tripping white people whenever you talk about race, then maybe there could be an actual discussion. But no, it always comes down to how we don't notice the benefits society gives us, not all of us of course, just the ones with money, and how good we have it compared to you, even if you're 15 times richer than the white person you're talking to, and they are scared if they contend one of your points, you'll like...
Skeptic, what are you doing here? We need to bust you out.
No, I volunteered to be in here. The world just isn't ready for skepticism. I'm too dangerous to be loose.
Don't be ridiculous. We need you. Mr. Repzion needs you.
The kid? Why?
It's really important. Trust me.
He's on vacation, isn't he?
Maybe.
Nope, go away.
Look, I have a really good video for you. It'll help you get you out of your funk.
Suppose it's all true, and you walk up to the pearly gates and you are confronted by God. What will Stephen Fry say to him?
How dare you? How dare you create a world? It's utterly unexpected, capricious, mean-minded, stupid God who creates a world which is so full of injustice and pain. Yes, the world is very splendid, but it also has in it insects whose whole life cycle is to burrow into the eyes of children and make them blind. Why did you do that to us? It's perfectly apparent that he is monstrous, utterly monstrous, and deserves no respect whatsoever.
Oh, wow. Stephen Fry is so eloquent. And here I was thinking that you were just going to fuck with me and get me angry and trick me into breaking out here.
And here I am, about to get into a debate, if not an argument, with him. Now, Joseph Campbell in Cultural Mythology said all religions are true in that the metaphor is true.
Starting right off the bat with nonsense. Bold move. Bold move. I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark here and say this is probably one of those videos where you just ramble on and never really get to a point.
So what Campbell's saying there is that religion is an attempt to explain the unknowable, in the same way that science is an attempt to explain the unknowable.
First of all, no, that doesn't sound anything like what he said. And second of all, science isn't trying to explain the unknowable like religion is. Religion tries to explain what happens after we die. Science will never touch that subject because to science that question is ridiculous. Science tries to figure out the knowable.
Science can explain the mechanics of the universe and can explain the mechanics of biology and anatomy, but can it ever explain the why? The answer is no, it can never explain why this is happening. What we all want to know is there a reason for us being here?
Actually, science does answer why, but you want something with meaning, right? Something with purpose, and no, science isn't going to come up with an answer like that. Really, what it comes down to is you don't like the answer that science has come up with.
And what is the nature of the universe? What is the nature of our consciousness?
Okay, Russell, try to follow along. I'm going to try to speak quickly. The nature of the universe is photons, neutrons, electrons, particles, energy, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, gravity, electromagnetic force, the Big Bang, and everything that followed as a result. That is the nature of things. As for the nature of our consciousness, with brains do it.
In the last few decades, there's been considerable discussion of a basic paradox in the construction of the universe as we know it. For example, if the Big Bang had been 1 part in a million more powerful, it would have rushed out too fast for the galaxies and life to develop. If the strong nuclear force were decreased 2%, atomic nuclei would hold together, and plain vanilla hydrogen would be the only kind of atom in the universe. If the gravitational force were decreased by just a hair, stars, including the sun, would not ignite. These are 3 of more than 200 physical parameters within the solar system and universe, so exact that it's strange credulity to propose that they are random, even if that's exactly what standard contemporary physics broadly suggests. Terence McKenna, a kind of wacky shaman fella, said that the perspective of contemporary science is give us one free miracle and we'll explain the rest. That free miracle being that the universe sprang into being with these exact rules that are required for life and consciousness to exist.
These are arguments atheists have heard hundreds of times. Yes, the universe operates under very specific parameters, and if the universe didn't follow its exact rules that it follows, the universe wouldn't exist the way we know it. It's true, but the universe did turn out this way after all, and we have no reason to believe that that's for any other reason than chance. Who's to say we don't live in a multiverse and there is a universe that follows the rules that you just described perfectly, where there's nothing but hydrogen and no stars? The problem I have with your whole argument, though, is that you're suggesting that the universe is absolutely ripe for the picking for life to exist, and that's simply not true. 99.99+% of the universe is completely uninhabitable. In fact, our planet alone is uninhabitable to us, except for about 20% of it. Probably even less than that. Yes, it's like we won the lottery, but does that mean there's a God? Tell me it's impossible for that to happen on its own.
I suppose what Christianity and Islam and Judaism and Hinduism and Jainism and Buddhism are trying to do is make sense of our position, our perspective as awake, conscious, sentient beings within the infinite.
True enough, being a human is confusing, especially a human born into a world that has no science. But Russell, we have science now. We understand why we're conscious.
As a person who believes in God, my understanding of God is this, that my consciousness emanates from a perspective.
Yeah, you don't need to believe in God for that to work. I believe my consciousness emanates from a perspective of my body and senses. You know where I learned that? Science class!
And it passes through endless filters, the filters of the senses, the subjective filters of the senses and of my own biography. This is good, this is bad, this is wrong, I want that, I don't want that.
Yeah, I think your audience is well versed with senses. Russell, please get to the point.
But behind all of that, there is an awakeness, an awareness that sees it all. And it's in you too, and it's in Stephen Fry, and it's in the man that was interviewing him. It's in all of us.
Yes, Russell, it's called the brain.
An awakeness, an interconnectivity.
What now? What? Interconnectivity? As in, like, outside of our body to other bodies? You're really gonna have to explain that one. I want you to cite your sources on that one.
None of us can ever know if there is a God.
Right, so why did you name your video, Does God Exist? Yes?
But we do know there is an us.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Do you even need me here for this?
None of us can ever know if there's wrong or right.
Oh, the morality thing. Morality is pretty nebulous, but we can pretty much postulate that anything that's good for society, good for others, good for human life, good for ourselves, we can call that good. And things that are bad for society, bad for ourselves, bad for human life, we can call that bad. Ultimately, in the end, that doesn't matter, and I think that's the point you're trying to make, but, I mean, it doesn't mean right and wrong, good and bad doesn't exist on some level.
What do you think Jesus was then? I think he was a very good soul. He was an inspiration as a teacher. I do think a lot of the things he says are actually nonsense. When you examine them, they seem very beautiful, but a bit like the Dalai Lama, they're actually twee and completely impractical. And in that sense, an insult to the human spirit. Like that him who is without sin cast the first stone. At first, you think that's rather wonderful. Yes, what hypocrites. How could you possibly have a justice system? Nobody would ever go to prison.
For me, Fry's conclusion that we should abandon God to be free, I believe the opposite, that we should embrace God to be free.
The Christian God? Because he demands that we worship him, bend our knee, give our entire lives to him, spend eternity in his castle. That doesn't really sound like freedom to me.
Not embrace dogma, not embrace doctrine, but look, because within religion, even the most conventional religions, there's so many beautiful things.
Ah, cherry pick. Right. Yes, if you cherry pick your favorite god from all the mishmash of other gods, yeah, you embrace that god and you'll be as free as you want. Are you trying to postulate that this god is the one that exists? The one that if you cherry pick all the best parts of every religion, that's the god that exists? This is your argument?
In fact, the thing Stephen Fry said there about that he who is without sin cast the first stone comes from a story in which Mary Magdalene, a prostitute, was being condemned, and Christ said, hold on a second, before we all start getting leery about Mary Magdalene, you lot are all perfect, are ya?
Yeah, you got that entire story wrong. It wasn't Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene wasn't a whore. It was just some woman who was caught in the act of adultery, and I'm about to prove that I know more about this story than any other fucking person out there. The priest brought the woman to Jesus in hopes that he would trip up and say that the woman needs to be stoned to death, even though he's been basically speaking up against that whole act this entire time he's been on the earth. But the priest fucked up. In Deuteronomy, the law says that the accused woman and accused man both have to be brought to the priests and judged. Also, the priests have to bring a witness to the adultery. The Bible says that Jesus wrote some stuff in the sand and said, those without sin cast the first stone. Now, at first glance, it looks like what Jesus is saying is if you're not perfect, you have no right to judge other people. But what likely Jesus was writing was that rule in Deuteronomy that says you have to bring all those people along with the accused woman. Jesus was pointing out that they had sinned by lying to him and not following the law that says they have to bring these people. It has nothing to do with don't judge people.
Meriwether, for all your private security needs.
Now,
How can I help?
How would that you apply that
A helicopter has been dispatched.
judiciously in contemporary justice? Well, I would say that when you are condemning murderers or paedophiles, to acknowledge within us all is the capacity for
Our
evil.
pilot
So
is
when you
unable
are
to land at
judging
your
a paedophile,
location.
when you are
A
judging
full
the worst
refund will
kind
be
of
put in
criminal
your
imaginable,
account.
to acknowledge that the thing in them that has manifest this negativity is also within us.
I'm not going to argue that that's not important, but I'm a little bit worried about the examples you came up with, murderers and pedophiles. Do you really feel that you're capable of doing those things yourself? Because I'm not comfortable talking to you anymore.
Jill Bolte-Taylor, the neurologist that had a brain hemorrhage in the left side of her brain, experienced consciousness in a different way. When the conscious, nagging, left-sided mind that sees everything in materialistic and macho, rationalistic terms abated, limitless energy became available to her. She noticed that, in fact, her consciousness was a system of filtration, and when the left brain was quieted, she felt herself as part of a complete consciousness.
So your story is a woman got brain damaged and lost all grip
Meriwether,
of reality.
because security is a
Fucking
private matter.
brilliant.
What can I do for you?
Argue that, you know,
I will
when a
direct one of
lion
our
eats a
pilots
gazelle,
to your
it
current
can't be very
location.
nice for the gazelle. But what you can argue is that in infinite space that doesn't matter. Then the tiny fragment
Our
of reality
helicopter
that we
cannot land
experience
at your
through our
location.
materialistic senses,
We will give you a
our
full
eyes that
refund.
only see a limited range of light, our ears that only hear a limited range of vibration. The things that we experience here, we can't make any absolute conclusions from them. No one knows if there is a God or if there isn't a God. No one knows which interpretation is closest.
Russell, need I remind you the name of your video is Does God Exist? Yes, and
Merriweather
Stephen Fry
Security
proves it.
Consulting.
Please
How can I
get
help?
to the fucking point.
Thank
and
you.
Stephen Fry
A helicopter
fucking
is
proves
on
that
its
God
way.
exists. What the fuck is going on?
We know that religion has long been used and continues to be used to justify the objectives of man, whether that's crazy terrorists in
back out of
Paris
the way.
or a great big Catholic church that was born of an alliance between an emperor and some radical rebel group.
Yes, religion is bad.
And the thing that Fry condemns, I also condemn, because that is materialistic, humanistic dogma. That's not spirituality, that's not mysticism.
Okay, now I'm really confused. Are you saying that Stephen Fry and you both agree that religion is not spirituality and mysticism, and therefore God exists because you agree on that point? Also, what the fuck is mysticism? How does that prove God exists? Can you prove mysticism exists?
That's not the acceptance that we are temporary, that our consciousness is connected to all consciousness.
Again, if you want to prove God exists, you have to prove that these terms you're using mean anything and that they're provable on their own.
Doesn't matter where you come from, whether it's Freudian analysis or Darwinianism or the analysis of the cosmos. From the quantum to the cosmic, there is an unknown force behind things.
Prove it. Jesus fucking Christ!
What's your attitude to people who say, well, I'm not religious, but I'm very spiritual? I have to say, I get very worried by people using words like energy. Bad energy and good energy and positive energy and negative energy. All those things have no meaning to me, and I don't think they have any real meaning. But, if people want to grasp a crystal...
You can't judge all religion on the most stupid bits. That's like judging all football on the most stupid bits.
You gotta pick that cherry, throw the cherry out, get your cherry picking finger, flail it all about.
The question's not, is there a
Hello,
God?
you're
The
through to
question
Merriweather
is
Security
there
Consulting.
suffering?
What can I do for
Yes,
you?
there is suffering, and what can we do about suffering? We can help one another.
Goodbye, then.
And we can love one another. Now, if you can do that through atheism, then do it through atheism.
It's actually a really good message, Russell. Good on you. Good on you. You're not all terrible.
But a lot of people need to know that this is temporary.
Russell, literally every single person knows that. Don't go around telling everybody they're gonna die. You are going to piss people off.
That we are the temporary manifestation of something greater, something complete and whole, something timeless and spaceless and absolute.
Cool. Are you gonna prove that? Sorry, what's that? What? You don't? What the fuck is this video about?
We are all connected to consciousness. We are all connected to one another. And to me, that sounds a little bit like God. That is some true news. Or is it true? What is the nature of truth? Is there any true news? Maybe this isn't even true news.
If by true you mean accurate, then no. Thank you for watching. If you like what you saw and you'd like to see more of my content, please subscribe to Armored Skeptic, and a special thank you to Mr. Repzion for allowing me to participate on his channel and advertise myself to you nice folks. You could follow me on Twitter and like me on Facebook, and if you absolutely love me, you can support me on Patreon. Follow the annotation or the link in the description to see my channel.
So, what do you say? I don't know, man. Come on, $20. $20? Yes, $20. I don't know. I mean, he seems like he could be, but I mean, look at his intro. He's hanging out with some random kid and a douche in a lamb mask flicking off the double void. Yeah, that is pretty stupid, but I mean, we could be taking this out of context. Okay, and then shows a pic where he's trying to look like a gangster. He calls himself Bloodstained Lane. He's a reptilian slayer. Yeah, that is pretty bad. And an Archon Annihilator. What does that mean? It's a Greek thing. I think it's referencing some sort of demonic ruling class. Right. Okay, fucked up. I still don't know, though. Still seems like something Josh might say. No way, this is way worse. Look, then he shows a screen cap from They Live. He believes this shit. It might be metaphorical. Reptilian Slayer. Okay, maybe. Then we finish off with this. The kid again. Now he has a new friend with the reptilian mask. Okay. Let's hit the back.
What are you guys doing?
Oh, hey, I'm trying to get the mini CS to bet me $20 that this Bloodstained Lane guy is dumber than Josh Spears guy.
No way. Impossible.
No way, I'm serious. Go talk to him.
Fine. Let's Excuse me, sir. My name is Sir Skeptala.
Fucking jerk jobs. This is Bloodstained Lane, aka Hit Your Chick with a Scotch Potty Worm.
Excuse me. Yes. Please. I'm in an alley with this Bloodstained Lane guy who just threatened to hit my chick with a Scotty 2 Hottie worm. Yeah, I think it's a wrestling move of some sort. Just a second, I'll check. Excuse me, why are you going to assault my chick, sir?
Because she was upset reading 50 Shades of Grey instead of a Holy Bible.
Thank you. Apparently it has to do with the book she purchased from the grocery store. Yes, I'll hold.
It's been a while since I did a video, but I just want to make a quick point. A lot of these atheists who, what I believe is just an actual cult.
I know, I said that too. I mean, not believing in a god, not going to church, not organizing, not having tenets, not having dogma. So culty. I mean, stop thinking for yourselves, you fucking atheists.
Okay? A lot of these atheists don't believe that we possess a soul. They believe that we were just made by some sort of beautiful accident, as they like to put it.
Well, I wouldn't really put it like that. It wasn't an accident. I mean, accident implies there was intent. Really, it was a chain of events of natural processes that led to us existing.
You know what I'm saying? And we just exist here. And once we die, there's nothing else. There's no greater purpose, okay?
Yeah, something tells me that you don't believe that because it insults you and has nothing to do with an actual intellectual disagreement with that idea.
I find that really hard to believe, considering our soul is what animates us.
What? No, our muscles animate us, and our muscles are run by a series of electrical impulses run by the brain.
Our soul is what gives us our consciousness.
No, that's again the brain. The brain is where our consciousness is. You remove the brain, you remove our consciousness. Everybody knows this.
Our soul is what gives us our personality.
Oh yeah, that one makes sense. No, it's the brain again. Our brain is where everything that we identify as us, including our personality, resides. And our personality is a result of the stimulus, the history, and the biology of the brain mechanics.
You know what else doesn't have a soul? A garbage pail doesn't have a soul. You know what I'm saying? So a garbage pail really is just existing, just like us.
Yeah, a garbage pail is technically existing just like us, has a finite existence, and its atoms will eventually dissipate and become other things, just like our bodies. But I think you're going for an emotional reaction to your argument here, and it just doesn't work because they're not comparable. Humans find other humans important because we're social beings.
So, for you nitwit imbecile atheists, and yes, I'm getting disrespectful, because you know why? You fucking mutts get disrespectful with me all the fucking time on my Twitter.
Excuse me, sir, but I take great offense to that accusation. I have never once gotten disrespectful to you on Twitter. Oh, wait. Yes, I did.
Okay? I'm gonna go confront a garbage pail right now and talk to it. Because you know what? It's here, it exists just like us, and it doesn't have a soul just like us.
Oh my god, this is awesome. Mom, where's my popcorn? Give me my popcorn.
Yo, my man, you got that $5 you owe me? Yo, where's my fucking money that I lent you last week? Where is it, you fucking mutt? Where is it? Where is it, you piece of shit? How come you're not responding to me? I'll tell you why. Because you don't have a soul, you piece of shit. How silly that is.
That is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard.
Does that mean that I won? Not so fast. Mr. Skeptic here might say that he's actually smarter. There's a lot more video left.
So does that mean that Siri has a soul? Because Siri can respond to me? Hey Siri.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Suck my balls.
Oh my god, a computer with a soul.
You see how stupid that logic and reasoning is, that we don't have a soul?
Oh yes, sir, I definitely see how silly and ridiculous that particular line of reasoning and logic is. However, that is not my particular line of reason and logic. That is your own particular straw man version of atheist reason and logic. Congratulations on kicking that straw man's ass.
You know, and just for all these smug atheist pricks.
Oh yeah, you got it. Atheists are the smug pricks. Oh wait, I'm getting a tweet. That's awesome. I have never been called a jabroni before, at least not seriously. I didn't realize it was an actual real insult. That is so American. The garbage. Go talk to the garbage.
They're gonna be like, oh, that's not a living thing, that don't count. Now let's go confront a living thing. Ants right here, these ants, according to atheists, have the same relevance as a human being.
Whoa, 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 that's another straw man. No atheist has ever said that to humans have the same relevance as ants. That's ridiculous. The reason humans find humans the most important being on the earth is because we ourselves are humans and we are social beings. Now, yes, overall, as far as the universe is concerned, ants have the exact same relevance as humans do. But again, you're going for an emotional response and not a logical one.
They just exist. They live here. So the life of an ant is equivalent to the life of a human being.
As far as the universe is concerned, yes.
Now, since all these atheists says that we're just nothing but creatures and animals, we're all pretty much the same, all living on this world, you know, there's nothing special about us, there's no purpose in this afterlife. I can't even take a full hour lunch break. Equal. We're equal to a maggot, we're equal to a slug, we're equal to a fucking fly, eating shit.
Your point is, of course, that that's insulting to you.
You know what I'm saying? So, a quick message to all you atheists. Next time you have a cockroach in your house, or you have a mouse in your house, don't be spraying no fucking Raid on that roach. Don't be setting up no mice trap to catch that mouse, okay? Because it's a living thing just like you. You are equal to it.
You know, from an evolutionary standpoint, we have more reason to kill pests than creationists do. Aren't you supposed to be some sort of shepherd of all the creatures of God? You're going around killing all of God's creatures, you asshole. I have lots of reasons to kill cockroaches. They spread disease, they destroy my property, they fill my house with poop. You really want your house full of poop? But I've never killed a mouse, though. No, I've trapped them in glue and then released them into the wild, but no, I wouldn't have the heart to kill a mouse. They're too cute.
Why stop there? Why stop there? Killing the roach and killing the mouse.
Okay, you've reversed your argument now. We should be killing more than just those things. Okay, I'm following.
If there's no purpose, there's nothing to achieve in this life going into the next, why stop there killing the roach or the mouse? Why not kill a human being?
Besides going to jail, you mean? Besides it being illegal to do that? People who go around killing people for no reason, or at least for bad reasons, are detrimental to society. Our society cannot function if society always has to worry about being killed by random murderers.
Kill one of your enemies. Kill somebody you don't like. What does it matter?
I will go to jail.
I'll tell you why you stopped there. Because you imbeciles, you jerk jobs, you heathens, you peasants, you guys take your moral code and laws from the Holy Bible. Yes, you do. You get your moral code and your laws from God.
No, this is an argument I hear a lot, and it makes no sense. If we got our morality from the Bible, then we would be stoning adulterers to death. We do not do that because we find that immoral. God's morality is quite immoral compared to today's morality. Christians who say morality comes from God often forget the extremely immoral stuff that God ordered them to do in the Old Testament that no Christian would be okay with today. If morality comes from God, then why does Christian moral standard not reflect that of God's? Oh my God, I can't keep going like this. This guy is so dumb. This is impossible.
Nothing is impossible.
Yes, this is impossible.
Or anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there.
Well, I'm going to.
No.
Yes.
What are you waiting for? Do it.
Do what?
Just do it.
What's the hand thing?
Yes, you can.
Oh, fuck off, Shia. You've been a millionaire since you were a child. What do you know?
Just do it.
Jesus, fuck. I'll do it if you shut the fuck up.
Why stop killing the roach? Kill a human being. It's the same thing.
All of your arguments so far have just been arguments from emotion, not logic.
You atheists really contribute zilch to society other than trying to disprove that there is God.
You honestly believe that, don't you? You honestly believe that atheists have no purpose in life other than to prove you wrong. Oh shit, that's what I do. I do that for a little. Okay, I'm a bad example, but that's not what atheists do. Yes, sometimes God has to be pulled down from his little pedestal to do it. But
what you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around.
Sometimes. And I don't mean all atheists, obviously.
I'll
Most
get there as
atheists
soon
are
as I
just
can.
benign, just like most Christians are benign. They just live their lives doing their thing.
What have you done? What teachings? What lessons? What morals and values have you taught? What have you brought to this world?
Oh man, you should read Dawkins, Hitchens, Harris. Start with those. You'll see that atheism and atheists have brought a lot to the table that Christians have refused to talk about.
When you borrow all your stuff from God and Jesus Christ, you had any leaders in your cult, definitely, I guess atheism is a cult, that have had anything remotely close to Jesus Christ's Sermon on the Mount?
Holy shit, yes. Hitchens was full of them. Here's just a tidbit of some of the epic things that he said.
Once you assume a creator and a plan, it makes us objects in a cruel experiment whereby we are created sick and commanded to be well. I'll repeat that. Created sick and then ordered to be well. And over us to supervise this is installed a celestial dictatorship. A kind-fied children with the image of hell and eternal punishment, not just of themselves, but of their parents and those they love. Perhaps worst of all, to consider women an inferior creation. Is that good for the world? And can you name me a religion that has not done that? Religion forces nice people to do unkind things, and also makes intelligent people say stupid things. Handed a small baby for the first time, is it your first reaction to think, beautiful, almost perfect? Now please hand me the sharp stone for its genitalia, that I may do the work of the Lord. No.
Or the 10 Commandments that God gave to Moses?
Not to insult my Canadian brothers and sisters, but the American Constitution was pretty much written by atheists.
You guys have nothing. All you do is you're a bunch of smug, snobby, know-it-all jerk-offs.
Well, I am, yes, but really that only makes up a very small portion of the atheist community.
That think you have the answer, but you don't have the fucking answer.
Well, we have some of the answers, but I mean the bigger answers, like, is there a purpose to life? We'll never know that. Ever.
And all these people that you're listening to, Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, Madeline Murray, Bill Maher, another fucking clown.
Bill Maher is a comedian.
They're all taking you right into the lake of fire.
They're making me think, and if thinking makes you go to hell, then I guess I'm going to hell.
I suggest you get closer to God. I suggest that you wake up, okay, and see shit for what it is.
Insulting an entire community of people and straw-manning their arguments. Congratulations, I believe in God now.
According to atheism, if you really want to break it down, you guys really, according to you, since we're, this is it, you guys promote, like, a paganist belief system.
What?
And the reason why I say that is because if there is no God and there is no higher being, the people who live like kings and queens and gods in this world, let's say Jay-Z, let's say Beyonce, let's say Miley Cyrus, these are the people who are the hierarchy of this world.
No, you fucking idiot. Our world leaders are. I personally don't give a shit about celebrities.
They're the closest thing to God that we have.
You know, the vast majority of these celebrities are Christian, and the vast majority of their fans are Christian, so who is really building these people up to godlike status? I mean, I really have to question your level of intelligence.
It's a fucking joke.
I know, right?
I just proved to you imbeciles, because, I gotta call you that, because that's what you are, that your logic is so stupid and so retarded.
Yes, it's dumb to think that we have no souls and no purpose because feelings.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe I misjudged you. Maybe you are a nice guy. You're just a little misguided.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. I don't like the way you motherfuckers talk to me. I don't like your fucking smug, snobby, Bill Maher, Richard Dawkins wannabe bullshit attitudes.
Sure, yeah.
I'm not stoning you fucking mutts. These are my stones right here.
Yes! Thank you for watching. You can follow me on Twitter and like me on Facebook. If you absolutely love me, you can support me on Patreon. Those who support me with $20 or more per video get a free t-shirt from Reasonist Products. There's now an Armored Skeptic t-shirt you can purchase yourself from the Reasonist website. Link in the description.
Argument? That means nothing.
It's obvious there's a creator. Just as obvious as when you sit down in a chair, the chair had a creator.
I know where this kind of confusion comes from. You see, our brains are patterns. Sure, we have architecture, and we know these things are designed because we design them. And we design...
Which is the basic claim that atheists have.
Oh, that's right, mister. Please, tell me more about what I believe.
God does not exist. That is an extraordinary claim.
Are you trying to redefine the word ordinary now? It is quite ordinary for me to leave my house, to not run into any gods, to not speak to any gods, to not see any gods, and to not feel the existence of any gods. It would be quite extraordinary if tomorrow I walked out my front door and there was a god sitting there in front of me. You do understand what ordinary means, right?
And as atheists will tell any Christian, the person who makes the extraordinary claim has the extraordinary burden of proof. You have to come up with the proof that God does not exist because we live in the creation that he gave us from the sun, the moon, the stars, the ocean. It is the burden of proof of the atheist to prove that God does not exist.
Well, actually, anybody that makes a positive claim has the burden of proof, but Carl Sagan's quote that you're looking for here is that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So you're kind of mixing up the terms here, but whatever. This is another lesson on you don't know what the fuck extraordinary means.
So I ask you, what is your evidence that God does not exist? You prove it. It's your burden, not ours.
So it seems to me that this whole video is just a hissy fit because somebody told you that a god is an extraordinary concept and you said, well, I based my whole life on that, and you got upset about it and just said, I don't have to prove it, you have to prove it.
Okay, today we're going to cover the atheist and silly semantics.
Alright, so today we're going to cover this guy and not understanding the difference between terms.
When I go to debate atheists, I ask them one question. What is the evidence you have that God does not exist? And that's interesting. We all know that you cannot prove a negative.
Well, you can prove some negatives, but that rule does apply here. It applies with the concept of a god, so yes, you cannot prove this particular negative. However, if I've not already pointed it out, atheism does not make the claim that God does not exist. What atheism does is listen to your claim that a god exists and fails to believe that claim. Atheism acknowledges that there is a hypothesis, that there is an ethereal sky daddy, and atheism says, I reject that concept. Atheism says, I do not have faith in your God. Atheism does not say there are no gods. It says I do not believe. And just to point out, sometimes atheists are actually interested. They want to know if a god exists or not. And some atheists actually want to believe. Like, I kind of want to believe that there's a god of specific types, and I look to people who say there is a god, and I will ask them, hey, if there's proof, give it to me. I'm really interested. And when they come back to me with, I don't have to prove it, you have to prove it, that doesn't really make for a great conversation. You see, a skeptically minded person cannot believe something out of faith, and I realize that is the cornerstone of your religion. But a skeptic needs evidence. We can't believe things out of faith. We need evidence. And if you've got evidence, give me evidence, but it has to be real evidence, not look around you.
And the honest atheist will admit they can't prove a negative, which, by the way, means that they have a blind faith. The same thing they accuse Christians of having, kind of poetic, don't you think?
Oh yeah, it's really waxing fucking poetic. No. You are completely misrepresenting atheism. Atheists do not have faith in anything ethereal. You understand? This is a very important point I need to drill home into your head. Okay, let me just point this out. You have faith that God exists, and atheists do not have faith. See? You do have faith. Atheists do not have faith. Getting it? What you're saying is that atheists do have faith in the opposite, but that's not true. No, atheists do not have faith in the opposite of faith. No, they do not have faith. You get it?
The other ones, the ones that are a little bit deceptive, they're going to dance around that question, and they're going to dance and dance and dance. I debate some atheists sometimes for weeks, and I ask them the same question over and over. What is the evidence you have for God not existing? And they will dance and keep dancing and keep dancing. Then they'll talk to somebody like Thunderfoot, seems to be the atheist's go-to guy.
Thunderfoot is the atheist go-to guy. Jeez, do you remember those days? Now it's 2014. Everybody goes to Armored Skeptic.
Tell them to say that the onus is on me because I make a positive statement of faith that God does exist and I should prove it. Then I refer them to my 6 videos. Is the Bible trustworthy? Videos 1 through 6, which anybody can find on YouTube. And they'll come back and they reject all the evidence, of course. Something you would expect.
So do you expect atheists to just reject your videos? Then why did you make them? Or do you expect them to reject them because you made them poorly?
But the other thing they'll say is that they don't make a positive statement that God doesn't exist.
Holy shit, I think we're getting through to them.
They're going to start playing semantic games. Now, what they're going to say is exactly what I've heard hundreds of times, and that is this. I don't claim a positive faith in God's non-existence. What I claim is that I lack the faith in God's existence. Well, guess what? It's just semantics. It means the exact same thing.
No, they are completely different. Okay, so saying I don't believe is saying that you're skeptical, saying you're open to believing, just you don't. Whereas saying God doesn't exist, I'm saying that I not only don't believe he doesn't exist, I believe that he doesn't. You see the difference? No, okay, we just win. Why? Fucking blue kind!
If I claim this watch does not exist, but then I go on and claim, well, actually, I simply lack the faith that this watch exists. The end result is the same thing.
Okay, the end result is the same technically, but how we got there is different. And that's important because one's a knowledge claim. You're saying that you know that he doesn't exist. Say you said that your wife did ballet. I would say, I didn't know that. And you said, yeah. And I said, well, I don't think she's graceful enough for it. Are you sure? Like, I'm kind of skeptical. I don't really believe that she could do it. And you say, yeah, she can do ballet. I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm not saying, fuck you, dude. Your wife can't do ballet. She's just not does if I don't believe it. It's not a tap dance. It's just pragmatism.
Okay, this video is titled The Atheist Delusion. Obviously, it's a riff on Dawkins' book, The God Delusion.
Lame.
Atheists have a real problem. Atheists don't have a leg to stand on. They don't have any evidence for their belief.
Atheists have no evidence for your belief. But that was close.
So, to try and squirm out of this problem, what they do is they exist now with a delusion. They call themselves atheist agnostics or agnostic atheists. And this is a real strange thing to call themselves because the classic definition of an atheist is somebody who says God does not exist.
Well, you said it, mister. I say that shit all the time.
It's a pretty definitive statement. It's a statement that closes all doors to the possibility that God exists.
Right, which is why most atheists don't say that. They just say they don't believe, okay? They're open to believing, just that they don't.
On the other hand, you have them claiming agnosticism. Well, agnosticism is the possibility that God may exist.
Atheism and agnosticism are not different forms of belief or different belief systems. They don't even refer to the same thing. Atheism and theism refer to belief, whereas Gnosticism or agnosticism refer to knowledge. Those are both separate categories. So you can be a Gnostic atheist, an atheist that knows there is no God, or you can be a Gnostic theist, a theist that knows there is a God, or you can be an agnostic atheist, an atheist that doesn't know if there's a God, and an agnostic theist, a believer in God who
Herzlich willkommen zur zweiten Ausgabe von Positionen Politik verstehen. Hallo. Vielen Dank. Ich möchte mich, bevor wir auf die Gäste kommen, unser heutiges Thema erstmal bedanken für alle, die eingeschaltet sagen, sagt man im Netz ja nicht, sondern die eben geklickt haben. Niemand hätte damit gerechnet, dass wir die erste Sendung, als wir ins Netz gestellt haben, dass wir über 50.000 Menschen dazu bewegen können, sich das anzuschauen, auch voller Länge. Das kann man ja bei Google Analytics genau nachschauen und ich gehe davon aus, dass wir die 500.000 auch noch bekommen. Und das macht uns allen, die hier am Tisch sitzen und allen, die das sehen können, alle, die auch im Raum sind, nicht nur Hoffnung, sondern, glaube ich, bestätigt sie. Wir gehen alle davon aus, dass Menschen durchaus an politischen Sendungen interessiert sind, wo Menschen durcheinander reden, aber man sie nicht dauernd unterbricht, wo eine Diskussion stattfindet, aber ich nicht dauernd den Lanz machen muss und Sätze über SMS-Länge durchaus möglich sind. An dieser Stelle nochmal vielen Dank dafür. Ich hätte damit nicht gerechnet. Ich bin stolz auf alle, die das getan haben. Gebt euch selbst einen Applaus. Toll. Toll. Das heutige Thema bei Position Politik verstehen heißt Ethik oder Etat. Sind unsere Werte nur Börsenwerte? Ja, ich denke, wenn man sich anschaut, was im Moment in Europa passiert, die Flüchtlingswellen, die NATO-Kriege und dass wir uns ständig, Stichwort Griechenland, über Geld unterhalten, das werden wir auch in Italien tun, ganz in Frankreich machen, Portugal und Spanien, dann muss man sich die Frage schon stellen und wir wollen diese Frage heute diskutieren und zwar mit Menschen, die sich mehr oder weniger, aber vor allem mehr auskennen damit und auch eine explizite Meinung dazu haben. Ich möchte mal auf dieser rechten Seite anfangen, einen Mann, der zum ersten Mal in einer Fernsehsendung ist. Er ist Humanmediziner und er ist Chemiker. Er ist am Biochemischen Institut in Leipzig und leitet es dort in der Forschungsabteilung. Wir waren gerade in Griechenland und haben eine hier nochmal danke. Ich glaube, 50.000 € haben wir eingesammelt. Und wir wollen auch zeigen, wie wir sie eingesetzt haben. Ich begrüße hier Athanasios, Professor Dr. Athanasios Yannis. Danke, dass Sie hier sind. Das ist toll.
Ich habe zu danken.
Auf dieser Seite ein Mann, den wir bei KenFM schon einmal interviewt haben. Dieser Mann war 20 Jahre lang bei der Weltbank, also bei der Weltbank. Er ist Schweizer. Wir haben immer einen Schweizer am Tisch, um die Szenerie ein wenig zu beruhigen. Toll. Wir versuchen das Ganze mit Deutsch zu machen. Sie haben in den letzten Jahren so viel Englisch gesprochen. Das heißt, wenn das ein oder andere Wort da nicht parat ist, werden wir versuchen, das eben zu übersetzen.
Okay.
Peter König, guten Tag. Schön, dass Sie hier sind.
Vielen Dank. Danke für die Einladung.
Hier der Mann, der mich immer an Robert Redford in die 3 Tage des Condor erinnert. Ich muss es einfach sagen. Ja. Ernst Wolf hat ein Buch geschrieben, Sachliteratur, nämlich IWF, Chronik eines Raubzuges. Ich glaube, schon am Titel kann man erkennen, er ist kein Freund des IWF. Wir werden auch darüber reden. Sie sind Journalist, aber haben ökonomisch eine hohe Fachkenntnis. Und ich freue mich sehr, dass Sie hierher gefunden haben. Sie sind ja in Berlin zu Hause. Und ja, ich glaube, mit Ihnen, wir haben im Vorgespräch schon gemerkt, Sie sind auch kampfbereit, Herr Wolf. Das freut mich. Der Name passt auch. Ja. Herr Wolf, schön, dass Sie hier sind. Ja, hallo.
Danke. Danke.
Und worüber ich mich natürlich ganz sehr, sehr freue, ein Mann mit einem ziemlich vollen Terminkalender, Albrecht Müller, SPD-Urgestein. Ich weiß nicht, ob er sich selbst heute noch als SPD-Mitglied bezeichnen würde. Ich weiß es nicht, wir reden oft über die SPD, da fallen mehr negative Begriffe, aber da werden wir drüber reden. Albrecht Müller hat, so muss ich das vorstellen, den Wahlkampf von Willy Brandt geleitet. Das waren die erfolgreichsten Zeiten für die SPD. Er war auch im Kanzleramt beschäftigt und hat dort den Planungsstab geleitet und er ist vor allem für mich einer der herausragenden Journalisten, denn er ist einer der führenden Köpfe der Nachdenkseiten, die in den letzten Jahren Erstaunliches geleistet haben und zur Aufklärung beigetragen haben und auch andere Meinungen plural abbilden. Herr Müller, super, dass Sie hier sind. Freut mich sehr. Hallo. Sie haben ja auch ein Buch mitgebracht, das schon ein bisschen älter ist, aber darüber werden wir auch gleich sprechen, weil Sie sind ja im Moment auch Teil einer Kampagne. Sie selbst nennen es ja Kampagnenjournalismus, kommen wir später darauf zu sprechen. Otto Brenner Stiftung, die Studie, die dann nur ein Arbeitspapier war und im Moment aus dem Netz verschwunden ist, ja, nachdem sie ihre Dienste geleistet hat in den Medien. Aber ich frage Sie ganz direkt mal, Ethik oder Etat, sind unsere Werte nur Börsenwerte? Geht es wirklich nur ums Geld?
Es geht heute in der Sache, ist basiert auf der Erkenntnis, dass jene Menschen, die viel Geld haben und publizistische Macht, dass die heute im Wesentlichen bestimmen, wie die politischen Entscheidungen aussehen. Und die haben halt viel Geld und dann geht es danach, was dem Geld gut tut. Und deshalb sind unsere politischen Entscheidungen etwa der Abbau des Sozialstaats, Agenda 2010 oder die Rettung der Banken und nicht der Griechen. Das alles ist ganz wesentlich geprägt von Geld und es ist dazu gekommen, es kommt zu diesen Entscheidungen einmal über Lobbyarbeit und zum anderen aber auch dadurch, dass den Menschen permanent eingetrichtert wird, dass das eine vernünftige Politik soll.
Ist das denn eigentlich neu oder war das immer schon so und wir haben es nicht gemerkt?
Es war nicht immer so. Es gab Phasen, ich würde jetzt mal nicht als Selbstbespiegelung, sagen, dass in der Zeit zwischen 1965 oder 69 und 10 Jahre weiter die Politik auch andere Varianten haben. Das kann ich am besten damit sagen, die Regierungserklärung 69 hatte den Kernsatz, wir wollen ein Volk der guten Nachbarn sein. Und heute sind wir ein Volk, das ein anderes Volk Pleitegriechen nennt. Das ist ein gravierender Unterschied. Ja, genauso damals hieß es Wandel durch Annäherung, wir wollen Frieden haben, wir wollen eine gemeinsame Sicherheit in Europa haben, auch mit Russland, auch mit der damaligen Sowjetunion. Und heute bauen wir da den Konflikt neu auf. Und heute ist es sozusagen Wandel durch Konfrontation. Auch Wandel wahrscheinlich wieder in Russland, auch zu unser aller Lasten. Und Wandel in den USA und so weiter sowieso. Und zwar ein negativer Wandel überall. Das heißt, wir haben Phasen in der Politik, wo das zumindest mal ein bisschen anders war. Und heute stecken wir tief in der Misere drin. Und das hat viel damit zu tun, dass im Grunde alle unsere Lebensverhältnisse bis in die privaten Bereiche hinein total kommerzialisiert sind.
Privatisiert quasi so.
Privatisiert und kommerzialisiert. Schauen Sie das Fernsehen, das ist doch kommerziell kaputt gemacht worden, was wir zumindest ein bisschen an Qualität hatten in diesem.
Gott sei Dank gibt es jetzt das Netz und ich glaube ja, die Veränderung, Sie sind ja ein bisschen pessimistischer, da werden wir uns vielleicht heute noch die Haare raufen. Herr Janis, wir sehen ja, dass die Welt, wie sie uns in den Medien präsentiert wird, im Grunde nur in der Excel-Tabelle ökonomisch dargestellt wird. Sie sind Mediziner, Sie sind auch ein Mann, der Chemie studiert hat, Sie können gleich erklären, was Sie in Leipzig tun, aber Sie haben irgendwann gesagt, okay, ich könnte hier in Leipzig weiter die Forschung weitermachen, aber ich bin auch Mensch, ich bin aber auch Grieche und ich fahre jetzt mal nach Griechenland und arbeite dort als Landarzt in einer knappen Kernfreizeit, aber ich versuche auch den Menschen vor Ort zu helfen und zu zeigen, dass hinter diesen Zahlen Schicksale verbergen. Können Sie kurz sagen, was machen Sie beruflich und wie haben wir zueinander gefunden?
Wir haben zueinander gefunden über Dirk Pollmann. Ich bin jetzt zu meinen Freunden und ich zähle sie auch zu meinen Freunden, weil wir gemeinsame Ziele haben und von meiner Seite aus betrachtet, das gemeinsame Ziel ist Not leidenden Menschen in Europa zu helfen, was wir auch getan haben. Und das ist Euro gesammelt, die bereits jetzt schon ein Großteil nach Griechenland geflossen ist, an 3 Einrichtungen, Krankenhäuser oder Kindereinrichtungen. Vielleicht können wir später darüber reden. Also ich habe in Bonn Chemie und Medizin studiert, beides komplett abgeschlossen, Professor mit 4 Jahre in Karlsruhe. Und seit 2002 bin ich also Fullprofessor, also Sophia-Professor, Ordinarius in Leipzig und forsche dort auf einem Gebiet zwischen den Disziplinen Chemie, Biologie und Medizin. Aber ich bin ein bekennender Humanist und ich kann die Ungerechtigkeit nicht vertragen, die es gibt. Und das ist nicht nur in Griechenland Ungerechtigkeit, sondern im gesamten Europa, auch in Deutschland, viel Ungerechtigkeit. Das hat einiges zu tun. Und ich hatte 2 Möglichkeiten. Ich hatte die Möglichkeit zu weinen, habe es probiert, habe es nicht verändert und habe mich entschieden, etwas zu tun. Und wir haben etwas angefangen zu tun und ich bin sehr froh und glücklich. Und ich bekomme die Danksage der Patienten und der Menschen, denen wir geholfen haben. Und nochmal danke an die Zuschauer und Unterstützer und ich hoffe, dass die
Danke auch von den Zuschauern an Sie, dass Sie sich da so eingesetzt haben, um es vielleicht kurz zusammenzufassen. Wir haben Geld gesammelt, aber wir sind natürlich keine Mediziner und wir wollten es wirklich den klassischen Institutionen geben. Wir wollten das Geld, was wir gesammelt haben, das Konto ist immer noch bestehen. Wir wollten den Menschen, die uns das gegeben haben, weil es ein hoher Vertrauensbonus. Ich meine, es gab Einzelspenden von bis zu 8.000 € von Leuten. Wir wollten, ja, das muss man sich mal vorstellen. Also wir wollten einfach zeigen, was wir mit dem Geld machen. So sind wir zusammengekommen. Wir waren in Griechenland, es ist auch ein Film dazu entstanden, der die nächsten Tage online gehen wird. Und wir haben gesagt, okay, wir wollen ganz andere Sicht geben. Lassen Sie uns mal anfangen im letzten Klinikum, wo wir waren, um auch mal zu zeigen, wenn man Griechen hilft, hilft man auch Deutschen. Also lassen Sie uns an die Uniklinik Patras gehen. Wo ist das Geld davon geflossen?
Ja, das Geld ist primär dort eingeflossen in eine Leukämiestation. Und diese Leukämiestation muss verknüpft sein, also über das Internet, mit den Spendern. Gleichzeitig gibt es in Griechenland auch eine Spenderdatei. Es gibt also Griechen, Deutschen, nochmal spenden und umgekehrt Deutschen, die Griechen nochmal spenden. Also besser kann man eine zwischenmenschliche oder zwischenstaatliche Beziehung sich was nicht vorstellen. Das Problem nur, was wir in der Zwischenzeit gelöst haben, die Griechen können ihre Beiträge nicht mehr bezahlen für Aufmerksamkeit, ihre Internetlizenz. So sind viele Patienten aus Griechenland abgeschnitten von den möglichen Knochenmarkspenden.
Aber auch Deutsche sind von den
Und umgekehrt, ja, weil eben kein Kontakt geführt. Wir haben das vor 2 Tagen gelöst, das Problem. Die Kollegen sind glücklich.
Ja. Es handelt sich um so unglaublich so um die 1.300 Euro.
1.300 Euro ist der eine Betrag und 8.000 Euro der andere Betrag. Und das ist jetzt überwiesen. Ich habe heute eine Danksage des Kollegen und auch der Rektorin der Universität bekommen. Das ist ermöglicht worden für die Zuschauer. Und das ist menschlich, das ist erlebte menschlich. Ich habe am 6. Dezember Treffen zwischen deutschen Spendern und griechischen Spendern. Und diese deutschen Spender werden als Vater oder Mutter angesehen. Und so werden sie bewegen.
Ja, für jemanden, der 19 überlebt hat, und wir haben das ja auch mit Hintergrund dort, es bedeutet ja, wenn er zu Lizenz kriegen kann, kann er einen neuen Geburtsvorschlag. So ist das. Und vielleicht ist das andere Studentin für ein Jahr, weil der wenige Kollege, der die Station leitet, wir haben uns kennengelernt, wir haben eine Leistung gegeben und dann hat uns gebeten, doch uns völlig zu finanzieren. Es geht nicht um hunderte Tausend, es geht um 20.000 Euro. Wir haben da Benefit für ein Jahr eine Mediziner, 20.000 Euro. Das ist in Deutschland, glaube ich, natürlich. Man muss sich auch mal vorstellen, da gibt es auch einen Maschinenpark, da gibt es Teile des Krankenhauses, als das Geld da war, das wurde finanziert, aber seit 2009 wird das so entlassen. Das heißt also, wenn ein Patient reinkommt, der könnte vielleicht operiert werden, aber würde nicht bewegt werden. Da hapert es, da bleiben wir auch dran. Wenn ich mit solch einem Schicksal komme, was ich mit einer Exomobil auflösen kann, da sagt mir natürlich die Weltbank, das ist ja schön, dass wir da machen, dass wir das arbeiten, Sie haben 20 Jahre lang für die Weltbank gearbeitet, Sie waren im Bereich Wasserprojekte tätig. Das, was wir Ihnen gerade sagen, es gibt nicht neu sein. Welches Gefühl haben Sie denn heute, dass Sie die Weltbank studiert? Hat Sie Ihr Arbeiten verändert? War sie früher mal menschlicher, die Weltbank?
Ja, die war mal menschlicher. Das ist ganz klar. Aber seit dem Beginn des Neoliberalismus, seit den 80er Jahren, hat sich alles drastisch verändert. Wir werden nur auch heute zum Thema Ethik oder der Ethik sprechen. Ich sehe da die Ethik verschwinden auch bei internationalen Organisationen, Weltbank, IMF und sogar bei den Bilateralen. Also zum Beispiel wird heute alles privatisiert. Wir haben nur, was die Sozialleistungen anbelangt, was den Sozialbereich, Sozialsektoren sind, Gesundheit, Wasserversorgung, Erziehungswesen, all das ist privatisiert. Also zum Beispiel, wenn man mal eine Wasserversorgung, gerade Wasserversorgung gehört eigentlich zu Menschenwelt, die ist heute ein Menschen. Aber es gibt auch Firmen, Wasserversorgung überall privatisiert. Mit anderen Worten, zum Beispiel Nestle aus der Schweiz, die sind jetzt gerade dran, Wasser von Kalifornien, einen Staat, unheimlich Trockenheit leidet. Das Quellwasser abzuzapfen, dort zu vergessen. Profit. Legal. Das ist total legal. Die Lizenz ist seit 1988 abgelaufen. Das kann man sich vorstellen. sonst wollen wir es nicht. Andere, wie zum Beispiel Starbucks, die haben ebenfalls Wasser abgezapft, die sind aber haben wenigstens so viel Ethik, dass sie sich sagen, okay, Kalifornien wird rationalisiert, außer dem Trink pro Person, die nicht rationalisiert ist, aber alles andere ist. Und da machen wir, da sind wir solidarisch mit ihnen und sind auf Pennsylvania abgezogen. Nestle nicht. Nestle macht weiter. Obwohl sie schon eine ganze Menge von in anderen Staaten der USA und Kanada Probleme haben mit dem Gesetz und auch verschiedene Gerichtsvorgänge laufen und so weiter. Aber sie machen weiter. Das finde ich, das ist absolut skrupellos und da fehlt jede Ethik. Und da gibt es noch viele davon. Da haben wir, sieht auch die Weltbank, wie wenn Wasser zum Beispiel in Südafrika privatisiert wurde, wurden gleichzeitig von Spekulanten. Das sind als Spekulation mit Nahrungsmitteln.
Also Leerverkäufe und einfach das auf den Spieltisch gepackt.
Genau. Und diese Spekulationen, die gehen weiter. Das hat sich heute ein bisschen eingeschränkt, aber diese Spekulationen gehen weiter. Und jetzt, wenn ich dieses Beispiel von Etat oder Ethik noch ein bisschen weiterbringen kann und mich eigentlich auf mein eigenes Land beziehen darf. Die Schweiz. Da wurde neulich von der Juso eine Initiative durchgeführt. Die Schweiz hat ja das Referendumsrecht und 100.000 Unterschriften kriegt man das Recht, die Bevölkerung das Recht abzustimmen über ein neues Gesetz.
Also diese direkte Demokratie,
diese sogenannte direkte, die man in Anführungszeichen setzen muss. Und ich sage jetzt gerade warum. Weil die Jusos, die haben also im Zusammenhang mit dann später auch mit den Sozialisten, sofern es die noch gibt, diese Initiative auf den Tisch gelegt und es gibt so etwas, ein ungeschriebenes Gesetz, dass jede Initiative, selbst wenn sie total korrekt ist, die muss zuerst abgesegnet werden von der Regierung, also vom Bundesrat und unter Umständen sogar noch vom Parlament. Und in diesem Falle, das heißt, sie kommt trotzdem zur Abstimmung, denn das ist alles rechtmäßig, aber der Bundesrat gibt vorher seinen Senf dazu, um das so zu sagen, gibt seinen Kommentar dazu. Und da hat doch die Bundespräsidentin hat gesagt, ja, das ist alles schön, aber wir brauchen so eine Initiative nicht. Das regelt sich von selbst, nicht wahr? Das regelt sich von selbst. Und ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass Leute wie eben diese Bundespräsidentin nicht weiß, warum und weshalb 2008, 2009 etwa 2 bis 3 Millionen gestorben sind. Dass sie nicht weiß, dass sie nicht unterrichtet ist über die Studie von der Weltbank, dass 80% mit Spekulation zu tun hat und dass sie nicht weiß, dass der größte Teil dieser Spekulation über Schweizer Banken und Schweizer Finanzierungsinstitute läuft. Das finde ich skandalös. Und da fehlt eben die Ethik. Wenn ich noch ganz kurz anhängen darf.
Ganz lang anhängen.
Das Wissenswert. Ja. Vielleicht muss man dazwischen sagen, dass Bundespräsidentin bei Ihnen die Regierungschefin ist, oder?
Die Regierungschefin, die sich jährlich wechselt. Und zufällig eine der sozialdemokratischen Partei angehört, muss man auch noch sagen. Und wenn ich da noch anhängen kann, die Interpretation, meine Interpretation von Etat und Ethik, ich sehe Etat, ich weiß schon, in Deutschland ist Etat der Staatshaushalt. Ich sehe ihn als Etat, als Staat. Und wenn der Staat, wie das in der Schweiz der Fall ist, fast überall heutzutage der Fall ist, wenn der Staat einfach die Verantwortung abstößt an den Privatsektor, an die Privatindustrie, an Nestle, an Glencore, an Metallurg, an diese Mining Companies, die es in der Schweiz gibt.
25% des weltweiten Kupferhandels werden in der Schweiz abgewickelt, die gar keine Kupferminen haben.
Ganz genau. Mindestens 70% des weltweiten Produkts wird in der Schweiz raffiniert. Da gibt es zurzeit verschiedene Fälle, zum Beispiel für Peru und von anderen südamerikanischen Ländern, wirklich als angeklagt, illegales Goldgeld zu waschen. Und es lohnt sich mindestens mal, sich die Frage zu stellen, ob das nicht möglich sein könnte, wenn mindestens 70, gewisse Leute sagen 90% der gesamten Gold in der Schweiz weiß gewaschen. Also da muss man sich wirklich fragen, was macht die Regierung, dass sie keine ethischen Normen rausgibt, für diese Unternehmen. Und ich nenne jetzt die Schweiz, weil es mich persönlich betrifft, weil ich einerseits weinen möchte, wie Sie gesagt haben. Ich weiß, es nützt nichts, deshalb muss man es in einer Schau zum breitschlagen, wie eben bei KenFM, denn in der Schweiz würde mit niemand publizieren. Das gibt es eigentlich nicht. Sie müssen in die Schweiz gehen.
Ja. Die Schweiz kann uns ja Gott sei Dank, die Schweiz ist auch ans Internet angeschlossen. Das ist ja das Schöne.
Es gibt auch immer mehr, die KenFM kennen.
Herr König, ich möchte auf ein Buch hinweisen, das Sie geschrieben haben. Wir haben uns vor 4,5 Jahren zum ersten Mal getroffen in einem abgerockten VW-Bus, der noch abgerockter ist, damals in Zürich. Wir haben auch über schon die Weltbank gesprochen. Das Buch heißt Implosion. Sie haben in Romanform verarbeitet Ihre Erlebnisse während Ihrer Zeit in der Weltbank. Ich kann das nur empfehlen. Gibt es nur auf Englisch. Vielleicht können wir es auch ins Deutsche übersetzen. Wir versuchen das. Aber erstmal auch ein Hinweis, Implosion heißt das Buch und in Romanform deswegen, weil es kann sonst sehr unangenehm für einen Autor werden, wenn er da so ins Detail geht. Das kann durchaus lebensgefährliche Züge bekommen. Sie sind auch heute hier, weil Sie sind Mitglied der Delphi-Initiative. Delphi deutet schon an, da ist jemand, der orakelt nicht nur, der hat auch klare Tipps. Werden wir auch nachher darüber sprechen. Sie waren in Griechenland, Sie waren noch beratend tätig. Die Frage ist, ob man das, was Sie und andere Ökonomen mit Weltruf dort auch der Regierung gesagt haben, Tsipras und Co., ob man das überhaupt hören wollte, ob man sie überhaupt geladen hat. Wir haben es geschafft, diese Menschen zu treffen. Soviel ich weiß, hatte Tsipras und Co. keine Zeit dafür. Vielleicht muss man auch mal darüber reden, ist diese Regierung links, war sie links, was bedeutet Oschi, wenn man später etwas anderes macht. Von der Institution Weltbank kommen wir mal zum IWF. Herr Wolf, ich weiß, dass Sie den IWF, Sie können ja kurz mal zur Geschichte des IWF was sagen, seit wann es den gibt, dass Sie ihn, glaube ich, ganz fix als einen Kredithai bezeichnen. Wer dorthin geht, der ist sowas von ausgeliefert, der hat die Knarre direkt an der Schläfe, der darf sich nicht wundern. Seit wann gibt es denn diesen IWF?
Den IWF gibt es seit Mitte der 40er Jahre. Der ist ins Leben gerufen worden durch die Konferenz von Bretton Woods. Mit der Konferenz von Bretton Woods ist ja ein Weltwährungssystem geschaffen worden, was völlig einmalig in der Geschichte der Menschheit ist, weil eine Währung, nämlich der US-Dollar, zur Leitwährung erklärt worden ist. Das gab es vorher nicht. Also alle anderen Währungen sind durch diese Erklärung zur Leitwährung in Abhängigkeit gebracht worden von dem US-Dollar. Der US-Dollar ist damals noch an Gold gebunden gewesen, alle anderen Währungen sind an den US-Dollar gebunden gewesen. Das System ist dann aufgelöst worden 1971, als die Goldbindung des Dollars aufgehoben wurde. Aber bis dahin hatte der Dollar schon seine Macht voll entfaltet als Reservewährung. Und das ist das Wichtigste an dem Dollar. Der Dollar ist die weltweite Reservewährung. Also alle Zentralbanken der Welt haben einen großen Teil ihrer Bestände halten die in Dollar.
Auch die EZB?
Auch die EZB hat über 60%, im Moment 62 oder 63% ihrer Reserven in US-Dollar und ist deswegen auch direkt finanziell von den USA abhängig. Und ich möchte mal darauf zurückkommen, was Herr Müller gesagt hat und was er gesagt hat, dass sich die Politik seit den 70er und den 80er Jahren irgendwie geändert hat. Und die hat sich geändert, und zwar deswegen, weil sich das Finanzsystem auch völlig geändert hat. Weil seit den 70er Jahren sehen wir, dass die Realwirtschaft immer weniger wichtig geworden ist und der Finanzsektor immer wichtiger geworden ist. Es hat ein Prozess der Finanzialisierung eingesetzt. Ein Prozess der Finanzialisierung und der Globalisierung. Die Globalisierung bedeutet, dass die ganzen Arbeitsplätze aus den Industriestaaten abgewandert oder ausgelagert wurden in Staaten, wo Niedriglöhne nur gezahlt wurden, wie zum Beispiel in China oder heute hauptsächlich in Pakistan, Bangladesch und solchen Staaten. Und neben dieser Globalisierung hat eine riesige Finanzialisierung eingesetzt. Und zwar hat sich der Finanzsektor, der früher gedient hat, um die Realwirtschaft voranzutreiben. Also früher war es so, dass die Banken Kredite vergeben haben, die Unternehmen haben die Kredite genommen und haben damit investiert und dann haben sie auch Arbeitsplätze geschaffen und so weiter. Dieser Finanzsektor hat sich völlig verselbstständigt, ab der Mitte der 70er Jahre ungefähr. In den 80er und Ende der 80er und in den 90er Jahren sind dann die Hedgefonds gegründet worden und es sind Produkte auf den Markt gekommen, die Derivate heißen. Derivate, das sind Options, Swaps, Futures und so weiter. Das sind Dinge, die kein Mensch versteht, aber das Wichtigste, was man daran verstehen muss, ist, das sind Dinge, die haben mit der Realwirtschaft überhaupt nichts zu tun. Das sind Wetten, das sind einfache Wetten. Sie können seit ungefähr 1990 können Sie auf steigende oder fallende Kurse wetten. Früher war es so, dass Sie nur an der Börse Aktien kaufen konnten oder nur Aktien gekauft haben, die dann später auch mehr wert waren. Und wenn diese Aktien dann also sich positiv entwickelt haben, dann haben Sie eine Dividende ausgezahlt bekommen. Heute können Sie auf fallende Kurse wetten. Vorletzte Woche hat ein Hedgefonds in London 200 Millionen Dollar innerhalb von 2 Tagen gemacht, indem er auf fallende Kurse in China gewettet hat. Und dieser Bereich der Derivate, dieser Bereich der reinen Finanzindustrie, die nur ein Spielcasino ist, der ist inzwischen 10-mal so groß wie die Realwirtschaft. Die Realwirtschaft umfasst ein Volumen von ungefähr 72 Billionen US-Dollar. Und dieser Derivatemarkt umfasst ein Volumen von ungefähr 700 bis 800, keiner kann das genau sagen, Billionen Dollar. Und der ist völlig dereguliert, völlig unreguliert. Man kann nicht genau sagen, es gibt Schätzungen, dass er inzwischen 1,4 Trillionen trägt. Und niemand kann genau sagen, wie groß der ist, obwohl der so ungeheuer wichtig ist. Und in diesem Markt sind nur Spekulanten am Werk, Leute, die im Hintergrund sehr viel Geld haben. Hedgefonds sind ja nichts anderes als die Vermögensberatungen von Milliardären. Ja. Das heißt, Milliardäre schaufeln ihr Geld in mehrere Hedgefonds und die mehreren Hedgefonds, die geben das Geld dann in die Firmen hinein, aber nicht mit dem Ziel, irgendwo Arbeitsplätze zu schaffen, sondern möglichst schnell eine Rendite rauszuziehen. Der größte Hedgefonds der Welt ist BlackRock, der ist an allen DAX-Unternehmen in Deutschland mit mindestens 5% beteiligt.
Ich halte es schon für richtig, was Sie sagen, dass diese Ausdehnung des Finanzsektors eine wesentliche Rolle spielt. Aber entscheidend, was ich finde, wo ich auch Ihnen gar nicht widersprechen will, ist, dass wir ja beobachten müssen, dass diese ganzen Wetten und alles das nur deshalb so funktionieren, weil wir als Steuerzahler im Krisenfall eingetreten sind. Also das ganze Geschäft basierte doch auch auf dieser Art von politischer Korruption, die stattfindet. Also wenn unsere Regierung uns erklärt, jede Bank in Deutschland ist systemrelevant, was sie uns 2008 erklärt hat und 2007 schon. Da wurde dann die IKB, die Industriekreditbank, gerettet mit 10 Milliarden. War eine lächerliche kleine Bank in Düsseldorf. Die ganze deutsche Wirtschaft saß im Aufsichtsrat. Und dann haben wir sie gerettet, damit die alle nicht so alt aussehen. 10 Milliarden für so ein Ding. Und dann kam 2008 die Hypo Real Estate in München dazu. Da sind wahrscheinlich inzwischen, das kommt nie so ganz raus, 100 Milliarden hingeflossen. Also ich will ja nur ergänzen, was Sie sagen, das korrupte politische System, dass wir solche Spekulationen retten, kommt hinzu zu dieser Ausweitung des Finanzsektors. Und im Falle Griechenlands ist es ja besonders absurd, dass diese Ausweitung des Finanzsystems, dass man da Kredite gegeben hat an Griechenland, dass das ja dann zum Skandal geworden ist, als diese privaten Kredite von Banken dorthin umgewandelt worden sind in Forderungen von uns Steuerzahlern dahin. Das heißt, die Schulden Griechenlands sind plötzlich Schulden an die öffentliche Hand in Europa geworden, statt an Paribas oder an andere Banken, Deutsche Bank und so weiter. Und dieses Eintreten von uns, der Öffentlichkeit, dem Steuerzahler, für diese Wettschulden, das ist dann der zusätzliche Skandal zu der Ausweitung.
Vielleicht darf ich da noch etwas ergänzen. Vielleicht muss man da noch wissen, warum ist es überhaupt so weit gekommen. Weil mit der Auflösung des Goldstandards 1971, da hat sich nicht nur die USA sehr viel Geld damit ergattert, weil der Marktpreis des Goldes, der damals mit 35 Dollar pro Unze festgelegt wurde, hat sich praktisch verzehnfacht. Und Amerika hat begonnen, seinen Goldvorrat zu verkaufen und zum Teil natürlich ein bisschen von den Schulden des Vietnamkriegs zurückzubezahlen, aber vor allem um viel mehr Geld in Umlauf zu setzen. Und den zweiten Schritt, damit hat sich dann also praktisch eine Fiat-Währung ergeben. Fiat heißt also, man glaubt einfach daran, die Regierung macht das Geld, das ist mit dem Euro heutzutage genauso, das Geld wird produziert praktisch im Computer. Und das hat sich dann noch im zweiten Schritt, der Deregulation während der Clinton-Regierung in den 90er Jahren noch verschlimmert, wo die Banken praktisch total dereguliert wurden und freie Hand hatten, so viel Geld wie sie wollen, praktisch zu kreieren.
Herr König, ich möchte hier kurz reingrätschen. Wir hatten das in der Geschichte ja schon mal und da gab es ja einen amerikanischen Präsidenten, der genau das eingesetzt hat, dass das reguliert wurde. Können Sie kurz mal da zurückgehen, dass man sich die Frage stellt, warum wurde das rückgängig gemacht? Weil man wusste doch, zu welchem Ergebnis das führen muss.
Ja, das war 1933, wenn ich mich richtig daran erinnern kann. Da wurde im Prinzip
das haben Sie aber nicht erlebt.
Das habe ich nicht erlebt. Das habe ich gelesen. Nee, und das wurde damals praktisch zum Schutz vor einer weiteren Börsenkrise, wie die damals hieß, 1928, wurde dieser Akt eingerufen. Glass-Steagall-Akt eingerufen, und der hat also die Limitierung der Banken prophezeit. Mit anderen Worten, eine Bank musste ein gewisses Kapital haben und eine Rücklage haben, um Geld zu produzieren, das heißt, um Darlehen zu machen. Und das ist heute total weg. Und was noch dazu kommt, ist, dass nicht nur ist es in den USA abgeschaffen worden, es gab plötzlich dann ein praktisch ungeschriebenes Gesetz, was praktisch niemand weiß, dass die World Trade Organization hat allen Ländern, die Mitglied sind und werden wollen, auferlegt, dass sie ihr Bankensystem deregulieren müssen. Und nur auf diese Art und Weise ist das Bankensystem globalisiert worden. Das heißt, es ist total verknüpft und jede Bank kann machen, was sie will. Und jetzt geht es also, der dritte Schritt, der jetzt noch dazu kommt und mit dem wir seit August dieses Jahres rechnen müssen, ist der sogenannte Haircut. Das ist ein derogatorischer Ausdruck, der wurde angewandt zum ersten Mal in Zyprus vor 2 Jahren, 2013. Mit anderen Worten, das heißt, dass die Banken, die werden jetzt nicht mehr vom Steuerzahler gerettet, sondern die retten sich selber, indem sie den Hinterlegern das Geld klauen, buchstäblich den Depositoren das Geld wegnehmen oder den Aktionären ihre Aktien wegnehmen, damit sie retten. Seit dem August dieses Jahres hat die Europäische Kommission im Prinzip eine Gruppe von Leuten, die nicht gewählt sind, die absolute Schurken sind in meinen Augen. Entschuldigung, dass ich den Ausdruck brauche, ich werde da ein bisschen emotional darüber.
Das gehört aber zum Thema.
Das gehört zum Thema. Die haben entschieden, dass das jetzt die Regel wird. Mit anderen Worten, ich verwundere mich, dass niemand bis jetzt das gemerkt hat und auf die Banken rennt und das Geld abzieht. Und es unter die Matratze legt oder in irgendetwas investiert, was man braucht. Und das Geld ist auf den Banken nicht mehr sicher. Und dazu kommt jetzt noch etwas Neues, und das ist der vierte Schritt, mit dem wir rechnen müssen. Das ist die Elektronisierung des Geldes. Es besteht ein Trend dafür, dass das Bargeld verschwinden soll. Das heißt,
aus hygienischen Gründen.
Aus hygienischen Gründen, genau, aus hygienischen Gründen.
Habe ich schon gehört. Als
ja, ich habe es auch schon gehört. Das ist unglaublich. Und die Leute glauben das. Nein, aber zur totalen Kontrolle. Es gibt jetzt schon in Frankreich, kann man keine Rechnung oder nichts mehr bezahlen mit mehr als 1.000 Euros Cash. Alles andere muss über eine Bank laufen. Und die Cash-Automaten, die werden immer teurer werden. Also das heißt, dass sie nicht mehr daran interessiert sind, Geld abzuheben von den Cash-Automaten, sondern eher eine Kreditkarte. Da können sie überall gut verfolgt werden, man kann ihnen auch das Geld blockieren. Letztlich kann jemand wie der Staat, der keine Ethik mehr hat, kann ihr Geld auf der Bank blockieren und nehmen. Das ist so im kleinen Rahmen jetzt für uns, das genau dasselbe, was die USA bereits machen mit ihren Sanktionen an Russland.
Das heißt, der einzelne Bürger kann sanktioniert werden, wenn er aufmüpfige Radio- oder Fernsehprogramme
ganz genau. Macht. Sein Geld kann blockiert werden. Das hat man sehr gut, das haben die Europäer, also diese Vassalstaaten von Europa, das kann man nicht anders nennen, sind total ohne Rückgrat, die machen alles, was Amerika verlangt. Die haben also daraus gelernt und machen jetzt das mit der Bevölkerung. In Amerika ist dasselbe Gesetz gültig. Und das finde ich, das geht also in eine Richtung, wo der normale Bürger, also der Bürger von der Straße, wie wir alle sind, das wissen sollen. Wir sollten darüber Bescheid wissen, was los ist, was im Hintergrund, hinter der Kulissen laufen.
Herr Giannis, ich möchte hier mal eingreifen. Sie sind ja Professor und haben mit Studenten zu tun, die ja das Land verändern sollen. Ich habe schon sehr, sehr lange keine Studentenproteste mehr gesehen. Es lag oft am schlechten Wetter. In Kombination mit Love Parade wäre es möglicherweise gegangen. Oder wenn das neue iPhone draußen wäre und am Apple Shop vorbeiführt. Ist eine böse Bemerkung, aber vielleicht können Sie mal aus Ihrem Alltag erzählen. Sie sind ja jemand, der eben auch politisch denkt. Das darf man ja auch als Professor oder als Mediziner. Aber es ist wahnsinnig schwierig, Studenten für Politik zu interessieren, auch Kollegen für Politik zu interessieren. Die interessieren sich offensichtlich nur noch für ihr Fachgebiet. Warum ist das so?
In der Odyssee von Homer gibt es einen schönen Satz, den ich immer wieder zitiere, weil ich gehöre zu den politischen Menschen, die auch Farbe bekennen. Und es gibt einen schönen Satz: Satt und ignorant haben sie sich schlafen gelegt. Und das ist genau das, was wir in unserer Gesellschaft feststellen. Den Leuten geht es zu gut. Die sind...
Da widerspreche ich.
Vielen geht es zu gut. Was die Studenten angeht, meine Erfahrung ist, ich will jetzt nicht sagen, die Studenten von heute, das will ich so nicht machen. Aber durch diese Zusammenhänge, die Sie eben so schön beschrieben haben und Sie auch zum Teil, die Leute, die Studenten haben im Auge den späteren Beruf. Und bereits also diese Kontrollmechanismen, die eben angesprochen wurden, auch subtile Kontrollmechanismen, sorgen dafür, dass der Mund gehalten wird. Und die Studenten, die protestieren nicht mehr. Die protestieren für kleine Belange, wenn sie also möglicherweise billiger ist.
Aber es ist eben ein Unterschied, ob man sagt, sie sind satt oder ob man sagt, sie müssen darauf achten, dass sie später einen Beruf bekommen. Beides vermischt sich ja. Und ich würde nicht sagen, dass alle deutschen Studenten satt sind, und nicht mal ein großer Anteil, sondern dass es viele davon gibt, die durchaus in schwierigen Verhältnissen sind, die aber genau wissen, sie müssen sich anpassen, um dann bei der Berufswahl auch wirklich erfolgreich zu sein. Das ist ein großer Unterschied. Und ich wende mich ein bisschen dagegen, weil wir sind zart, wir leben über unsere Verhältnisse und so weiter. Das ist die typische neoliberale Propaganda, die ich Ihnen nicht unterstellen will, muss ich ausdrücklich sagen. Aber das ist ja so etwas, was uns eingetrichtert wird, auch jetzt wieder. Uns geht es allen gut. Ja? Stimmt überhaupt nicht, uns geht es nicht allen gut. Uns geht es gut, die wir hier in der Runde sitzen. Aber ganz vielen Leuten draußen im Lande oder vielen Leuten geht es eben nicht so gut. Das ist zunächst mal festzuhalten. Ich kritisiere nicht ihre These, was die Studenten und ihr Streben betrifft und auch was die Entpolitisierung betrifft. Das ist völlig richtig beobachtet, da würde ich nicht widersprechen.
Die Politisierung von Studenten ist nicht mehr sexy.
Ja.
Ganz einfach.
Ja.
So ist das. Und ich kann von Sattheit, Saturiertheit oder Hunger, ich kenne das gut.
Ja.
Und ich kenne die Situation in meinem Lande, ich weiß, wie ich aufgewachsen bin, mit was für Sachheitsgefühl oder nicht. Und ich weiß, wie es den Leuten hier geht. Ich empfehle auch vielen Studenten, jungen Leuten, auch ins Ausland zu gehen. Ein bisschen so im Süden, ein bisschen so im früheren Ostblock, um zu gucken, wie gut sie es hier haben. Also in meinen Augen, und erlauben Sie mir, das Ganze nicht mit den Augen eines Deutschen zu sehen, sondern mit den Augen eines Griechen, der hier als Grieche gekommen ist mit 18 und dann den Marsch durch die Institutionen gegangen ist. Ich habe meinen Mund nie gehalten. Und deswegen bin ich auch so gekommen, wo ich gekommen bin.
Ja.
Und ich bin auch froh, dass ich also keinem verpflichtet bin, und ich bin auch froh, dass ich so weit gekommen bin, ohne dass mein Rückgrat ziemlich verweichlicht ist. Und das verkennen viele Leute. Insbesondere die Jungen, die meinen, je angepasster sie sind, desto besser kommen sie vorwärts. Das ist Pustekuchen, so geht es nicht. Auch diese Arbeitgeber brauchen Leute, die Rückgrat haben und auch ihre Interessen durchsetzen müssen in einer Fabrik, in einem Betrieb. Und das geht nicht mit Weicheiern. Das geht nicht.
Herr Jannis, Herr Professor Jannis, Sie haben ja selber 5 Kinder, ich glaube zum Teil im heiratsfähigen Alter. Ist Politik da ein Thema bei Ihnen?
Es ist sicherlich ein Thema, aber sicherlich nicht mit derselben Intensität, wie ich mich mit meiner Frau darüber unterhalte. Und auch bei meinen Kindern sehe ich auch, sie haben ihre Gedanken, sie äußern sie, aber in den meisten Fällen so sehr zivilisiert. Im Gegensatz zu dem Vater.
Ja, ich möchte mal auf Zerrissenheit kommen. Sie können es ja in der eigenen Familie, können Sie es ja spüren, weil Ihre Kinder sind ja nicht deutsch oder griechisch, sondern sind griechische, deutsche Griechen, wie immer Sie das wollen. Und je nachdem, was passiert, macht das was. Da sind wir bei einem wichtigen Thema. Also als der Euro eingeführt wurde, Herr Albrecht, Herr Müller, die Frage geht an Sie. Da dachten wir ja alle, so wurde es uns verkauft, endlich einen wir uns und wir haben ja alle dieselben dieselben Werte und wir müssen ja feststellen, dass der Euro inzwischen zu einem Spaltpilz geworden ist und was wir hier überhaupt gar nicht mehr sind, dazu kann man die Bild-Zeitung mal sehen, dass wir solidarisch sind mit anderen Völkern. Ja? Sie haben uns ja auch ein Foto mitgebracht, das wir vielleicht gleich mal zeigen können. Ja? Also der Euro entwickelt sich doch als Spaltpilz. Hätten Sie damit gerechnet, als er eingeführt wurde oder waren Sie so naiv?
Als er eingeführt wurde, habe ich das Defizit gesehen und das Defizit war damals schon erkennbar, dass hier Länder zusammengefügt werden, die einen divergierenden Standard der Wettbewerbsfähigkeit haben und es war mir klar, damals 2001 habe ich mit Flassbeck auch ganz früh mal ein Essay geschrieben, sogar in der FAZ gehabt, darüber, dass man schauen muss, dass diese Wettbewerbsfähigkeit im Geleitzug bleibt oder wieder wird. Das ist das eigentliche Problem. Wir haben eine gemeinsame Währung, haben aber nicht annähernde Wettbewerbsfähigkeiten in diesem Geleitzug. Und deshalb, je mehr das auseinanderdriftete und je mehr wir die Löhne festgehalten haben bei uns, eine schlechte Lohnentwicklung, und andere haben ein bisschen mehr zugegriffen, umso mehr lief das auseinander, sodass jetzt wir halt eine große Exportnation sind. Da kam die Propaganda dazu, dass das angeblich was Tolles ist, wenn man Exportüberschüsse hat. Und wir haben im Grunde Arbeitslosigkeit exportiert. Das muss man ganz klar sehen. Jeder Exportüberschuss ist auch Export von Arbeitslosigkeit. Und das war eine Fehlentwicklung. Das liegt nicht am Euro selbst, sondern es liegt daran, dass die Verantwortlichen geschlafen haben. Der Finanzminister Eichel, der Finanzminister Schäuble, Finanzminister Steinbrück und die Europäische Kommission, die ja eigentlich dafür auch da sein sollte, für dieses Gleichgewicht zu sorgen, und die Eurogruppe sowieso, die haben das versäumt. Das liegt nicht am Euro selber. Und da Draufschlagen auf den Euro mache ich nicht mit, weil das eigentlich was Vernünftiges ist, dass man eine gemeinsame Währung hat. Aber das will ich niemandem vorschreiben, dass er das nicht macht. Also nur ich mache es nicht mit. Jetzt aber mal noch schnell zu was eben, was das Verteufelte ist daran ist, dass wir eben bei uns in Deutschland Leute am Drücker haben, die diese Fehlentwicklung offenbar mitgemacht haben und jetzt genießen. Und dazu habe ich das Foto mitgebracht. Sieht man das schon?
Können wir vielleicht mal zeigen?
Ja.
Vielleicht können Sie
also
das sagen.
Das ist ein Foto, das war im Stern. Und das hat der Redakteur des Stern, Arno Luig, dem Varoufakis bei einem Interview vorgelegt. Und es zeigt Herrn Schäuble und den Eurogruppenchef Dijsselbloem und den estländischen Finanzminister. Als, ich sage es in den Worten von Varoufakis, der hat gesagt, als Griechenland am Galgen hing, und ich ergänze es, als klar war, dass noch mehr Leute noch mehr leiden müssen in Griechenland und sich umbringen oder arbeitslos werden und ihnen die Rente gekürzt wird, da haben diese Leute sich so gefreut. Und das zeigt eigentlich ganz viel zu unserem Thema heute Abend. Wir haben offenbar
unterschiedliche Haltung, was Ethik angeht.
Nee, wir haben amoralische Leute an der Spitze. Ja. Wir haben wirklich absolut. Das ist doch was Sie hier sehen. Also wenn mich jemand fragen würde, wie sieht der Leibhaftige aus, dann würde ich sagen so.
So sehen Sie unterhalten, Sie müssen mich nicht fragen, aber die Frage geht an Sie jetzt trotzdem mal, Herr Wolf. Ist Herr Müller naiv? Waren die nicht immer schon so, nur dass wir den jetzt kennen? Ich meine, IWF?
Also meine Meinung waren die früher nicht viel besser vom IWF. Ne? Also, aber es gibt schon graduelle Abstimmung. Und es ist einfach so, dass heute Politiker in meinen Augen nichts anderes sind als die willfährigen Exekutivorgane der Finanzindustrie. Also der Spielraum, den Politiker heute haben, der ist sehr gering. Und deswegen gehen auch nur noch solche Leute in die Politik, die in diesem geringen Spielraum dann auch noch leben mögen. Das heißt, die wissen von vornherein, wenn sie heute in die Politik gehen, dann wissen sie von vornherein, dass sie so und so viel Lügen unter den Leuten verbreiten müssen. Also wer heute mit gewissen moralischen oder ethischen Vorstellungen in die Politik geht, der ist auch 10 Minuten später wieder draußen. Man bleibt nur drin, wenn man akzeptiert diesen ganzen Doublespeak, diese Orwellsche Doppelsprech, was man benutzt hat. Man braucht bloß dran denken, jetzt bei der Griechenland-Rettung, wie oft das Wort Hilfsprogramme da in den Mund genommen wurde. Es gibt keine Hilfsprogramme. Es hat nie ein Hilfsprogramm für Griechenland gegeben. Es hat Knechtungsprogramme gegeben. Es hat Programme gegeben, um Griechenland zu erpressen und Griechenland zu erwürgen. Aber es gab kein einziges Hilfsprogramm. Der IWF und die Troika ist ja nichts anderes als der verlängerte Arm. Vielleicht sollte man eine Frage noch mal stellen, das ist nämlich ganz interessant. Warum der IWF bei der Griechenland-Rettung eigentlich dabei ist? Weil Griechenland ist Teil der Eurozone. Das heißt, die EU, das versteht man, warum die EU in der Troika mit drin ist. Man versteht auch, warum die EZB, weil die ja für die Währung des Euro zuständig ist, warum die dabei ist. Aber warum ist der IWF dabei? Der IWF, das kann ich Ihnen auch sagen, warum der dabei ist. Der ist deswegen dabei, weil es nämlich auch die amerikanischen Großbanken betrifft. Weil ein Großteil der griechischen Schulden bei amerikanischen Großbanken rückversichert ist. Und wenn Griechenland den Bach runtergeht, das kann ich Ihnen versichern, dann gehen die 6 großen amerikanischen Banken ebenfalls den Bach herunter. Deswegen müssen die Amerikaner dafür sorgen, dass Griechenland auf jeden Fall erhalten bleibt. Und im Moment gibt es ja diesen Disput zwischen dem IWF und der EU, dass der IWF sagt, also wir wollen, dass die EU diese ganzen Schulden nimmt, dass es einen Haircut gibt und so weiter. Das ist ein reines Machtspiel zwischen dem IWF und der EU. Der IWF weiß ganz genau, dass man Griechenland niemals vertrauen lassen kann. Dazu ist es auch noch so, dass der IWF seine Schulden vertraglich so abgesichert hat, dass die Schulden beim IWF vor allen anderen Schulden immer und ewig bezahlt werden müssen. Also jedes afrikanische Land, was Schulden hat, überall in aller Welt, muss immer die Schulden des IWF zuerst bedienen. Und genauso ist es im Fall Griechenland.
Wolf, aber ich möchte auch anführen oder betonen oder unterstreichen, für mein Land gibt es keine Perspektive. Ganz einfach.
Im Moment nicht. Die Perspektive ist letzte Woche aufgegeben worden. Letzte Woche haben der ESM und der IWF deklariert, dass eine neue Bewertung der Schulden Griechenlands vorgenommen wird. Bisher war es die Schuldenquote, die gezählt hat. Ich will das mal kurz erklären. Die Schuldenquote eines Landes, das ist die Menge der Schulden im Verhältnis zum Bruttoinlandsprodukt. Das Bruttoinlandsprodukt, das ist die Summe aller produzierten Waren und aller erbrachten Dienstleistungen. Also wenn dieses Verhältnis 100% überschreitet, dann heißt es in der Volkswirtschaft, dieses Land kann seine Schulden nicht mehr zurückbezahlen. Am Anfang der Griechenland-Krise jetzt war der Schuldenstand schon 120% für Griechenland. Nach den 6 Austeritätsprogrammen betrug dieser Schuldenstand 180%. Jetzt mit dem neuen Programm beträgt er 220%. Genau. Das heißt, es ist völlig verloren, das Land. Und deswegen hat der ESM jetzt dem IWF offiziell vorgeschlagen, richtet euch nicht mehr nach der Schuldenquote. Und tatsächlich der Klaus Regling, der Chef vom ESM, hat sich doch nicht entblödet, vor die Kameras zu gehen und zu sagen, wir haben einen Fehler gemacht. Wir haben bisher die Schuldenquote betrachtet, das war völlig falsch. Wir müssen den Schuldendienst betrachten. Und von jetzt an gilt nur noch der Schuldendienst. Der Schuldendienst bedeutet, dass die ihre Zinsen auf die ganzen Schulden bezahlen können. Und die Zinsen sind jetzt extra so niedrig eingesetzt worden, nämlich mit 1%, dass Griechenland die tatsächlich noch aus den Rentnern und Kranken und so weiter da rauspressen kann, um diesen Schuldendienst zu leisten. Die Tilgung der Schulden, die beginnt sowieso erst ab 2024 und die Schulden sind inzwischen erstreckt bis ins Jahr 2054, glaube ich, und die sollen im Oktober und November noch weiter nach hinten geschoben werden. Das heißt, den Kindern und den Enkeln werden diese Schulden aufgebürdet, nur um die Macht der Banken zu erhalten.
Also trotzdem, ich möchte nochmal sagen, für die Griechen gibt es keine Perspektive und ich habe immer wieder gesagt, für die nächsten 200 bis 300 Jahre werden wir
solange dieses System
Hilfe brauchen.
Genau.
Ich möchte aber einen Satz auch zu diesem Bild, das Sie eben gezeigt haben, vielleicht kann man das nochmal zeigen, weil der Satz passt jetzt sehr schön dazu. Ist es möglich, dass man das Bild...
Technisch alles möglich.
Gut, also ich habe jetzt kürzlich einen Film, einen Bericht von Stefan Lambin über den Schäuble, Dr. Schäuble gesehen und was mich schockiert hat, war ein Satz zu Beginn des Films, ist ein bisschen leise gesprochen und da sagt Dr. Schäuble Folgendes: Ich bin so abgehärtet in einem langen, bösen Leben, dass man mir nichts antun kann. Und ich sage, man muss ja kein Psychologe, kein Psychiater, kein Mediziner sein, um zu erkennen, wenn ein Mensch sein Leben als böse bezeichnet, kann er sich selbst nicht lieben. Und wenn er sich selbst nicht lieben kann keine Empathie zeigen. Herr Dr. Schäuble wird durch Hass getrieben und durch seine doch negative Vergangenheit. Er ist nicht dazu gekommen, was er sich erträumt hatte. Das ist auch da klar herausgekommen. Und er erweist, wenn er einen Dienst erweist, einen Dienst den Deutschen, aber er ist der Totengräber der Europäischen Union. Das ist so. Und wenn Sie die Mühe sich machen und im Süden gehen und über Europa reden, über die EU, dann bilden sich die Leute immer Austerität, Krankenversicherung ist nicht da, hungernde Leute, die sammeln bei uns das Brot, also in Athen oder in Städten, da müssen Sie sich das vorstellen, in Europa. Wir leben 2015 und ich habe das mit meinen Augen gesehen. aus den Restaurants das Brot des vergangenen Tages, das ist nicht mehr frisch, wird nicht mehr in den Mülleimer geschmissen, sondern in eine Plastiktüte neben dem Mülleimer gehängt. Dann kommen immer Leute und holen sich das. Ich schäme mich fremd für diejenigen, die das verbockt haben. Und ich werde häufig gefragt, was ist Schuld dran? Und ich sage das, was Sie am Anfang oder vor wenigen Minuten gesagt haben. Ich sage, ich kann jetzt viel darüber reden, aber ich sage einen Satz. Korrupte griechische Politiker und griechische Oligarchen und griechische Banker haben sich zusammengetan mit korrupten EU-Politikern. Ich halte mich ein bisschen jetzt zurück, ich kann es aber noch besser sagen. Mit korrupten EU-Politikern und Bankern und Oligarchen haben sich zusammengetan und haben das Land kaputt gemacht. Und merkwürdiger war es, in diesen 5 Jahren, wo die Troika oder 6 Jahre bei uns gewesen ist, Geld oder deren Gelder wurden mehr und nicht weniger. Dagegen das Geld, was wird in Europa für ein Exempel statuiert? Ist das Europa, was wir uns so erträumt haben? Es ist nicht mein Europa. Ich will aber jetzt nicht unbedingt die EU-Beauftragte der Amerikaner zitieren mit diesem schönen F-Wort über die EU. Aber dieses Wort zirkuliert im Süden und nicht nur in Griechenland, sondern im gesamten Süden Europas, der von Zypern beginnt, so nach Griechenland weiterläuft, Italien, Spanien, Portugal und endet irgendwo in Irland. So weit ist der Süden.
In
Frankreich. Ja, Frankreich, ich habe vergessen.
Ich möchte eine Frage in den Raum werfen, da können Sie sich jetzt alle beteiligen, das muss nicht immer über mich laufen. Hat es möglicherweise, was wir an Druck auf dem europäischen Kessel erleben, hat es möglicherweise mit unserem Wirtschaftssystem zu tun?
Absolut. Absolut. Das ist das völlig aus den Fugen geratene System, was heute von der Finanzindustrie beherrscht wird. Wir müssen also mal ganz kurz zu einigen Entwicklungsschritten. Also die Finanzialisierung des Kapitalismus hat in den 70er Jahren eingesetzt. In den 90er Jahren sind dann die Hedgefonds ganz groß geworden, dann ist die Deregulierung weltweit weit vorangeschritten. Also der Bill Clinton hat diesen Glass-Steagall-Act aufgehoben, die Deregulierung, der Deregulierung also wirklich Tür und Tor geöffnet weltweit. Und dadurch ist dieser Finanzsektor vollkommen explodiert. Der erste große Einbruch ist 1998 erfolgt. Da ist nämlich ein Hedgefonds, der Long-Term Capital Management, Hedgefonds, pleite gegangen. Und der musste von den Banken der Wall Street gerettet werden, weil sonst das Weltfinanzsystem zusammengebrochen wäre. Weil
also ein Hedgefonds
ein einziger Hedgefonds hätte das gesamte Weltfinanzsystem in den Abgrund gerissen, weil dessen Schulden rückversichert waren über Kreditausfallversicherung, hauptsächlich damals bei Goldman Sachs. Und da sind die ganzen Banken in der Wall Street haben sich zusammengetan und haben diesen einen Hedgefonds gerettet. Die einzige Bank, die damals nicht mitgemacht hat, war übrigens interessanterweise Lehman Brothers. Die haben es dann bitter bereut, ein paar Jahre später. Weil nämlich 2007, 2008 war es das zweite Mal, dass das Weltfinanzsystem wirklich auf der Kippe gestanden hat. Damals hätte es aber nicht mehr ausgereicht, dass die Banken das Weltfinanzsystem gerettet hätten. Deswegen mussten die Staaten über die Zentralbanken einspringen. Und die mussten also irrsinnige Mengen an Geld reingeben. Die mussten in den USA mussten sie Goldman Sachs retten, da mussten sie AIG, das ist der größte Versicherer der Welt, den mussten sie retten. Alles deswegen, weil die über lauter Kreditausfallversicherung...
Was sind das für Summen, über die wir hier reden?
Wir reden jetzt über Hunderte von Milliarden bis hin in Billionen.
Die aber relativ schnell dann geflossen sind, um zu retten.
Also ein kleines Beispiel jetzt mal, um auf die Schweiz zurückzukommen. Das ist interessant. In der Schweiz gibt es die direkte Demokratie. Da wird über jedes Turnhallendach wird landesweit entschieden. Aber als die UBS im Zuge der amerikanischen Hypothekenkrise plötzlich also in ganz großen Schwierigkeiten waren und über Nacht 56 Milliarden US-Dollar brauchte.
Bitte? Wie war das im Mittelteil?
56 Milliarden US-Dollar brauchten die über Nacht. Da war das Geld innerhalb von 24 Stunden über ein Konto auf den Cayman-Inseln verfügbar. Da kann man auch mal sehen, wie die Demokratie heute ausgehöhlt wird durch die Finanzindustrie. Und die Politiker, die stellen sich dann vor die Kameras und sagen, ja, das ist einfach eine Notwendigkeit, weil wir müssen mit diesen Notwendigkeiten leben. Diese Notwendigkeiten bestehen aber darin, dass einige Leute, das ist ein Promille oder weniger als ein Promille der Menschheit, unvorstellbar reiche Investoren ihr Geld überall platzieren und dass mit diesem Geld einfach gearbeitet wird. Das Problem dabei ist, dass diese Leute, die mit dem Geld arbeiten, ja immer irgendwelche Manager sind, die selber nur über Boni oder über hohe Gehälter daran teilnehmen, an dem ganzen Profit. Dass die wirklichen, die tatsächlichen Drahtzieher, die das ganze Geld liefern, dass die im Hintergrund bleiben. Also die ganz wirklich reichen Familien, die finden Sie auch nicht in der Forbes-Liste.
Ja, die haben das Geld da gar nicht vorzukommen.
Da finden Sie immer Bill Gates an erster Stelle mit seinen inzwischen 76 oder 86 Milliarden. Aber es gibt in Amerika Familien, die sind unendlich viel reicher. Weil wenige Leute wissen, dass die Zentralbank der USA in privater Hand ist. Also die Zentralbanken der Welt sind alle staatliche Banken bis auf zwei. Die eine, das ist die belgische, die gehört zur Hälfte privaten Investoren. Und die Federal Reserve, das Federal Reserve System, seit 1913 im Betrieb, gehört privaten Familien. Und das ist die einzige Institution, die in den USA befugt ist, Dollar herauszugeben. Die geben aber für jeden Dollar, muss der amerikanische, bis das Finanzministerium denen früher mussten sie eine Steuer bezahlen, heute müssen sie einfach nur noch einen kleinen Obolus dafür hinlegen, eine Lizenzgebühr dafür bezahlen.
Aber Herr Wolf, wenn wir alle abhängig sind von privaten Bankern, waren wir hier in der Demokratie?
Wir sind es jedenfalls jetzt nicht mehr. Also es ist warm. Die Demokratie ist ja auch so ein Ding, die ist ja nicht einfach uns von Gott gegeben worden, sondern die ist erkämpft worden. Die ist ja hauptsächlich von der Arbeiterbewegung, also von der SPD in ihren Glanzzeiten, sind diese ganzen demokratischen Dinge ja erkämpft worden. Oder von den Gewerkschaften. Aber inzwischen ist ja die Finanzindustrie so stark. Wenn Sie heute die Nachrichten einschalten, dann sehen Sie, jedes dritte Wort ist immer, was sagen denn die Finanzmärkte dazu? Vor 15 Jahren ist das Wort Finanzmärkte nie in den Nachrichten vorgekommen. Heute ist das immer das entscheidende Wort. Was sagen die Finanzmärkte? Das heißt, was sagen eigentlich die milliardenschweren Investoren im Hintergrund? Was sagen die Hedgefonds? Und da haben sich auch einige Banken entwickelt, die völlig aus den Fugen geraten sind. Also wo wir hier in Deutschland sind, die Deutsche Bank, die verfügt über ein Volumen bei den Derivaten, was inzwischen bei 50 Billionen Euro liegt. Das ist das 18- bis 19-fache des deutschen Bruttoinlandsproduktes. Das zeigt, welche unvorstellbare Macht die haben. Es gibt eine gute Anekdote, als 2008 Frau Merkel mit Herrn Ackermann sich zu der Krisensitzung getroffen hat. Ich weiß nicht, ob die Anekdote stimmt, aber für mich hat sie unglaublichen Symbolcharakter. Da ist an einer Stelle der Diskussion Herr Ackermann aufgestanden und hat wütend den Raum verlassen und da ist Frau Merkel hinter ihm hergelaufen. Das zeigt doch, wie die wirklichen Machtverhältnisse in diesem Lande sind.
Also da muss ich noch dazu ergänzen, zu den Machtverhältnissen gehört auch, dass 14 Tage später oder 12 Tage später die Frau Merkel die deutschen Chefredakteure eingeladen hat, um sie zu briefen, um sie darauf einzustellen, dass ja nichts Böses über diese Rettungsaktion, da ging es ja um HRE, um diese Hyper Real Estate, verlautet. Das heißt, das muss man immer verknüpfen, die Macht der Finanzindustrie, völlig so, wie sie schildern, mit dem, was die Medien machen. Also dann schweigen zu einem solchen Vorgang.
Aber die Medien sind ja auch in der Hand dieser Finanzindustrie. Die gehören ja im Hintergrund auch alle wirklich ultrareichen Investoren.
Völlig richtig. Aber es ist schon ein etwas anderes Segment und beides spielt zusammen. Das macht unser Elend aus.
Darf ich eine Frage stellen an die Ökonomen? Welchen Sinn hat eine parlamentarische Demokratie in einem überschuldeten Land so wie Griechenland oder Italien oder Spanien?
Nur den Sinn, heute nur noch den Sinn, die Leute zu täuschen.
Dann schaffen wir sie ab.
Ja, wie wollen Sie das machen? Wollen Sie den Obristen das hintergeben? Oder wie?
Leider führt das System im Moment in die Richtung. Also wenn es nicht eine ganz gewaltige Erschütterung gibt, dann werden wir faschistische Diktaturen und so
Ich erwähne das deswegen, weil viele Leute vergessen das. In meinem Land sitzen jetzt die Nazi-Parteien 8 und 9% im Parlament. Die goldene Morgenröte. Das sind Faschisten und die sitzen im Parlament mit 8 bis 9%. Und das ist eine bedrückende Tatsache. Und die Finanzsituation hat es dazu gebracht, dass diesen Leuten Auftritt gegeben wird. Und wir müssen aufpassen. Und das andere, ich nehme das als Möglichkeit wahr, ist diese Umschuldung, die privaten Banken, die Schulden sozialisieren. Das ist immer das ist etwas Grausames passiert. Das wurde das deutsche Volk und das griechische Volk jetzt und das wird nicht passieren dürfen. Und es gibt ein Organ, das heißt Bildzeitung, und dieses Organ hat den harten Grenzen der griechisch-deutschen Beziehungen einen schlimmen Ruf und es wurde natürlich unterstützt von Spiegel und anderen Organen, die Süddeutsche Zeitung, die alle in dieselbe Kerbe gehauen haben. Ja? Der Fehler liegt aber auf der Seite, der deutschen Presselandschaft, auch in ehemaligen Nachrichtenorganen. Ne?
Weil das wäre gegen die USA.
Ganz genau.
Und da wagt sich Europa nichts zu machen.
Und auch gegen die eigene Mitwirkung. Also natürlich. Wir vergessen völlig, dass die Strategie gegenüber Syrien ist ja die auszuhungern und damit einen Regimewechsel zu erzeugen, dass diese gestützt wird durch einen Boykott, an dem Europa mitmacht.
Klar.
Also nicht, es sind ja nicht nur die USA, sondern wir machen auch mit an dieser Aushungerstrategie. Und darüber wird fast nicht geredet. Es gibt ein paar Journalisten, die das mal erwähnen, aber insgesamt wird über diese Ursachen nicht geredet. Insofern ist völlig richtig. Und das ist auch wieder ein Stück Amoralität, also das Weglassen von solchen wichtigen Dingen, die Menschen auf die Flucht treibt, die ein Land aushungert, die dazu führt, dass Leute dort weggehen. Das ist ja absolut amoralisch. Und dann kommt noch hinzu, dass wir uns freuen, das werden Sie ja alle, ich habe das gerade gestern Abend eine Diskussion hier in Berlin erlebt, dass ein relativ junger Mensch gesagt hat, aber das ist doch gut, wir kriegen dann gute Fachkräfte hier bei uns. Das heißt, wir applaudieren einem solchen Braindrain, einem solchen Wegzug von ausgebildeten Leuten, ohne Rücksicht darauf, was das für das Land dort bedeutet. Ja. Genauso für Griechenland, genauso für Spanien. Wir applaudieren, dass spanische junge Leute kommen und sehen weder die Folge, die das hier hat, noch sehen wir die Folge das für die Familien, noch sehen wir das, was das für das Land Spanien bedeutet, wenn dort von diesem Volk ausgebildete Leute einfach weggehen.
Es gibt also nicht nur den amerikanischen Täter, es gibt auch denjenigen, also Deutschland, den Europäer, aber auch Deutschland, die sehr stark davon profitieren. Ich habe vor ein paar Tagen ein Interview gemacht mit einer Kollegin, die Sie natürlich auch kennen, Karin Leukefeld, die sich ja sehr lange auch in diesen arabischen Ländern auffällt. Bevor sie eine Zeile schreibt, lernt sie die Leute kennen. Die macht also nicht vom Hilton Hotel aus und schreibt über einen Kampfplatz im Land, der 300 Kilometer entfernt ist. Und Leukefeld befand sich damals in Damaskus in Syrien und ich habe sie gefragt, wie ist das denn im Moment? Sie sagt, ja, unglaubliche Fluchtbewegung, die Leute verlassen das Land, weil in Damaskus schlagen regelmäßig die Bomben ein und dann hat man oft zu ihr gesagt, und sie ist natürlich als deutsche Journalistin erkennbar, aber als eine der wenigen deutschen Journalisten, die Arabisch sprechen, das ist selten, muss man heute sagen, es ist verrückt, ja, hat gesagt, dass man ihr oft gesagt hat, schönen Dank, also erst habt ihr uns bombardiert oder zugelassen, dass man uns bombardiert, indem ihr über die Drehkreuze Rammstein auch Dinge zugelassen habt und jetzt zieht ihr auch noch unsere Jugend ab. Also, aber wenn Sie das jetzt hier in Deutschland so diskutieren, dann sind Sie gleich ein Feind von Flüchtlingen. Was machen die Medien hier eigentlich? Was tun die hier? Was soll hier passieren? Also ich habe diese Zahl im Kopf vom Innenminister, 800.000 im Jahr, das muss reichen. Ich glaube, die das hören da draußen, wenn sie das verstehen, werden sich nicht an die Zahl halten. Die kommen einfach alle hierher. Ja, und ich meine, wir vertreiben sie auch dort mit. Aber was wird denn das, wenn es fertig ist, Herr Müller?
Na gut, es ermöglicht hier bei uns ein Schulterklopfen, weil wir ja toll sind. Wir empfangen diese Leute freundlich.
Lohndumping?
Das kommt, bitte?
Lohndumping auch?
Ja, es wird Lohndumping sein. Also ich muss dazwischen sagen, ich bin überhaupt nicht dagegen, sondern dafür, dass man flüchtenden Menschen hilft, damit das mal klar ist. Aber man darf ja auch mal noch darüber nachdenken, und das habe ich jetzt gerade in Nachdenkzeiten vorgestern geschrieben, mit Recht und ganz bewusst, dass es eben auch die Perspektive der Leute gibt, die sagen oder fragen, was bedeutet es für mich auf dem Arbeitsmarkt? Was bedeutet es für mich auf dem Wohnungsmarkt? Und das kann ich, wenn ich es aus der Perspektive eines Professors in Leipzig oder in Köln betrachte, der hat sein Gehalt und der hat seine Rente, seine Pension und der hat auch sein Haus in der schönen Gegend, die nicht sofort überflutet wird und so weiter und so fort. Das ist eine völlig andere Perspektive. Ja. Und ich werbe dafür, dass wir wirklich alle Perspektiven, auch der Menschen, die als junge Menschen Arbeit suchen oder die halt auch schon viele Bewerbungen geschrieben haben, da sieht die Welt ganz anders aus als bei jenen, die fest situiert sind. Ich sage nochmal, wir alle, wir hier, bei Ken Jebsen weiß ich es nicht, sind relativ gesichert und wir können
Crowdfunding.
Ja, Crowdfunding.
Ich habe gute griechische Freunde.
Ja. Genau.
Also da ist wunderbar reden darüber. Und das ist auch ganz toll, dass wir so helfen und dass wir so freundlich sind. Und ich fände es ja gut, wenn das so weitergeht, wenn wir wirklich so helfen und wenn dann sozusagen die Moral unseres Volkes insgesamt wächst und wir auch jede Fremdenfeindlichkeit verlieren, die wir bei Ihnen probiert haben, mit Pleitegriechen und dergleichen mehr. Das verlieren wir jetzt alles, jetzt sind wir freundlich und sind ein Volk der guten Nachbarn.
Nachdem die Griechen kapituliert haben, sind wir jetzt wieder Freunde. Ja. Also das ist,
Ich wurde neulich gefragt von einer jungen Dame, die entsetzt war über die Flüchtlinge, die nach Europa kommen. Die hat mich gefragt, was sollen wir denn tun? Was kann man dagegen machen? Ich habe ganz einfach gesagt, stopp die Kriege. Stopp die Kriege. Macht Frieden. Und da war sie ganz empört. Also ganz empört und hat gesagt, ja, was machen wir, wie können wir denn den Assad loswerden? Und dann habe ich gesagt, ja, warum muss der Assad losgewerden? Warum wollen Sie denn loswerden? Ja, weil das ist nur ein Tyrann. Da habe ich gesagt, ja, woher wissen Sie das? Ja, die Medien sagen es doch jeden Tag. Die wusste nicht, dass Assad vor relativ kurzer Zeit mit 75% seines Volks gewählt wurde. Und das waren, muss ich noch dazu betonen, das waren echte Wahlen, die wurden international beobachtet. Und er hat also jetzt die absolute Mehrheit der Bevölkerung, die ihn unterstützt. Warum muss da jemand eingreifen? Das ist ganz klar. Und ich komme da wieder darauf zurück, das sind vorwiegend die Amerikaner, die wollen einen Durchgang haben. Syrien muss fallen. Es gibt so einen Plan, der heißt The Plan of a New American Century. Der wird dauernd nachgeschrieben. Der wurde von den sogenannten Think Tanks in den USA schon in den 60er Jahren geschrieben und wird updated und Syrien gehört dazu. Aber es muss nicht so sein, denn wir haben ja letztlich das Volk, wenn das Volk aufwacht und sich im Klaren ist darüber, dann können wir die Des ansprechen. Aber was wir auch noch wissen müssen, dass Amerika mit Frieden nicht mehr existieren kann. Mehr als 50% des amerikanischen Bruttosozialprodukts hängt davon ab von der Kriegsindustrie. Und das ist Wahnsinn. Das heißt, die Kriegsindustrie und die zusammenhängenden Dienstleistungen machen mehr als 50% aus. Amerika ist das Land, das am meisten Waffen exportiert. Ich glaube, im Moment steht also, dass bei 60% des ganzen Waffenhandels kommt irgendwie aus Amerika.
Wo man sagen muss, Deutschland ist auch sehr gut im Geschäft.
Natürlich. Wenn es nicht direkt aus Amerika kommt, kommt es aus einem assoziierten Land, aber mit amerikanischem Kapital, weil das lässt sich dann ein bisschen besser vertuschen. Und man muss einfach diese Realitäten mal sehen, wer da dahinter steckt. Und Europa macht natürlich mit. Da hat Europa eine riesen Verantwortung. Und das wird von der Presse und auch von den Medien ganz allgemein einfach verschwiegen.
Wo ist denn eigentlich die Friedensbewegung, Herr Wolf?
Versucht man im Moment, glaube ich, vergebens. Ganz einfach. Obwohl, also es wäre wirklich dringend geboten, weil die Kriegsgefahr ist im Moment größer als je zuvor.
Ist das so?
Das hat einfach wieder wirtschaftliche Gründe, weil wenn die Amerikaner es schaffen würden, zum Beispiel einen Regimewechsel in Moskau herbeizuführen, Putin zu beseitigen und da jemanden einzusetzen, der so ähnlich agiert wie Yatsenyuk in der Ukraine, dann würde man dadurch...
Übrigens ein ehemaliger Banker, muss man dazu sagen.
Wie bitte?
Ehemaliger Banker, Yatsenyuk.
Yatsenyuk, ja. Und seine Finanzministerin ist Goldman Sachs Bankerin und amerikanische Staatsbürgerin. Ja. Ist an dem Tag, an dem sie ihren Job übernommen hat, ist sie eingebürgert worden. Also frecher und dreister geht es überhaupt nicht. Ja. Aber was soll man sagen über eine Bank, deren CEO, also der Lloyd Blankfein, ist seit der Krise von 2008 bis heute vom Millionär zum Milliardär aufgestiegen. Also die haben wirklich richtig abkassiert.
Goldman Sachs hat auch 2001 die Bücher für Griechenland frisiert, damit überhaupt in die Eurogruppe kommen können.
Genau.
Und
dafür haben 800 Millionen Dollar dafür kassiert.
Ja, 600 oder 800 Millionen.
600
Millionen Euro. Dazu muss man auch noch sagen, das ist sehr wichtig zu wissen, dass die Europäische Zentralbank von Goldman Sachs dirigiert wird. Das heißt, der Präsident, der Draghi, ist ein Goldman Sachs Executive. Mit anderen Worten, die Finanzpolitik, die Wirtschaftspolitik von Europa wird von Goldman Sachs bestimmt.
Naja gut, das kann man jetzt mal noch nicht sagen, nur weil er das ist. Also ein bisschen differenziert sollten wir schon rangehen. Der kommt von da, okay.
Es gab im deutschen Fernsehen so Pelzig, der hat eine Sendung gemacht, wo er diese ganze Zusammenhänge nochmal skizziert hat. Also sicherlich war alles nicht richtig, aber nicht
Nein, ich will ja nur, das hilft unserer Glaubwürdigkeit. Aber da war ja die Frage wegen der Friedensbewegung. Und da, wenn Sie erlauben, komme ich da nochmal drauf zurück.
Wo ist sie?
Wo ist sie? Und ich glaube, da müssen wir auch nochmal gucken, das hängt viel mit dem anderen, mit den USA zusammen und überhaupt mit der Militarisierung insgesamt. Die Friedensbewegung hat ja mal versucht, das Haupt zu erheben im April oder März 2014. Und dann ging sofort eine richtige Aggression gegen diese Leute los. Das haben Sie erlebt, hier in Berlin, haben andere im Land draußen erlebt. Ich habe das zunächst beobachtet und wunderte mich nur über die Aggressivität. Und weil ich persönlich mit der Friedensbewegung in den 50er Jahren groß geworden ist, gab es da auch schon mal gegen die Wiederbewaffnung der Bundesrepublik Deutschland. Und deshalb freue ich mich über jeden, der für Frieden demonstriert und gegen Krieg demonstriert. Und dann habe ich mich gewundert, wieso diese Aggression gegen diese Leute, die da in Berlin demonstrieren und vielleicht mal ein falsches Wort zur Fett gesagt haben oder sowas ähnliches. Warum diese Aggression? Und das zog sich durch das ganze Jahr 2014. Und dann hat man ja immerhin den Friedenswinter und die Demonstration am 13. Dezember hingekriegt, auch ohne dieses, was sofort als Etikett verteilt worden ist, Querfront. Also man kann linke, kritische, friedensbewegte Leute sofort diskreditieren, wenn man ihnen das Etikett anheften, dass sie eigentlich rechts sind. Oder dass sie beides sind.
Können Sie mal den Begriff Querfront erklären für alle, die ihn nicht kennen?
Ja gut, das ist halt ein alter Begriff und der wieder belebt worden ist und eben sagt, dass es eine Front von Rechten, in diesem Fall wird gesagt von den Reichsbürgern oder was, mit den Linken, die jetzt da demonstriert haben, Mahnwachen und dergleichen mehr, Friedenswinter, dass es diese Querfront gibt. Und eigentlich dachte ich, ich will damit sagen, das ist ein Agitationserfolg dieser Gegner des Friedens und der Befürworter von kriegerischen, militärischen Interventionen. Und ich dachte, mit dem Friedenswinter sei das erledigt, weil das also mit Herrn Drewermann als Hauptredner und keinen Rechten, und damals haben Leute aus Berlin mir geschrieben, wir waren da mit Fotos und es war alles, stimmte nicht, was auch damals die Frankfurter Rundschau, die Taz und alle möglichen geschrieben haben im Dezember, stimmte alles nicht. Aber ich dachte trotzdem, das ist irgendwie erledigt. Und jetzt kommt die Otto-Brenner-Stiftung mit einer Studie raus, wo genau das Etikett wieder verteilt wird. Und sofort kommen die gleichen Journalisten wieder und die gleichen Medien und verbreiten das. Ja? Die Studie selber ist zurückgezogen, vorläufig zurückgezogen, mit massiven Fehlern, mit bösartigen Unterstellungen.
Sie kommen ja auch drin vor.
Sie kommen auch drin vor. Bei mir geht es so, Albrecht Müller, der dem ein Interview gegeben hat, von dem man sagt, er sei ein Antisemit und Verschwörungstheoretiker. So ist die Beweislage einer solchen Studie. Aber es hat natürlich immer dann die Wirkung, wenn andere das aufgreifen, geht es weiter. Und selbst wenn die Otto-Brenner-Stiftung jetzt die Studie ganz zurückziehen muss, was ich hoffe, dann wird immer noch hängen bleiben, was die Taz, die Zeit, die Berliner Zeitung, der Tagesspiegel, die Frankfurter Rundschau und der Deutschlandfunk verbreitet haben. Das ist dann unter den Leuten und das setzt sich ja fort. Das ist schon der zweite Beitrag bei Telepolis von einem Peter Nowak.
Aber Herr Müller, die Frage, die doch klar ist, die Gazetten, die Sie genannt haben, die Medien, die Sie genannt haben, die sind ja sowohl von erzkonservativ bis links außen. Und das ist doch merkwürdig. Also man muss doch, also ich habe mir die Frage gestellt, wer kann denn gegen die Friedensbewegung sein? Wer ist gegen die Friedensbewegung? Das sind genau also ähnliche Leute, die damals, sage ich mal, gegen den Atomausstieg waren. Das sind Leute, die was davon gehabt hätten, wenn wir weiter Atomkraft betreiben würden. Also Menschen, die gegen die Friedensbewegung sind, brauchen Krieg. Das kann nur die Rüstungsindustrie sein, die da involviert ist.
Richtig, aber die Macher im Hintergrund wissen, dass man so eine Bewegung nur aushebeln kann, nicht wenn man von ganz rechts, also von der Rheinischen Post oder vom Bayern-Kurier jetzt dagegen angeht, sondern man muss Leute finden, die ein etwas fortschrittliches Image haben, um so eine Bewegung auszuhebeln. Das konnten sie prima studieren bei der Agenda 2010. Musste man Erhard Eppler und Günter Grass gewinnen, die das befürwortet haben, die Agenda 2010. Und für den Jugoslawienkrieg musste man Joschka Fischer, der Grüner und auch mal links war, und der war also dafür, und Rudolf Scharping. Da hat man keine reaktionären Militärs genommen, sondern diese progressiven Leute. Damit schafft man es besser, diese Meinung zu verändern. Und genau so ist es jetzt wieder geschehen. Es sind ja fast keine reaktionären Zeitungen und Medien dabei gewesen.
Was ist denn eine, oder wie gefährlich ist so etwas, wenn die Bevölkerung nicht mehr die Möglichkeit hat, an einen Kiosk zu gehen und eine andere Meinung zu dem zu lesen, was auf der Straße passiert, sondern das homogen ist? Ist das gefährlich für eine Demokratie? Oder?
Also natürlich, es hebelt da alles aus. Es hebelt da eine differenzierte Diskussion aus. Es hebelt das Nachdenken über gute Lösungen aus. Es hebelt im konkreten Fall die Chance aus, gegen die Militarisierung jedes Konfliktes anzugehen. Das ist doch das Hauptproblem. Wir müssten doch Konflikte, die es immer gibt und es gegeben hat, die müssten wir doch friedlich lösen. Da müssten wir doch uns verständigen drauf. Wir müssten die Konflikte in Europa dadurch lösen, dass wir sagen, jawohl, wir wollen eine gemeinsame Sicherheit dieses Europas hier und Russland. Und möglichst weit. Ja? Und wir verständigen uns darauf. Und alle diese Dinge, die natürlich der Rüstungsindustrie nicht entgegenkommen, die werden torpediert. Und es wird eine Gegenpropaganda gemacht.
Herr Müller, ist denn die Zeit des großen Friedens, des langen Friedens in Europa, ist die denn vorbei?
Also ich fürchte das ein bisschen. Es gibt ja auch Beispiele. Also wir in der letzten Runde dabei hatten, der Pohlmann hat ja gezeigt, wie nahe das 1981, 82 am kriegerischen Konflikt war. Und ich sage das überhaupt nicht mit Vergnügen, sondern ich denke voller Entsetzen daran. Und wir haben es ja auch mit der Ukraine nicht weit von hier. Es ist doch nicht so, dass das ganz in der fernen Welt wäre. Wir wissen, dass jetzt mit den anderen Staaten Europas im Osten, mit den baltischen Staaten, mit Polen, Tschechien und so weiter, dass da auch Völker sind, die aus durchaus berechtigten oder unberechtigten Gründen noch Rechnungen offen haben mit Russland, dass da ganz andere Kräfte in die politischen Entscheidungsabläufe hineinkommen. Und deshalb so etwas wie die gemeinsame Sicherheit in Europa, die wir meinten 1989 erreicht zu haben, dass das unglaublich schwer wieder zurückzuholen ist. Und dennoch müssen wir daran arbeiten. Das halte ich für die wichtigste Aufgabe. Wie man das mit den baltischen Staaten und den anderen machen kann, weiß ich nicht. Aber da müsste man Grips drauf verwenden und zu überlegen, wie kriegt man die dazu, dass sie auch einsehen, dass kriegerische Konflikte das allerletzte sind. Und was wir deshalb die Gefahr besteht natürlich, wenn sie da russischstämmige Bevölkerung haben, da und dort, und wenn da was passiert und dann schaukelt sich das hoch. Und dann denken Sie alleine dran, dass man die Überflugrechte jetzt für Russland über Griechenland und Bulgarien oder was versucht zu torpedieren. Ja. Auf die Idee, dass sowas passieren könnte, wäre ich 1990 nicht gekommen und auch 2000 nicht. Ja? Ja. So weit sind wir schon zurückgefallen. Ja? Oder diese permanente Demonstration militärischer Macht durch Panzer, Spähwagen, die ins Baltikum fahren, von Bayern oder von Tschechien und wieder zurück. Die Bomber, die nach Spandalen, also bei uns in der Pfalz oder in Rheinland-Pfalz, verlegt werden, durch Panzer, die umgestrichen werden hier bei uns, von Wüstengelb auf Grün, auf europäische Farben. Das sind doch lauter Dinge, die keine Spielchen sind.
Ich habe in der Taz eine Schlagzeile gelesen von einem Künstler, das muss man sich auch vorstellen, die Künstler sind ja auch unterwandert, da stand in der Taz, die ja von sich heute sagt, dass sie keine linke Zeitung mehr sei, da stand, Pazifismus ist feige. Was ist eigentlich links?
Ja gut, also da mache ich ja Ihre Behauptung, dass es kein Links und Rechts mehr gäbe, nicht mit. Also links fände ich das, wenn ich das zu entwerfen hätte für Deutschland, ja. Keine Privatisierung. Rückübertragung auf die Öffentlichkeit, so wie man in Berlin das ja irgendwie erkannt hat, dass die Wasserprivatisierung Mist war. Ja? Dann eine ganz aktive Beschäftigungspolitik. Dann kapieren, dass die Sozialstaatlichkeit eine unglaubliche Errungenschaft ist. Noch dazu, wie wir das bei der Altersvorsorge wissen, ist das gesetzliche Rentensystem ist um vieles effizienter. Das ist nicht nur gerechter, sondern das ist viel effizienter als diese Privatvorsorge, wo ja immer auch noch die Provisionen der Versicherungsvertreter und alles Mögliche der Konzerne mitbezahlt werden müssen. Und so gäbe eine gute ökologische Politik. Und das wäre doch sehr gut zu entwerfen. Und dann wäre das links aus meiner Sicht.
Das ist aus meiner Sicht auch links.
Oder auch eine Konzentrationskontrolle und keine Monopole zulassen. Heute reden Sie alle von Marktwirtschaft und dabei haben wir riesige Monopole, die uns alle ausbeuten.
Ich gebe Ihnen recht, natürlich gibt es noch links und rechts, das ist ganz klar. Aber ich meine, was ich damit sagen wollte, als ich ein langes Essay darüber geschrieben habe, natürlich, ich glaube, dass wir hier am Tisch, dass wir keinen da haben, von dem man sagen kann, dass er rechts ist, also politisch rechts. Sondern eher Leute sagen, okay, ich bin progressiv und links eingestellt. So links bedeutet für mich einfach, wenn man hat, teilt man mit wem der weniger hat. Also gelebter Humanismus für mich links und eben nach vorne gucken und für die Kinder Politik machen und die Enkelkinder Politik machen. Ich meinte damit, dass man, wenn man sich heute die Parteien anschaut, ja, dass man nicht mehr so genau weiß, also das, was da verkauft wird von Linken zum Teil. Ich habe einen Weber gelesen aus Nordrhein-Westfalen von den Linken, da ist ein Kampfpanzer drauf, da steht die Unterschrift, Antifa muss taktisch werden. Das ist für mich eine aktive Werbung für Krieg. Wo ich denke, ich dachte, das wäre ein Scherz, ja? Aber es ist ernst gemeint. Und auch die Grünen sind für mich ja Lichtjahre von links inzwischen entfernt. Das sind ja, wenn man sich anhört, was grüne Spitzenpolitiker im Bundestag alles so sagen, was man machen müsste gegen Russland, wo ich mir denke, das sind doch unsere Nachbarn. Ich bin paralysiert so ein wenig davon. Das ist natürlich auch provokativ.
Nee, das ist aber auch, haben Sie richtig beobachtet. Das ist ja ganz klar.
Willy Wimmer ist für mich ein Linker, obwohl er bei der CDU ist. Ja.
Wenn Sie der Steuermann dieser ganzen neoliberalen Bewegung, der Militarisierung wären, dann würden Sie natürlich auch sagen, also wir müssen nicht nur bei Wahlen unser Gewicht in die Waagschale werfen, sondern wir müssen auch die Parteien, die dort konkurrieren, vorher unterwandern. Ist doch klar. Also das kann man doch nüchtern betrachten. Wir beide würden so eine Planung machen, wenn wir gut bezahlt wären.
Ja, auch ohne gute Bezahlung.
Ja. Und würden also, und so ist es doch geschehen. Die haben doch systematisch die Grünen, da habe ich jetzt bis drüber hergegangen, und die kommen teilweise aus dem KBW und sind da alle jetzt in der Heinrich-Böll-Stiftung. Und dann hat man also auch noch, wie beim Beispiel Erhard Eppler, hat man also jetzt den armen Heinrich Böll, der in Mutlangen gegen Raketen demonstriert hat, dessen Name missbraucht man, um Interventionspolitik in der Ukraine und sonst wo zu vertreten. Da waren die ja alle tätig. Ja? Und bei der SPD ist es ganz genauso gelaufen. Das kann ich von 1973 an schildern, wie diese Unterwanderung gelaufen ist. Das klingt jetzt abenteuerlich, aber es ist so gewesen.
Das heißt, ein langer Weg, der da gegangen ist.
Langer Weg.
Sie haben ja den Wahlkampf für Willy Brandt gemacht, und Willy Brandt war ja der Kanzler, der die Befriedung des Ostens oder den Frieden im Osten angestrebt hat. Das hat ja auch funktioniert, er war jetzt nicht alleine. Aber Sie haben ja auch Schmidt dahingehend beraten, und Sie können es ja mal sagen, auch erklären, wie das damals war. Immer wenn Sie mit Humanismus versucht haben, Wahlkampf zu machen, war es erfolgreich für ihn.
Ja gut, das beste Beispiel ist der Wahlkampf 72 mit dem besten Ergebnis für die SPD von 45,8%. Da hat Willy Brandt 5 Wochen vor dem Wahltermin eine große Rede in Dortmund gehalten, wo er die Leute aufgerufen hat zu Compassion, heute würde man sagen zu Empathie, zu Solidarität, zu Mitfühlen für andere Leute. Hat es auch aufs Deutsche übersetzt. Und da haben rechte Sozialdemokraten haben die Hände über dem Kopf zusammengeschlagen und gesagt, wie kann man mitten im Wahlkampf sowas machen? Und das genauso wie dann eben dieses, wir wollen ein Volk der guten Nachbarn sein, das war hoch erfolgreich. Weil die Leute nämlich gar nicht so egoistisch, gar nicht so blöde sind, sondern wenn man diese Seite bei ihnen anklingen lässt, wir nannten das damals in der Planungsabteilung die altruistische Komponente, wenn man die anklingen lässt, dann kriegt man sie zu sehr...
Ist das nicht beruhigend? Wir leben in einem Rechtsstaat, wenn Sie Geld genug haben, um vernünftige Anwälte bezahlen zu können. Dann leben Sie. Sie haben das Recht auf angemessene Vertretung auch im Revisionsverfahren. Und die beiden Spitzenanwälte, die Ackermann und Esser rausgeboxt hatten in der ersten Instanz, hatten gar keine Zeit für den zweiten Prozess. Hatte keiner mit der Revision gerechnet. Diese beiden Leute waren schon weg engagiert in München bei Siemens zu dem Zeitpunkt. Und es gibt nur ganz wenige Anwälte in Deutschland, die auf diese Form von Organisiertem, also die jetzt spezialisiert sind, um in so einer Situation... Der Prozess muss ins Ende gebracht werden, irgendwie. Und dann werden die Juristen plötzlich unverständlich. Haben die den 10. Teil aus der Bibel wieder eingeführt? Haben Sie das mitbekommen? Einfach so pauschal. Ne? Der Esser von Mannesmann, der hat 10% von seiner Beute, Prämie, sagt man. Er hat ja 15 Millionen Euro Prämie bekommen, davon hat er 10% Strafe bezahlt. 1,5 Millionen Euro Strafe hat der Esser bezahlt von Mannesmann. Davon hätte er sich eine komplette FDP kaufen können. Überlegen Sie mal. Nur, was tun Sie auch damit? Das ist ja die Frage. Ja, Sie dürfen sie ja nicht zu Hause an der Wand hängen, sonst würden wir ja mal zusammenschmeißen. Ne? Die Juristen können sehr kreativ sein. Ja, es gibt ja auch Situationen, wo man sofort ahnt, worauf es hinausläuft. Sie wissen, die erste Daten-CD vor 2 Jahren, da hatten sie einen zum Winkel. Da habe ich sofort gesagt, den können die gar nicht einstellen. Nein, der zum Winkel, der hat eine Rente von 1,1 Millionen Euro pro Jahr. Wir hatten damals schon Wirtschaftskrise. Ich bitte Sie. Der Mann ist ein zweibeiniges Konjunkturprogramm, den können Sie doch nicht wegsperren. Die Kohle hätte er im Knast niemals ausgeben können. Das können Sie vergessen. So viel Drogen können die Wärter nicht ran schaffen. Und der Zumwinkel hatte eine schöne Idee, da muss man auch mal neidlos anerkennen können. Der Zumwinkel hat sich seine Rente 20 Jahre lang im Voraus auszahlen lassen. Auf einen Schlag. Ja, der hat gesagt, ich bin jetzt 65, ich schätze, ich werde 85, gebe mir 20 Millionen, dann sind wir quitt. Wenn ich länger lebe, ist mein Problem. Auf die Idee hätten Sie ja auch mal kommen können. Nur wenn Sie jetzt natürlich zur Rentenanstalt laufen und sagen, hören Sie mal, dann sagen die, da war schon einer. Vergiss das mal. Wobei, wir wollen fair bleiben, der Zumwinkel ist ja nicht bei der Rentenanstalt. Der liegt ja nicht im Sozialversicherungssystem auf der Tasche. Der Zumwinkel hat eine Betriebsrente von der Post. Das ist eine kleine Standardbetriebsrente von der Post, das haben die da alle. Und das zahlen Sie, als Postkunde zahlen Sie das direkt. Wohlfahrtsmarken, kennen Sie doch alle. An der Rente von Zumwinkel werden Sie noch lange lecken, das kann ich jetzt schon sagen. Es ist ja alles mit rechten Dingen zugegangen, weil der Zumwinkel, der wäre ja wirklich eingesperrt worden, aber er hatte dann am Ende doch zu wenig Steuern hinterzogen. Nein, er hatte sogar genug Steuern hinterzogen, aber im falschen Zeitraum. Es war ganz, ganz kompliziert. Sie müssen bei der Steuerhinterziehung Fristen einhalten. Das ist ganz, ganz wichtig in diesem Land. Mich hat das mit den 10% sehr fasziniert. Ich habe überlegt, wir müssen die Strafverfolgung mal völlig auf neue Beine stellen. Da ist ja vieles total aus dem Ruder gelaufen. Heute ist die Strafverfolgung in sich oft teurer, als was Sie bei der Straftat da an Schaden eingerichtet haben. Nehmen Sie Banküberfall. Was können Sie heute aus einer normalen Bankfiliale auf einen Schlag noch rausholen? Ich weiß nicht, wann Sie das zuletzt versucht haben. Die haben doch kein Panzerglas mehr. Alles ist doch offen in den Banken inzwischen, seit Jahren. Offene Schalter und dann diese Aufkleber. Unsere Tresore sind zeitschlossgesichert. Unsere Mitarbeiter und Mitarbeiterinnen haben da keinen Einfluss drauf. Wenn sie größere Beträge abheben wollen, müssen sie davor Bescheid sagen. Das ist für einen Banküberfall extrem unpraktisch. Ich gehe auch so nicht mehr gern zur Bank, ich sage Ihnen das ganz ehrlich. Schon seit 1,5 Jahren, seitdem die Krise angefangen hat, ich habe immer Angst, dass ich reinkomme und die sagen, nee, heute ist ungünstig. Es wird der Tag kommen, da steht so ein Schnösel vor mir und sagt, wir haben Ihr Geld an Griechenland verliehen. Das ist, wenn da noch mal was kommt, dann melden wir uns. Kommen Sie nicht jeden Tag fragen. Also. Ich bin doch noch bei der Commerzbank, das ist der reinste Albtraum. Ich weiß überhaupt nicht, wie ich mich verhalten soll. Bin ich jetzt Besitzer, bin ich Kunde, das ist furchtbar. Ich habe noch nie so viele Angestellte gehabt, ich kann da nicht mit umgehen. Ich bin sehr unglücklich, ehrlich. Ich habe diese Commerzbank gekauft und Teile der Einrichtung gefallen mir überhaupt nicht. Und dann tröste ich mich immer, dass es ein Schnäppchen war. Ja, 18 Milliarden Euro für die Commerzbank, also das ist ja eine Bank von der Restaurant quasi. Für 18 Milliarden Euro haben wir Steuerzahler einen 25%igen Anteil der Commerzbank erworben. Von den 18 Milliarden Euro hat die Commerzbank sofort 5 Milliarden genommen und davon die Dresdner Bank gekauft. Das war auch so ein Schnäppchen, weil die Dresdner Bank hat nur etwa 60 Milliarden faule Kredite in ihren Büchern. Deshalb hat die ganzen Dresdner so ungern helfen. Aber weil ihr es seid. Von dem Tag an, wo die Commerzbank die Dresdner für 5 Milliarden gekauft hatte, waren die zusammen an der Börse noch 3,9 Milliarden Euro wert. Und davon gehören uns 25% für 18 Milliarden. Wenn das kein Schnäppchen war, oder? Und diese Leute wollen mir Angst machen vor sozialistischer Misswirtschaft. Das ist wirklich komisch, oder? Also wenn Sie heute eine Bank überfallen, sagen wir mal so, wenn Sie da 8.000 Euro rausholen, haben Sie den Zeitschloss-Jackpot geknackt. Die letzten beiden Banküberfälle in Düsseldorf, von denen ich gelesen habe, waren jeweils 2.000 Euro Beute. Das ist doch beides. Dann können Sie in Düsseldorf besser auf der Köln Parkautomaten knacken. Selbst wenn Sie die 8.000 Euro erbeute, wird die Bank Sie doch laufen lassen. Das ist doch kein Schaden für so eine Bank. Wachen Sie doch bitte mal auf. Das sind doch ganz andere Milliardensummen, die da verplempern. Das ist, als wenn Sie mit einem Gemüsehändler vorbeigehen, den Apfel klauen. Da rennt doch keiner hinter Ihnen her, da ruft die Polizei. Da ruft er einmal laut, Scheiße, du Arsch, und dann war's gut. Und die Bank wird sich sehr viel gepflegter ausdrücken. Die Bank würde sagen, wenn Sie mit der Beute das Gebäude bitte gesichert verlassen könnten, wären wir Ihnen alle sehr verbunden. Das Schlimmste für die Bank wäre, Sie ballern noch ein bisschen rum, treffen Sie eine Marmorsäule, haben Sie schon mehr Schaden angerichtet. Nur, die Bank muss nach dem Überfall die Polizei rufen. Und dann nimmt das Elend doch als seinen Lauf. Bis dahin war doch alles in Ordnung. Aber jetzt kommt die Bullerei. In den weißen Schutzanzügen mit den Wattestäbchen. Spurensicherung, DNA, doof nach Ansage. Das hätte ja das Phantom sein können, das muss da überprüft werden. Das war eine Meisterleistung der Polizei, oder? Das Phantom, das war großartig. Eine 43-köpfige Sonderkommission. Was heißt eigentlich köpfig? Das ist ja auch Blödsinn in der Zeit. Eine 43-hälsige Sonderkommission der deutschen Polizei hat 2 Jahre lang das Phantom gejagt. 2 Jahre lang. Und die Frau hat es aber auch doll getrieben, muss man ehrlich sagen. Die hat ja mal morgens um 8 in einer Trägergasse allein 2 Spaß gelaufen. und hat dann 4 Stunden später, 600 Kilometer entfernt, 2 Leute über den Haufen geschossen. Auf einer Raststätte. Einfach so. Das muss die Schwester von dem Kurier aus Köln gewesen. Die hat es am Schluss so doll getrieben, am Ende haben sogar die Bullen gemerkt, das müssen 2 sein. Das kann ja. Also die Polizei sperrt die Filiale ab. Einen ganzen Tag lang wird ermittelt. Da kann die Bank einen Tag lang keine Geschäfte machen. Da haben die schon mehr Verlust gemacht, als sie überhaupt geklaut haben. Dann werden sie von der Polizei gejagt, das kostet uns Geld. Und wenn wir Pech haben, dann werden sie noch geschnappt. Ja klar, wenn wir Pech haben, weil da kommen sie doch vor Gericht, das kostet uns nochmal Geld. Wissen Sie, was so ein Prozess kostet? Und so ein Banküberfall, das geht auch nicht so schnell wie ein Skiunfall. Das sind Sachschäden, das muss ordentlich verhandelt werden. Das ist man den Angehörigen des Geldes schuldig. Dann werden sie eingesperrt, das kostet uns nochmal Geld. Das Ganze kostet ein Vielfaches von dem, was sie da ursprünglich geklaut haben. Für alle im Land wäre das sehr viel angenehmer, einfacher und auch wirtschaftlicher, wenn sie nach so einem Überfall einfach pauschal 10% der Beute auf so ein Hilfskonto für die Landesbanken überweisen würden. Sie können natürlich auch ganz unbürokratisch beim Überfall 10% auf der Theke liegen lassen und sagen, stimmt so. Oder sagen wir es ganz anders. Hätten wir schon vor Jahren systematisch angefangen, die Banken zu überfallen, hätten wir einen Teil unseres Geldes in Sicherheit bringen können, meine Damen und Herren. Aber ich war noch bei der Überversorgung. Das sind ja auch Gehälter, das kann man überhaupt nicht mehr verstehen. Sehen Sie, das war früher der Top-Job der deutschen Industrie, Daimler. Daimler Chrysler dann, Jürgen Schrempp. Das war der Spitzenmann da. Der hat in 10 Jahren hat der Schrempp 80 Millionen Euro verdient. Das ist schon sehr viel Geld. Da gehen Sie etwa 1330 Jahre für arbeiten. Als Arzt im Krankenhaus zum Beispiel. Als Krankenschwester hätten Sie schon 500 Jahre vor Christi Geburt anfangen müssen. Da sehen Sie auch, was der Schrempp alles weggearbeitet hat. Ne? Das ist ja leistungsbezogen. Ist doch klar. So. Der Wiedeking, der bei Porsche anschaffen war, der kann arbeiten. Oh. Oh. Der Wiedeking, der hat mal in einem Jahr 100 Millionen Euro verdient. In einem einzigen Jahr. Da hat der Schrempp so einen Hals gekriegt. Als er überlegt hat, wie lange er dafür arbeiten war. Das sind auch Schicksale. Im Jahr drauf hat der Wiedeking nur 70 Millionen Euro verdient. Hat seine Frau auch gesagt. Hast doch für Frau und Haut gelegen, aber jetzt wieder los. Aber das sind doch diese Top-Manager, meine Damen und Herren. Ich habe gelesen, wir müssen diese Top-Manager eben auch top bezahlen, sonst bringen die diese kreative Leistung noch gar nicht. Das sind ja Spitzenleute, das ist ja die Elite der deutschen Wirtschaft. Die haben ja auch Ideen, da kommt doch sonst keiner drauf. Und der Wiedeking hat Porsche am Schluss mehr Gewinn gemacht als Umsatz. Das müssen Sie mal mit Brötchen versuchen. Das ist ein großartiges Konzept gewesen. Die haben ja nur noch spekuliert. Ne? Am Schluss war ja Porsche ein Hedgefonds, der durch die Produktion von Autos behindert wurde. Der Wiedeking hat ja mit diesen VW-Aktienspekulationen, hat er das ganze Geld mitgemacht. Und 1 Milliarde hat er allein mit den VW-Aktien spekuliert. Natürlich, der hat das nicht mit eigenem Geld gemacht, auch nicht mit Geld von Porsche. Das machen die ja so. Es geht ja keiner mit eigenem Geld an die Börse. Sind Sie verrückt? Das kann man doch verlieren. Die Hedgefonds setzen auch kein eigenes Geld ein. Die leihen sich das. Das machen sie ja, wenn sie auf die Rennbahn gehen, auch. Sie nehmen ja kein Geld mit auf der Rennbahn, das ihnen gehört. Das kann ja weg sein. Wenn Sie einen todsicheren Tipp für die Rennbahn haben, gehen Sie zu einem Kumpel, sagen Sie mal, todsicheren Tipp, kannst du mir die Kohle leihen, wir teilen hinterher. Dann sind Sie auf der sicheren Seite. Können Sie hinterher immer noch sagen, der Tipp war so todsicher, das Pferd ist gestorben. Das ist ja... Ne? Und so machen die das an der Börse auch. Alles mit geliehenem Geld, ja. Und der Wiedeking, der kann es aber, der hat gewonnen bei der ganzen Zockerei. Der hat die alle über den Tisch gezogen. Der hat die Banken über den Tisch gezogen. Der hat die anderen Hedgefonds über den Tisch gezogen. Der hat die Mitspekulanten aufs Kreuz gelegt. Die Aktie schoss auf 1000 Euro hoch und dann wieder runter. Und keiner wusste, was los war. Und der Wiedeking hat sich im Hintergrund mit den Händen gerieben. Und dann hat ihm irgendwann aufgefallen, Scheiße. Ich habe die Banken mit genau dem Geld aufs Kreuz gelegt, das ich von denen geliehen hatte. Und dann ist es bei der Anschlussfinanzierung zu sehr unschönen Situationen gekommen. Man kann sich da so richtig vorstellen, wie der Banker sagt, ach Wiedeking, Sie brauchen das Geld, mit dem Sie uns verarscht haben, noch ein bisschen länger. Ja, dann machen Sie doch mal einen konstruktiven Vorschlag. Von welcher Klippe wollen Sie denn springen? großartiges Konzept. Aber das sind eben die Top-Leute. Es ist ja nicht nur hier bei der Autoindustrie, hier auch bei den Banken, da sind Spitzenleute unterwegs. Zum Beispiel hier HSH Nordbank. Kennen Sie die? Da ist ein gewisser Herr Nonnenmacher an der Spitze. Nonnenmacher an sich auch ein sehr schöner Name. Und ich habe mich immer... Der Rentenbeitragssatz im Jahr 2050. Bitte, was hat das mit Journalismus zu tun? Die ganzen Wirtschaftsmeldungen, das ist doch alles Kaffeesatzleserei. Es ist ein Elend. Da haben Sie jetzt gerade das Gutachten von diesen Frühjahrsweisen. Ne? Kennen Sie das zweimal im Jahr, die Frühjahrsweise und die Herbstzeitlosen. Die machen zweimal im Jahr, machen die ein Gutachten. Seit 40 Jahren. Das hat noch nicht einmal gestimmt. In 40 Jahren hat das noch nicht ein einziges Mal gestimmt. Selbst wenn die das auswürfeln würden, müsste irgendwann aus purem Zufall, also spätestens in dem Jahr, in dem Schalke Meister wird, müsste das ja mal zutreffen. Es ist ein Elend. Hier, IFO-Geschäftsklimaindex, kennen Sie das? Wird jeden Monat veröffentlicht. Immer Top-Thema in den Nachrichten, in den Zeitungen. IFO-Geschäftsklimaindex, dann heißt es immer, das ist ein ganz wichtiges Barometer für die deutsche Wirtschaft. Barometer kennen Sie, da klopft man so drauf, da macht der Zeiger so brrrr. IFO-Geschäftsklimaindex, wissen Sie, was das ist? Die Mitarbeiter des IFO-Institutes München telefonieren einmal im Monat mit 7000 ausgewählten Unternehmern in Deutschland und fragen die nach ihren Erwartungen für das nächste halbe Jahr. Die fragen nicht, wie war es oder wie ist es? Die fragen, was glaubt ihr, wie wird es? Also die akademischen Kaffeesatzleser telefonieren mit den Glaskugelbesitzern. Was wird der Unternehmer sagen? Ja, ja. Oder ach ja, doch. Daraus errechnen die einen Index. Mit einer Stelle hinterm Komma. Und dann steht in Ihrer Zeitung, achten Sie drauf, es kommt nächsten Monat wieder, da steht in Ihrer Zeitung, der IFO-Geschäftsklimaindex ist stärker gestiegen als von Experten erwartet. Das heißt, es gibt auch noch Experten in diesem Land, die werden dafür bezahlt, dass sie erwarten, was denn wohl die anderen erwarten. Wissen Sie, was hier los ist? Die halten uns für genauso blöd, wie wir sind, meine Damen und Herren. Wirtschaftsexperten, da haben Sie intelligentere Lebensformen auf Ihrem Duschvorhang zu Hause. Der Rentenbeitragssatz im Jahr 2050. Wie hirntot muss man sein, um sowas auszurechnen? 2050. Wer weiß denn, was in 40 Jahren ist? Wer weiß denn, was in 30 Jahren ist? Sind 15 Jahre für Sie ein überschaubarer Zeitraum? Denken Sie mal 15 Jahre zurück. Wie viele Ehen waren das? Im Schnitt 4. In deutschen Großstädten hält eine Ehe statistisch gesehen nur 4 Jahre. Er guckt ganz entsetzt, er liegt schon drüber hier. Na ja. Da rechnet einer unter Tränen aus, weil er nicht mehr müsste, wenn er rechtzeitig nach Bonn reingezogen wäre. 15 Jahre ist ein Zeitraum, der ist so lang, da kann die Welt sich komplett verändern. 15 Jahre, so lange war nicht mal das 1000-jährige Reich. Kohl war länger als das 1000-jährige Reich. Nicht nur Gefühl. Nehmen wir doch mal 15 Jahre aus unserem Leben. Wir brauchen einen Startpunkt für die 15 Jahre. Nehmen wir 1990, da können wir uns alle daran erinnern. 1990 ist doch unser Jahr gewesen. Wir waren frisch wiedervereinigt. Diese Euphorie, diese Aufbruchstimmung, das können Sie doch noch zurückholen. Wir waren ganz oben. Jetzt geht's los. Unser deutsches Yes We Can. Können Sie das, ne? Jetzt, meistens geht's nach hinten los, aber jetzt geht's los. 1990 ein Freudentag. Wir waren sogar Fußball-Weltmeister 1990, also richtig, nicht bei den Frauen. Und wir waren... Den Protest habe ich aber auch schon engagierter gehört. Ja. Franz Beckenbauer, die Schlichtgestalt des deutschen Fußballs, stand damals auf dem Rasen in Rom und sagte im Bruste der Überzeugung, wir werden jetzt über Jahrzehnte im Fußball unschlagbar sein, wo die Ostdeutschen mit dabei sind. Dann kam Berti Vogts. Das ist die Lehmann-Bank unter den Trainern. Hätte ich 1990 prophezeit, im Jahr 2004... Kennen die junge Menschen gar nicht mehr, ne? Sitzen junge Menschen, grinsen so höflich vor sich hin.
High subscriber count. She figures, you know, here's an angle where I can get some attention because, I mean, she's done similarly scumbaggy things to, you know, Thunderfoot, where she basically denied that his dad had cancer and was dying and you know, shit like that. And she also claimed to have filed a DMCA against our channel at one point. Doesn't look like she actually did, but...
yeah, that whole situation, that's right around that time is when I stopped talking to her. Usually, I don't like to involve myself in office politics, so, you know, anytime there's an issue where one atheist channel attacks another, I try to stay far away. I don't make public any of my opinions on the situation, and I try to remain friends with everybody, and that's always been my thing. And I have friends that are feminists.
Oh yeah, mine too. I'm always extending the olive branch everywhere I go. That's my personality.
That's what you're known for sure. Yeah.
Oh yes.
But I mean,
yes.
I'm friends with both feminists and MRAs, and the MRAs see my feminist friends and they say, "Oh, he's a fucking feminist," and then the feminist friends say, "Oh, he's got MRA hands. He's a fucking MRA." I tote the line in the middle. You know, I'm not into the whole identity politics thing. I don't like when people try to put a label on you. I mean, we can argue all day about what I am and what my ideologies and philosophies in life are, but I feel like as soon as you put a title on me, a label on me, then you associate other things with that don't necessarily track with that line of thinking. I mean, you can call me an atheist, you can call me a skeptic, but when it comes to my views on egalitarianism, both sides are fighting each other so vehemently. Both of them want as many people on their side as possible, and then they take anybody that disagrees with them as being an instant enemy. And that's kind of what I feel like this whole thing with Jenny McDermott is she saw that I have friends that don't agree with her. She sees that I have friends that, like Sargon of Akkad and Shoe on Head, that have made quite public that they don't like modern feminism or extreme feminism. And
Sure.
She just immediately says, "Oh, well, then he must be an MRA," or as she puts it in the video, MRA light. And as far as I'm concerned, that was their entire motivation. The thing that bothers me the most in that video, though, besides the fact that she called me an MRA, is that she, showed my dirty laundry, and it has nothing to do with what I do on YouTube. There's no connection between my personal life and the stuff that I do online. I'm not trying to teach anybody how to be. I'm not trying to promote any kind of form of thinking or anything. If I was on here saying, you know, everybody should be an MRA, and then she exposed me as being a terrible person, then I could see, yeah, you know, people would definitely change their mind about me based on that. But I'm an entertainer, you know, I'm a comedian. I like to make people laugh, and personal lives really don't factor into my work at all.
Yeah, and on the identity politics thing, I think, a lot of people, it's not even just so much about people labeling each other, but also looking for labels for themselves as well. Just, I'm this, I'm a feminist, I'm an MRA, I'm a MGTOW, or all this other crap that's out there. It's almost like people are just lining up to become stereotypes.
Well, these kinds of labels, I see them as pieces of clothing, like the Crips and the Bloods, and people want to walk down the street with their piece of clothing obvious for everyone to see. So people will see, yeah, he has morals, he has gumption, he's out there trying to fix things, he loves women, and if you disagree with him, you hate women. Immediately, that's what people immediately want, is that they want people to see that piece of clothing they're wearing and associate everything with that piece of clothing with them and immediately make a judgment on them based on that. And life isn't that simple, but some people are. Some people just want to be associated with the ideal. They want the ideal that they aspire to be their identity as a person. And to me, that's really close-minded, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's almost like trying to install a particular operating system in your head or something, rather than, forming your own thoughts and ideas and opinions. It's just here's some prepackaged shit that's already been thought out for you.
That's an absolutely excellent point. Yeah, it does come with a way of thinking as well. I mean, as a joke, I call it listen and believe. And a lot of these people are atheists, so I call them the listen and believe atheists. But yeah, as soon as they aspire to this form of thinking, like feminism, for example, they immediately start believing things about non-feminists, and they immediately start believing things about society without using any critical faculties in their mind. It's almost like they follow the programming that comes along with that ideology.
Yeah, and a lot of times it doesn't even make sense. I mean, an example I would use, and maybe you have a different take on this than me, but, you know, it seems interesting because feminists like Anita Sarkeesian, for instance, is probably the most prominent example. They decry, this woman in the video game is scantily clad and hypersexualized and whatever, but then if a woman is dressed like that in public, they say, well, you know, there's nothing inherently sexual about that outfit. You know, it's all, you know, the men or the whoever is objectifying her or whatever. So, you know, that kind of stuff seems like a cognitive dissonance to me.
No, it certainly is. It's an inability to reflect on oneself. I mean, you see this in all movements, but yeah, I mean, it's more obvious in feminism, I feel, that you get those kinds of doublethink. Where anything that applies to other people doesn't apply to you, and that anytime you get called on it, whatever excuse you can pull out of your ass is good enough.
Yeah, and you know, another thing about it is I hate that they feel like that their sensibilities should be able to impose on other people's art. Because, I mean, you know, if you're creating something, and you know this because you consider yourself primarily an entertainer and comedian, and that's a creative pursuit. You know, you have to be able to draw from, you know, within yourself in this very guttural place and you know, really get that passion and energy from there. And, you know, you can't let that be dictated and shaped by what other people are going to think or other people's sensibilities. You have to do it for you if it's going to be real and genuine and pure. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely, and, you know, offense comes into that. You can't get people to think differently without offending their current paradigm. And offense is seen as a negative thing, but really it's just a natural reaction to being confronted with something that either you've never thought of before or that you try not to think about.
Yeah, I mean, the first time someone was talked out of throwing a virgin into a volcano, they probably were offended by the notion of not doing it when the subject was first brought up, you know?
Or the first rape victim in Israel that was spared stoning. I'm sure people were offended at that idea too.
Sure. You know, not to say that people who are offended are always wrong, but, you know, that being offended just means your thinking is being challenged in some way.
Sounds like the locals have given right, exactly. And it's hard to make people laugh, too, without saying offensive things. I don't know a single good comedian that doesn't offend people on some level.
I would have said Bill Cosby, but now, you know, he kind of ruined that.
Yeah, he's pretty offensive.
I guess that was the ultimate punchline for him. He was one of the cleanest comics to ever make it big, and then, you know, he raped a bunch of women.
Yeah, and I always thought Jerry Seinfeld was clean until the college circuit shit on him.
Yeah, he is pretty clean. I don't know. I never liked Jerry, but you know, that's not.
Yeah, it's weird because TJ likes the show Seinfeld, but he doesn't like Jerry Seinfeld, the comedian.
Yeah, that's true. But I like the supporting cast.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, you want to watch some videos, Armored Skeptic?
Yeah, let's do it. Did you guys
do this shit?
Did you guys want to do my big face reveal thing, though?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we can do that now.
Reveal your face. We'll do that first.
All right. So, yeah, I mean...
So, let me just, like, prepare me for this. Are you hideous?
Yeah, I'm a giant fat neck beard. I'm balding.
Oh, okay, so you're beautiful. All right.
And I only wear white beaters and fedoras, so... Yeah. Here you go.
All right, here we go. There he is.
I don't believe it. All right.
Oh my God, I'm a normal fucking human being.
Yeah.
Holy I don't know how normal you look. You look a little strange, man.
He's wearing he is wearing a collared shirt. So
Yeah, we don't approve of that shit around here. I guess this Hawaiian shirt I'm wearing kind of has.
Yeah, you hypocrite.
I guess I can't judge. Let he who is without guilt cast the first stone and what have you. Anyway, that's what Armored Skeptic looks like, everybody. Let's have a big round of applause and a thumbs up for finally revealing this piece of fucking shit that tried to rape Jenny McDermott. Look at him. Look at the face of this horrible sex criminal.
It's true, I've been accused of Facebook rape, and I do not deny the accusations.
All right, well, let's you want to take a look at a video, Ben?
Yeah, we'll do
Yeah, let's do this. Let's have some fun. Let's do this.
All right. Here we go.
You know, he kind of looks like Disney's Aladdin if he grew a goatee. Freedom to live their life.
He's gotta follow the Bible, TJ. He's gotta follow that Bible.
I mean, when they genocided the Indians in their act of manifest destiny and shit like that, I mean, like, Christians are not so moral. Let's be real here.
Okay, you guys are giving extreme examples. Not all Christians are extremists like that, and right now what you guys are doing is you're
some
throwing
are,
out
though.
these extremist
But some
examples.
are.
Some of them are, and that's a really bad example. Not all of them are.
Well, you said Christians build a really good society, and obviously a lot of times they don't. I mean, America
They do.
built a Christian society that
America is
was
founded on
pro-slavery. America also was founded on
Well,
slavery.
the Bible
as
is
well.
pro-slavery, so.
Yeah, the Bible is pro-slavery. Are you pro-slavery, Casey Tron?
She would have to
I'm
be.
not pro-slavery in the Bible. Where are you?
Then you're
getting that from?
Then you're rejecting the Bible. Then you're rejecting part of the
I'm not
Bible.
okay,
Yes, you are. You most clearly are. It's right there. Go read it.
Okay, see, I knew this is what you guys were going to do. I knew that I was going to come on your show, and this is what you guys were going to do. You're just gonna berate me for my ideology and.
It
try
does
to
say in the
make
Bible
mistakes.
that we would do
I'm wrong,
that.
And I'm not wrong.
It says in the Bible that we were going to do that.
Right,
No,
it says right there in the Bible. So we have to do it.
So shocking.
Even God wants us to do it.
I just think it's really, I just think it's really sad whenever, someone like you with, such high levels of intellect can't.
So let me ask you a question. Who do you think between us has bigger tits?
I'm gonna go with TJ all the way.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with anything. I think you.
Well, it's just idle speculation.
Oh, I'm just a student of human anatomy, dear. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I'm not here to talk about human anatomy. I'm here
Why
to talk
not?
about Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ?
Yeah, I feel like whenever you
He
guys
had a
show me
human
on your
anatomy as
show-
well, so.
Yeah, he did, because he is real. He was a living, breathing human being, and he's real.
How do you
And-
feel about the Vigilant Christian Mario? Have you ever seen him? The Vigilant Christian Mario?
No, I haven't seen him.
I don't know. What kind of Christian are you?
Yeah, I know. I'm starting to seriously
I don't
doubt
even
the
believe she's a
Christian cred.
Are you also you're also into feminism too?
Yeah, I am a feminist.
So like
Okay,
Anita.
I already heard, you kind of, giggled a little bit there,
Yeah, we're laughing. So what of it?
as soon as I said that I was a feminist, you already started
We
laughing.
find that to be funny. So what? Are you trying to control everyone else around you's actions and reactions to situations?
She is a feminist, so.
Do you want to be like your own personal god? Where you have this reaction, please have this reaction.
So you're like a big Anita Sarkeesian fan, probably, right?
Who's Anita Sarkeesian?
I don't know. I've never heard of her either.
The feminist czar.
So would you say that you're the leader of internet feminism or among gamer girls, Casey Tron?
I think that I've done a lot for gamer girls in the community. I'm a popular streamer on Twitch.tv, and I can just tell you already from a female's perspective, it is a lot harder being a female on Twitch because, gaming, it's very male-dominated.
I see a lot of people giving you money on Twitch.
Yeah, I do get money on Twitch from time to time. Sometimes people want to support the cause and everything
it seems
that.
like it's a pretty constant stream of money coming.
Doesn't really seem like it's from time to time.
Yeah,
Seems to be ever present.
And but I guess it's hard for you to take all that money though, right?
I don't really have an issue with taking the money, but sometimes
Yeah, I didn't think so.
People
It's
will
for
attach,
Jesus.
Yeah, sometimes people will kind of attach,
So
hurtful messages to them.
so they pay you
Shocking.
to insult you. Is kind of your job to get insulted in a way.
I don't really think it's my job. It's just something that happens, and I don't really have a way to kind of filter it out. I actually had somebody who donated a message to me. Gosh, it was like last week, and they donated to me $1.75. And they said, you know, just like, you know, for the wage gap, since women make less money than men.
So they were just making up for that to you.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody
Is there a wage gap among professional gamer girls as opposed to professional gamer guys?
Definitely.
So you're not making enough money right now.
I don't think that I'm not making enough money, but you know, whenever you compare me to popular male streamers on this site, they make a lot more money than me, and you know, I just think it's really sad that it shows that even the wage gap trickles over to Twitch.tv. Like there's this popular streamer named Phantom Lord, and he makes probably 3 times as much as I do. And you know, he's putting out the same quality of gaming and entertainment.
Is he getting more viewers?
Yeah, he gets more viewers, he gets more subscribers, he gets donations, and yeah.
So, can you explain, I noticed you said something once about when you have a cartoon of yourself, that's when it's gotten big, right?
Oh yeah, I actually did have a cartoon of myself made. Just a week ago, I had a cartoon of myself put out, so.
And that means that you've actually, is this like a new plateau for you?
A plateau? What do you mean? Like
have you've reached like a new level at this point?
But wouldn't it be a peak, not a plateau?
I don't know.
If you're never gonna go any higher, then
yeah.
I feel like I am really peaking. Last week, I actually introduced all of my new graphics to the stream. I have like a lot more production value, and I think that's really important for putting out a good stream. And I did have myself made into a cartoon anime version of myself, because in the gamer community, it's really popular to have anime versions of yourself.
Is there going to be a
Are you using a red
at
one?
some point, or
you have to use a red one. That's the only way we can accept this as legitimate. You have to have a red one.
A red one?
Yes. A red one.
A red one.
A red one, yes. A red one.
Who's on first?
Okay,
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
getting a little bit confused here.
No, no, you're not. You're fine.
You're fine.
You understand everything perfectly.
Yeah, I actually, people don't,
You're a lot smarter than people give you credit for, Casey.
That's true.
I'm a lot
Yes.
smarter than what people give me credit for.
I agree. I've seen that. You know, I thought coming into this interview that you were going to be like, you know, dull and witless, but I've seen that you got a rapier's wit, and you just fucking destroy every argument we put up against you.
It's true.
It's impressive. You know, I wasn't prepared for this. I just wasn't. Do we want to? Is there anything else you want to talk about, Casey-tron? You want to talk about Jesus? You want to talk about feminism? You want to talk about gaming? What's on your mind?
Getting on here is I just really wanted to be able to, you know, show you guys my side and show you guys that, you know,
All
like
right.
I respect your
Let's
guys'
see your
opinion and
side.
everything, but I think that you guys should also respect my opinion. I already told you my side. Like, you guys keep on talking so badly about, you know, the Bible and Christianity and everything, and saying that it's not real and that, you know, God doesn't exist. But
So what are your issues with Carl
what if you're
Sagan? You keep
wrong?
saying that.
What if you're wrong? I don't really have any issues with Carl Sagan, but I think, you know, like atheists, you know, as you call yourselves, idolize people like that. So
What's wrong with idolizing him?
I've been to Reddit before. Huh?
Right. What's wrong with idolizing him, though? You have a
I mean,
criticism
I don't
of
think
Carl
there's
Sagan,
anything
or
really wrong with idolizing him. You guys want to idolize
Okay.
Carl Sagan. I want to idolize Jesus Christ.
right? Carl Sagan was smarter. I would
don't
say.
think that's necessarily true.
No, you think Jesus was smarter?
I think it's pretty obvious that Jesus was smarter. He was the Son of God, so.
Well, you know,
I'm sure you guys are going to argue.
sometimes the apple falls far from the tree. Maybe he was like the George W. Bush of sons, you know?
That's a valid point.
There was a
TJ,
big
yeah.
drop-off between
I don't
HW and just W, you know?
That's an extremely valid point.
I think it is a valid point.
You
Because think
guys
about
It is a valid point.
In the Bible, look, in the Bible, I'm going to answer your question in a second. In the Bible, God, you know, he created the whole universe. All Jesus did is, you know, feed some people with inadequate amounts of food and turn water into wine. So there does seem to be a drop-off in the levels of their power. So it also could have been a drop-off in levels of intelligence. Maybe Jesus was not all that bright. You know, just because he's the son of God doesn't mean he's just as good as God.
He's kind of like, you know, God's fucked up son. Yeah,
you know, he could be God's screwed up son.
To that, I can say, you know, maybe Carl Sagan is right.
Right.
You know, they really make it important that you learn other religions, and we actually did have to learn about Satanism. And Satanism doesn't necessarily worship the devil; it actually just kind of condones gluttony. So I would rather deal.
So that's
with
why all the Satanists I meet are so fat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty. I guess I'm probably a Satanist then, because I'm pretty gluttonous.
Yeah, you're a glutton motherfucker.
I'm definitely a pretty gluttonous guy, so.
Praise Satan, TJ.
Yeah, hail Satan. Ava Satanus.
He loves food so much he actually put it up his butt.
Yeah. Hey,
That's true.
do you think it's between Jesus and Satan, who has the bigger cock?
Okay, I'm not going to answer that. That's just a little bit too much for me. I'm not going to answer that.
I'll tell you what, just nod to your left if it's Satan.
Okay, I'm not.
Okay, was that was Satan. Okay, so she said Satan.
Yeah, definitely Satan, dude.
Yeah.
Come
No,
on.
I didn't say Satan. I didn't answer. I'm not going to
You
answer
did.
that
definitely
question.
said Satan.
You nodded your head to the left.
Yeah. That question.
You said Satan.
You said Satan.
Yeah, it's already been answered.
Casey Tron thinks Satan's cock is bigger. Let that be
No,
on the
I
record.
don't.
On the
Okay,
record.
Please stop. Please stop.
On the record.
Okay, that's
Stop.
how we're-
Sorry.
Set in stone.
Okay. It's just a rumor, folks. I heard a rumor that Casey Tron thinks that Satan's cock is bigger than Jesus's. That's all I'm saying. It's a rumor. It's unsubstantiated.
I wasn't.
Don't go propagating that.
In stone. Chiseled in stone.
I didn't want to be on here to be made a clown out of or be made a mockery out of.
Oh.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. We didn't really get that memo. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's awesome.
Very funny. You know, people like you say that, you know, God isn't real. But I can tell you from experience that God is extremely real. There are actually
But how do you know?
okay, stop laughing. And this isn't
okay. Sorry.
You're right. It's not funny. How brainwashed people are is not funny. You're right. We apologize.
Okay. There are actually first-hand accounts of people actually.
But how do you know? I'm asking how do you know personally?
There are videos all over YouTube, videos of real people seeing real angels, real miracles happening.
Well, you're a real person. How do you know?
Miracles happen every day, and people like
You're a real person,
you
right?
to say that God isn't real. And honestly, I challenge. Look up any of those videos. I challenge you to look up any of those YouTube videos right now. First-hand accounts of people seeing angels, and then tell me it isn't real.
Okay, but how do you know? How do you personally know?
Please pull it up for viewers.
How do you personally know? How do you personally know? How do you personally know?
Pull it up, Ben.
Yeah.
Let's pull it up.
What am I pulling out?
Well, I can't deviate from my scripted character. Sorry.
Pull it up.
What? Pull what up?
The angels.
What angels?
People testifying.
Angels in the outfield? Angels in the outfield?
We need to see. She needs to show the people the angels. Angel testimonials,
There's
Ben,
videos all over YouTube
of people who've seen
real
angels.
Angels caught on camera.
That you admittedly have
Angels caught on
not,
camera.
obviously, because you won't answer the question. Because obviously you have no personal experience with God, so you have to point to other
He
people.
has never spoken to me now, but I have no doubt in my mind that
Then how do you? But then how do you know?
Because I've seen other people's first-hand accounts of it.
So you're making an argument based on personal experience.
I don't know
Even
what
though,
you're making
even
off of.
what am I making an argument based off of? What do you think I actually believe? What is my argument for what?
What's your argument?
An argument for what, though?
What's your argument against angels
what's
being
my argument?
real?
Okay.
There's actual video evidence of it.
The evidence
take a look at
is
the
not genuine.
Angels.
What is this?
What is this? This is not angels.
Oh no, this is something stupid.
This is garbage.
Oh no, that's
Guardian angel.
Yeah, wrong thing. All right, so I can't find it anywhere. This is guardian angel testimonials.
Just say like angels are real or something.
Okay.
Angels are real.
Just fucking see the evidence for angels.
I know the guardian angels are real.
Oh, wow.
Guardian angels are real.
Wow. So Ben does believe guardian angels are real.
So you do believe that guardian angels are real?
Ben just said I don't, but Ben said he does.
Okay,
Hold
so
on.
I see that I'm kind of getting through to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw your face.
I'm a believer.
All right,
Okay.
let's take a look at this.
So they're real. Let's see.
This is evidence of angels here, you guys. What happened? How is that?
It's the title of the fucking video.
I guess
This
the
is
guy-
evidence that angels are real.
Wow, that guy narrowly missed getting hit.
Good
with that-
job, angels.
Angels did that.
I don't see them, but they must be
Look at
invisible.
the title of the video.
What is it? I can't see it through my mask.
It says guardian angels are real. Just watch this.
Okay. I don't see the
that's the
angels.
video.
Where are the angels?
See, the angels somehow helped that guy from. Yeah, see, TJ, how can you not see this? How can you not see
It
this?
looked like that
That's
pole
amazing.
stopped the car there.
TJ, God.
Angels
put-
sometimes look
put
like
the pole
poles.
there.
Okay.
The angels put the pole there. They saved his life. Look, he could have been dead.
I'm not seeing the angels here. I'm seeing some.
You don't see it.
I'm seeing some.
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you right now, you're not seeing it because you refuse to see it.
Right.
Wow.
That's why
You know what? I did see magical fairies save all those people, so I believe that magical fairies are real. But I did not see any angels.
Okay, you're just being sarcastic now.
No, I'm not being sarcastic. I have a sincere belief in magical fairies. You got a fucking problem with that?
Okay, you don't need to raise your voice at me.
Well,
Don't
you're
raise your
questioning
voice,
my
TJ.
beliefs. You know, people get angry when their beliefs are questioned, Caseytron, and I have a sincerely held belief in
Is
magical
it a
fairies.
deeply held belief?
Deeply held.
Oh, wow. It's deeply held.
Deeply held belief in magical fairies. It's the one supernatural thing I do.
Do you need any special accommodations because you believe this?
Yes, tons.
Oh, shit.
Tons of special
Like what?
accommodations. Whenever anyone sees me, they have to go.
Why?
Just to respect the fairies, man.
Oh, all right.
So Casey Tron, why do people in the chat keep saying that you're a troll?
Yeah.
Are you shocking?
Are you a
think
troll,
that,
Caseytron?
Because I think that because of the persona that I give off on stream, you know, like I like to joke around and stuff like that, and I like to have a good time. People think that I'm a troll, but I'm being very sincere right now. So, like, I get that they would think that I'm a troll because of how I can act sometimes on my Twitch.tv stream, but this is the real Casey. So,
The real Casey.
yeah.
Can you do some jumping jacks or something?
Are you making fun of my weight now?
No.
No, I'm not.
Okay, I don't think
I thought you might
don't think
enjoy
everyone
doing
needs
some
exercise.
jumping jacks for Jesus, though.
Okay, and
You never heard of that? Jumping jacks for Jesus?
Yeah, jumping for Jesus.
Yeah.
Who hasn't heard of that?
I do it.
I don't want to do that on stream because I feel like
No.
if I were to be doing that, you know, live in front of thousands of people, I would be doing that for the flesh and not for the Lord. However, you know, if I were doing it,
No,
shocking.
You do it to exalt the Lord. It's in His name.
Yeah.
It's in His holy name. But that's okay. You know.
All Christians are not created equal, TJ. I mean, come on.
There is a guy whose
I
videos
think a
that
true Christian would have done it.
there is a guy whose videos we have watched a few times, and he can make clouds disappear.
Yeah, you can.
Wow.
Just by using psychic abilities.
That's
what's
amazing.
his name?
He says his name. Hold on. We'll see what he.
Hey, this is another cloud control video by T. Chase,
T. Chase.
T. Chase.
where by using my psychic powers I control clouds,
It's pretty impressive.
making
must
them
provide actual evidence you
disappear
can do
or
this.
appear or change shape. You see, I have a lot of videos
Yeah.
on this stuff.
He has a lot of
This
videos
is
on this stuff.
in
Does this all the time.
September.
But I'll tell you what, it's more amazing every time. It's
Truly.
it's never
You
like
see his powers growing with each year.
yes.
eventually he'll be able to create clouds that are, you know, able to take on life and conquer the human race.
2050.
I don't like it when people do that kind of stuff. I just...
The controlling clouds and stuff.
I just think that it's fake and they're just trying to get attention.
No.
Yeah.
You're about to see some
Now,
evidence.
there's
Hold
only
on.
two clouds
Yeah,
up
watch
here.
this video. There's tons of
You see
evidence.
the trees. And
Definitely some
the only
trees.
clouds is, I see here,
Yeah.
there's some small ones here. These series of small clouds. What I'm going to try to do
sure
is, using my psychic powers, make these clouds disappear. As I do this, I have to chant.
Yeah, he has a
I'm going to
chant.
try to make this string of small clouds disappear.
Yes.
Please disappear. Please disappear. Please disappear. Please disappear. Please disappear. Please disappear. Please disappear.
Now this video is 11 minutes long, and eventually the clouds do disappear.
Yeah.
How can you argue with that?
Amazing.
Would you say that he's more powerful?
It's not
than
great,
God?
it's amazing.
See, and I don't. See, and that's why I don't like this, because people like this, you know, try to be more powerful than God. And that's why I don't like
Do
watching
you?
this
But
kind of stuff.
wouldn't you say that if he can do this, he is more powerful than God?
Yeah, I mean, he made clouds disappear in 11 minutes. It only took 11 minutes.
Okay,
God took 7 days just to make the Earth. I mean, come on. This guy got rid of these clouds in 11 minutes flat.
Okay, yeah,
You know,
God
his
did
powers
the
will continue to
Earth
grow.
in 7 days, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I don't think that's a funny thing. I think it's amazing, and God
Yeah.
did create man, as it's stated in the Bible. And I want you guys to really think about that. I refuse to believe that we are some sort of byproduct of evolution or whatever you people want to call it. I refuse to think that. And then the fact that you're going to think that it's like a joke that God made the earth and the heavens in 7 days. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think it's a joke. I take it fucking dead serious. God made the world in 7 days. But I'm saying this guy who destroyed these clouds in 11 minutes flat is more powerful.
Definitely.
Because I bet...
I mean, look, he made the clouds disappear.
If he turned his powers... If he turned his powers
Yes, he
against
is.
the Earth, he could destroy the very Earth that got
No problem.
No problems whatsoever.
Earth gone. Done.
You could probably destroy the Earth in 6 days. Took God 7 to build it. I mean, come on.
I think he would destroy the Earth in 1 day, and the second day he would just destroy God,
I'm
and then that would
sorry.
just be the end of everything.
I didn't think that this whole show would be you guys making fun of who I believe in. I didn't think that.
I'm not making fun. I'm just saying this guy. I'm saying this. I respect what you believe. I'm just.
Okay,
we just
you have
proved
to
that the
have
Cloud
that
Man
God
is more
does-
powerful
Yeah, we just
than God.
proved it. It's proven.
He is our leader. We better bow down to his greatness and might, because unlike some other gods, we know this guy exists. He's right here. He's before us. He's showing off his power.
I know that God exists.
God has never shown up. I've never seen God. I've seen this guy, and I've seen what he can do to the clouds. I think that it's best to acquiesce to his will. You know, because if we don't do it, who knows what sort of hell is in store for us.
Praise the Cloud God.
Yeah, praise him. Praise his holy name. Cloud disappear.
Cloud disappear.
Cloud disappear. Cloud disappear. You're not joining the
Yeah, we were waiting for you.
I'm not going to chant that.
Why not?
It'd be fun.
I don't believe in worshiping false idols.
Okay.
Oh, you don't believe in clouds? Okay, I see.
We'll modify it for yours. God disappear. God disappear. God disappear. Wait, he's not even. He doesn't exist, so he can't disappear.
Good call.
God appear.
Okay.
Appear.
You say that
Appear.
God
Save
exists,
Casey
but-
Crawford.
Yes,
God,
God doesn't
please.
exist, but the burden of proof is actually on you.
You
The
should
burden
pray.
of proof is on you. You're the one who's saying that God doesn't
Pray
exist
to
whenever
God.
it's been. Okay. The burden of proof is on you. Tell me how God doesn't exist.
How he doesn't exist? I don't know. He just doesn't exist
we
the same
offered
way
his-
that fucking giant purple dinosaurs don't exist.
We offered to smoke a doobie with him, and he never showed up. So we have to assume he doesn't exist.
Okay.
'Cause Who
I
would
think
pass that
that's-
offer
I
up?
think that is already quite apparent that you guys are kind of being led by Satan. Whether you are or not you want to believe that he's influencing you, it's already
we're totally down with Satan.
From your name, drunken.
Do you think Satan sounds like Tim Curry?
Further
We
impairing
love
your
Satan.
judgment, and now you're talking about smoking marijuana. Okay.
Yeah. Did God create
Talk
marijuana?
about that all the time.
You talk about smoking marijuana all the time.
All the time.
Did God create marijuana?
He must have.
I honestly, I think that the marijuana plant was actually created by Satan, as were the dinosaurs. So.
Oh, okay. Makes
I
sense.
see.
Makes sense. So, Satan created marijuana. Why did he create it?
Just to furtherly lead the people away from Jesus.
So you think what about people who smoke weed and believe in Jesus?
I think that people who smoke weed and believe in Jesus, I think that marijuana is taking them away from it, and I think it's really sad.
What if gaming is taking you away from it? Don't you think that might be possible?
I don't think that gaming is taking me away from Jesus. Actually, where I went to church,
Well, it's a lot more time you could spend praying. You could spend a lot more time praying.
And PlayStations, and they even played World of Warcraft. I even played World of Warcraft whenever I was in church, and my preacher actually said it was okay as long as I didn't play Warlocks or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
But that's time you could spend praying and getting a closer relationship with Jesus. I mean, gaming just
there's
kind of distracting from
satanic
that.
Illuminati propaganda all throughout those games too.
That is true.
You know, the media companies are all controlled by Satan. All the gaming companies are controlled by Satan. Well, it's the entire industry. Even the games that seem innocuous are full of satanic Illuminati stuff.
Yes, every game.
Don't you know about the Illuminati, Casey Tron?
I'm familiar with the Illuminati, but I don't really follow on them much. What are they doing now?
Well, they control all the video games that come out.
Everything in the media.
All of them are.
Yeah.
You know, even the ones that seem innocent are full of subversive satanic propaganda, so you should probably stop gaming immediately. Because you're damning your soul to hell. And I'm just telling you, because that's how I ended up as an atheist. I used to be a Christian, and then I played video games.
Did you?
And it led, yeah, it was. Video games are what led me away from God, honestly. You know?
Were you brought up in the Christian faith?
Oh yeah. And then I played Super Mario Brothers, and I realized that Bowser was a metaphor for Satan, and all you have to do is follow Satan. And
when did you know faith?
it was when I was playing Mario when I was 6 years old, and then
So you
God,
stopped believing whenever you were 6 years old?
God jumped out of me, and then Satan jumped in.
You stopped believing whenever you were 6 years old and you were brought up Christian. I just wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Satan jumped in. What do you want him to do?
Mario did that shit. So, I just don't want to see the same thing happen to you, Casey, because I've seen you playing these satanic video games with these devilish imagery. I don't know. A lot of the video games I saw you watching were satanic.
What was it, League of Legends? Definitely satanic. Satanic.
That is super satanic.
Super satanic.
Totally satanic.
It totally is.
It is, unfortunately.
The Illuminati is just brainwashing you to prepare you for the coming. There's Illuminati symbolism in League of Legends.
Have you ever seen a triangle in League of Legends? If anything is shaped triangularly, that's Illuminati right there, and that's satanic.
I know.
You just need to steer clear of triangle. Anytime you see triangles, it's Illuminati.
I didn't realize that they had such a big influence on gaming. I'll have to read up more on them.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, you need to spend hours studying
this. This is serious stuff. Some serious fucking business. Do you have any videos?
Yeah, I mean, I do have some.
Let's show Casey Tron a video and see what she thinks.
Okay.
Is it the Illuminati?
I don't have any Illuminati videos. I had no idea we were going to talk about it. But I guess we could play some Vigilant Christian.
I think we may have to.
Alright. I'll grab one.
See if we can find someone claiming League of Legends is satanic.
Okay.
And then we can show her.
Well, it's not a claim, PJ. It's definitely satanic.
Yeah, it's the truth.
Come on.
I don't think that's true. true. If it were satanic, then I wouldn't play it. If
The
there were
burden of
anything
proof
in
is
it that
on
I
you.
felt was
We have proven.
satanic or
We have
promoting
proven the Illuminati
Satanism
exists,
or
and it's
against God, then
satanic.
I wouldn't play it.
Satanic. Just satanic. I mean.
I'm sorry. I'm just like really distracted by how your chat is talking about me right now. Like, I have to deal with this a lot on my stream. As you guys know, I have to deal with a lot of sexism on my stream, and I just really wasn't prepared going into a podcast to experience it. So
Oh, so sorry.
it's
real
fine.
unfortunate.
It's just kind of what you have to expect from people, sadly.
Yeah, people are horrible. I hate them all. Every last stinking goddamn one of them. Especially Scotty.
I don't have any Illuminati stuff.
Oh well. Let's play something else.
All right.
Play some shit.
Yeah, we'll play something else.
Yeah, motherfucker. Play something.
All right. Here we go.
I've been following the presidential campaign, and the reason I have to do that is because I'm the American Empress, and the Jesuits are trying to install a president in office who will undermine my conspiracy law and undermine me as the Empress.
Oh shit.
And
Wow,
my
that is
conspiracy law is
bullshit.
anti-Jesuit law. I just want to give
Casey
you all...
Tron, do you acknowledge Gail Cord Schuler as the Empress of America?
We all here do.
No, I do not. I don't. I don't know
You're
who that
fucking
is. Who
sick.
is
I can't
she?
even believe this. She is insane. She is in direct contact with the man you claim to follow, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
And in fact, she has even had sex with Jesus.
Okay, and I know exactly what kind of person this is. This is the kind of person who is paid to make Christians look extremist, paid to make Christians look crazy, and I don't follow this, and I don't
Who's
play
paying
into
them?
this.
What?
And it's no surprise to me that you would play on your
She is
podcast
not. She is
somebody
not
making
crazy.
Christianity look bad. I
She
think
is
it's
not
pretty clear that
crazy.
she
That's
is crazy,
offensive.
And I
This
think
is
it's
highly
pretty clear,
offensive.
and I know what you guys are doing. You're trying to
Highly offensive.
make all Christians look crazy like that. And that's simply not true.
This is
But
highly
you can
offensive.
go ahead and play the video.
some pointers.
This is a sincere
It
video.
is very important who we elect as the American president, because if the Jesuits put in one of their Jesuit patsies into office, which will be one of their puppets, they will be like an Adolf Hitler.
Donald Trump.
Jesuits have a very clever propaganda campaign going on right now. And using their about 95% control over the Western mainstream press, they are trying to choose the next president. You can pretty much tell who to vote for by who is being the most slandered in the news media. Right now, these are the candidates I endorse. If you're a Democrat, I would endorse Hillary Clinton.
Had to go with Hillary, huh,
Yeah.
Gail?
Yeah, so the Empress of America.
But, you know, she's our Empress, so,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm voting for Hillary, I
Well, she
guess.
says Hillary. You gotta go with Hillary.
I mean,
What's
yeah.
our Republican option, though?
And the reason I say that is because my men have told me that Hillary supports my conspiracy law about 100%. And she's a big fan of my conspiracy law.
Wow.
And I'm going to have a link for my
You heard
conspiracy
it
law
here, folks.
underneath
Hillary
this link.
Clinton
You may
supports Gail's conspiracy law.
She definitely does.
That is awesome.
say, but are you a Democrat? No, I'm an independent, though I have a history of voting Republican. But I feel that Barack Obama has been a great president.
Bronco Obama.
And I have been
Bronco Obama.
How do you feel about Barack Obama, Casey Tron? Do you feel he's been a great president?
I don't like Barack Obama.
Why not?
Is he a Muslim?
Was he even born here?
I don't want to get into why I don't like Barack Obama, but you know, he still never has shown a birth certificate, so.
very
I
pleased
feel
with
ya.
him. And for the most part,
Are you a Trump supporter, Casey Tron? You gonna vote Donald Trump, or
It's actually illegal to ask someone who they're voting for.
it's not illegal now? It's not.
I don't want to be made fun of for my political beliefs, but I do like Donald Trump a lot, so.
Is it the hair?
No, I just think that he's really going to get this country back to, you know, what it was founded on.
Make
Being a
America
strong
great again.
America. Yeah, I think that he's going to make America great again.
Wow.
Well,
We had the real Barack Obama until about April 2012 when the Jesuits murdered him. And read my book, The African Congo. I think that's what I call it. It's about Barack Obama's head in a jar. If you go to my writer's site, you can read how he died. And what happened is after 2012, he was replaced with an automaton. It's kind of like an
He was replaced with an automaton.
An automaton?
Yeah, yeah. So Barack Obama was murdered by the Jesuits, and he was replaced with an automaton.
Autofuton.
Do you know?
I'm not familiar with that.
An automaton?
I'm not familiar with that. Is that a science term?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
No.
You're an automaton, Casey Tron.
No, automaton.
Automaton.
I'd have to look up what that is.
And so basically it was the android who won re-election because the real Barack Obama was murdered. The automatons are very good, and it's hard to tell that they're an automaton unless you really know the person.
Yeah.
Judge Tarrant Jenkins said when he speaks with Barack Obama, he can tell it's the automaton. Now, the problem we've had with the automaton is the Jesuits are undermining a lot of his edicts. So you're hearing stuff on the news which is not the real Barack Obama's policies. Anything anti-Russian that you're hearing on the news is where he's being undermined, and where the Jesuits are able to insert their policies into his administration. And I do believe that he has a Jesuit clone who has been making some appearances, possibly. I'm not really sure.
So he has a clone and an automaton.
Automaton.
Automaton. They covered all their bases, you know. They made sure they really cloned the shit out of Obama after they killed him.
Yeah, I bet you didn't even know this, right, Casey Tron?
I don't follow this type of propaganda. Like I said, I'm just kind of trying not to listen because I think that people pay people like this to make Christians look bad.
Who pays them?
The Jesuits.
Probably the Richard Dawkins Foundation.
So Richard Dawkins probably pays for Gail?
I wouldn't be surprised.
He is pretty rich, DJ. Man, he is rich.
So you think Richard Dawkins pays people like this to make videos on the internet to make Christians look stupid?
Hitchens probably has like a fund.
So which prominent atheist is paying you then, Casey Tron?
Okay. I wasn't. That's.
The low blow.
I don't know why you're attacking.
That's a
me
drop
right
the
now.
mic moment, TJ. You're just like, okay.
I'm just here to defend my beliefs.
I do have an Illuminati video now.
I never said that I was I never said that I was the smartest person ever. I never said that I was, as smart as either of you. But if I were, I wouldn't be using my brains that God gave me. You guys should honestly feel lucky that God made you as smart as what you are. I wouldn't be using it to, make fun of people for having the beliefs that they do. So
You're right. You're absolutely right. Let's learn something about the Illuminati instead.
All right. So, this is a video claiming that when Doritos made their rainbow-colored Dorito chips, it was an Illuminati conspiracy pushing the LGBT agenda.
The homosexuality lobby, Ben.
Yep.
The homosexual lobby.
It's the Febreze guy.
Sweet. He's pretty smart.
Yeah, he's one of the smartest. I'm turning down his horrible...
Stupid intro?
Yeah.
Stupid intro. Oh, this is disgusting.
Oh my god, so gay.
Rainbow Doritos. Where does it end?
Jeff, you gotta see this, man. Doritos, they got the rainbow chips.
Where does it end?
Why am I not surprised? Why would I not be surprised? After all, it is the Illuminati chip.
Yep.
I'm not
Oh,
even
yeah,
joking.
there we go. There's a
Covered
triangle.
Doritos before
That's
past
true.
With their satanic sort of commercials and how they like to make men dress up as girls, of course, and all that.
Sick.
In order to get Doritos, of course. So here you go. You got the rainbows. You got the purples prominently displayed in the front. And why the hell would Doritos be doing this? Well, of course, it's about the LGBT. You know, it's tranny. So therefore, all the hideous, genetically modified corn sugar corporations that pollute your brains, your minds, your bodies, and your children with this
These
thing
are
that
gay
they call
chips. These are gay chips, literally. They want to give to children.
So the Illuminati orchestrated this to turn children gay.
Yes.
You know, every time I eat
Without
Doritos,
question.
I've always wondered why it is. Every time I eat Doritos, I immediately want to suck a dick afterwards. And now I know why. It's because of these. It's because they're fucking brainwashing me.
And now it's not even brainwashing. It's just out in the open now. So you look, just rainbow Doritos, just right there.
Yeah, pretty soon they're just gonna have a big picture of a cock right on the bag of Doritos. Yep, Doritos. Show a guy with like Dorito chips around his fucking mouth like little crumbs, and he's sucking a cock, and it's like, this'll be you in 5 minutes, faggot. Eat Doritos. The official chip of sucking cock.
The official chip of the homosexual lobby.
And then they have a lesbian version too. There's like a big vagina on the front of the bag.
Yeah, sure.
Casey Tron has no response.
She's scared.
I don't really have anything to say about that. I don't really want to commentate on the gay community. I know it's not really how the Bible wants it, but I'm really no one to judge them if that's the way that they want to live their life.
So you have no problem with gay Doritos?
I didn't say that I had no problem with it, but I said that the Bible has a
You
problem.
just accept gay Doritos. Okay, we understand. That's fine.
food, which of course, if you look on the back, is full of all these chemicals that you've probably never heard before. And if you've never heard of them before, you probably shouldn't be taking them into your body. But I digress, do I not? Drug Street here. I mean, there's a gazillion articles on this. I just found this one. Go buy a bag of these Dorito Rainbows to support the LGBT agenda. We need to program the youth into this hideous, most satanic, pedophilic, sort of monstrous mentality that the New World Order is of course dressing up as a beautiful thing. At last, it's finally here! Woo! Let's go celebrate. A great reason for Doritos fingers. What are Doritos fingers?
It's when your fingers are covered in the little crumbs and seasonings of a Dorito.
He's like,
Yeah.
what are they?
What are they? Who is this?
It's a mystery. This guy's gay as fuck.
Well, obviously I sprayed him with Febreze. He's gay.
He's totally gay.
Yep.
We made him gay.
And he ate too many Doritos.
We sprayed him with Febreze and he's gay. And he ate a Dorito and he's gay. Everything makes him
Doubly gay.
He's like trying to blame his own homosexuality on random household shit. Like, oh man, Doritos is trying to make me gay. That's why I keep thinking about big black dick in my face. It's like, no, that's just what you want, and you're blaming it on external factors because you're a fucking moron.
All right, we'll move on from this since
I
Casey.
just feel uncomfortable talking about such
Casey
I
Tron
can
is
tell.
garbage.
You know,
Okay,
one.
you don't have to tell me.
You're garbage. You're fucking garbage, Casey Tron. How do you respond? What do you have to say for yourself?
Okay, I just wasn't expecting to be.
What's
so
your favorite
misread.
movie, Casey Tron? You have a
feel
favorite
like
movie?
I feel like it's pretty obvious that you guys are misogynists.
Yeah, right.
Oh, totally.
Totally hate
I feel
women.
like it's pretty obvious.
But what's your favorite movie?
Yeah, you didn't have to tell me that. I think it's pretty obvious.
Right, yeah. What's your favorite movie?
Who won it on the record?
I just want to know, for the record, what your favorite movie is.
One of my favorite movies, probably A Walk to Remember or Passion of the Christ.
I thought you were going to say Homeward Bound for some reason.
Why?
I don't know. I said for some reason.
It's a great film, TJ. Homeward Bound is an amazing film. Don't even begin to diss on that movie.
I fucking
TJ.
like Homeward Bound.
Damn right you like Homeward Bound.
Shadow!
We'll do one more before Casey Tron leaves us. This is
Make it a good one, Ben.
Yeah, make it the best video possible.
Brett Keane got screwed by Elder Scrolls Online.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, she's a gamer and she can understand and relate. This is another Christian.
And he's a God believer.
He's a God believer.
Yeah.
He's a God believer who's a gamer,
so
just
fill
like
me
you.
in what happened to him?
Well, he's gonna fill you in.
He's gonna tell you a 411.
He's gonna give you the 411 on this.
He's got everything.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane from Games You Love.
Greatest YouTuber of all
Also,
time.
make sure you check out my other channels, God TV Radio.
You should
and
collab
such,
with him.
and
You're
Brett
both
Keane
Christian gamers.
Superstar. Today, I'm going to tell you how ZeniMax screwed me over, how the gaming company of Elder Scrolls Online played me out, literally put my money to sleep. A while back, whenever they were coming out with the game, I was concerned that my computer might not be able to handle it because it was having frame rate issues with Skyrim. I figured, alright, it's a new game, it's most likely going to need more of an upgrade on my computer. So I was looking forward to it coming out on PlayStation 4 because I had put my money together, I got it together, they had a release date and everything. Well, what happens is that release date rolls around and they end up delaying it. So I wait practically a year. Comes time for Christmas, they're stating they're going to release it again. They don't. So I decided...
One thing that contributes to Brett Keane's popularity and his longevity is how exciting it is to listen to him speak.
I'm really every word that pours out of his mouth, I'm just hanging on the edge of my seat.
Why is he talking like that? He's talking like very monotone, almost like a robot. I don't know.
He's an automaton.
Yeah, he's an automaton.
So that's
Yeah, he's a robot.
He's a robot.
He is a robot.
Whenever Christmas went through and that PS4 game wasn't released, that I'd buy the PC
A robot probably would not make as many
version. Why? Because there was a promise made by Elder Scrolls Online company stating that those who buy the PlayStation 4 game are those who wanted it and decided that they're going to use PC can easily transfer their characters over to the PS4. To myself, alright, I'll try to run the game on my shitty computer while I'm waiting for it to come out on PS4 where it'll look good, sound good, and everything else. For months, I've been sitting there playing to the best of my ability on my crappy, shitty-ass computer, awaiting for this PS4 game to come out. So now all of a sudden they announce that they're going to be doing beta. So they do the beta for PlayStation 4, and of course they only invite certain people.
This is fucking riveting.
This is a crime,
Yeah,
TJ.
and it is, like, I'm a gamer, and I've not been invited to the betas before, and I have found it to be extremely
That's
offensive.
fucking bullshit. They're prejudiced against you because you got big tits.
Okay,
It's an outrage. I'm outraged.
It is. It's extremely offensive. Whenever
It
Heroes
is.
of the Storm came out, Blizzard actually invited twice the amount of male gamers
Wow.
as they did female gamers. To the
That
beta.
is bullshit.
That makes no sense.
That is fucking sickening. But actually, as a misogynist, I do support that, though.
Oh, okay. We're misogynists again. Okay, yeah. We totally support it.
I like that. You know, I don't even think any female gamers should have been invited except for, you know, to like perform fellatio on the male gamers that were there under the desks as they play. That's what I think should.
Or to bring them sandwiches, right?
That's what I feel the rightful place of quote-unquote girl gamers is.
Okay, that's just a little bit too much for me. Like,
Yeah.
I've heard it all.
Get the fuck out of here, Casey Tron. Get out of here. Get out of here. We don't want you here.
You're garbage.
You're garbage, Casey Tron. You're fucking shit.
Okay.
Get her off my
wasn't-
screen, Ben. I don't want to hear any more from this.
Any more of these lies.
This crazy feminazi from hell.
I'm not a feminazi, but I guess
Destroying
I
the
would rather
lives
be
of children.
than,
Let her have the last word.
Okay.
All right.
You have the last word, Casey
Yeah,
Tron.
go ahead.
I don't really have anything to say to you guys. I just really
No, you
wasn't
don't talk to us. Talk to the audience.
Yeah, talk to the audience.
Let them know how they should perceive what has happened here today.
I think it's pretty obvious what has happened here today. You guys invited me on your show to make a mockery out of me and to basically just be misogynistic towards me and make your sexist jokes towards me. So, GG to you guys, I guess. I just thought that you guys would actually take this seriously as I did, but as I can see, this is just one big joke, so.
Yeah.
That's totally right. It's 100% spot on.
You are correct. It's the only correct thing you've said, but you are correct.
Yeah.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Well, that was wonderful.
That was one of our best guests of all time.
Yep.
I would say it was our best guest.
I mean,
let's have her on again as soon as possible.
the whole Jesus thing, was kind of annoying, but gotta be exposed to other, ideas.
I don't know if you guys noticed this, but she had rather large breasts.
What?
No way.
I don't know.
TJ, that's really misogynistic of you to say.
I am not a misogynist.
You're not?
No.
You're just a masochist?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get them confused. It kind of sounds a little bit similar, so.
A massagynist.
Yeah.
Massagynist. I'm a misogynist. You're women misogynist.
Yeah. As far as the video here, Brett Keen's an idiot.
This is so boring.
I know, it's like, who even cares about this?
I know.
We need to not.
James,
Come on, let's stop playing Brett Keen. They're not interesting.
Sometimes they are.
Yeah, but it's so rare. It's so rare that they're interesting. It's only when he gets totally outrageous. We need to starve him for a while so that he has to come up with crazier shit to get our attention. Like, Brett, if you're listening to this, and I know you are, please, do something insane, batshit crazy. Come up with something.
Or maybe something
outrageous,
interesting we can have a G-Man or Brett Keen debate. That actually might be interesting to watch the Christians fight amongst themselves.
I don't know if Brett will come on here, but we'll see. If we promise to stay out of it and just let it be Brett Keen
versus G-Man,
and we just stay out of it, maybe he'll do it.
Yeah, that might be interesting.
Brett Keen versus G-Man. I think G-Man would just be led astray by Brett Keen again, and he would forgive him, and they would become friends.
It would even be more hilarious then.
2 months later, they'd be in each other's
Exactly.
And it'd be pretty funny.
It would be pretty funny, dude. It'd be hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Especially if it plays out that way. But who knows? Who knows if they even want to do it? So it's just speculation of our part.
Speculation. Also, what's going on?
Ben's doing a line right now.
Ben's doing a line of coke. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, fuck.
Cocaine.
Who doesn't love cocaine?
I'm just,
He's doing coke. So TJ, how did you do on FanDuel?
I did.
Okay. You know what?
I totally fucking sucked. I blame the Jesuits though, so it's okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up right now and see how that's going.
Do it.
By the way, I just got in contact with that person. Yeah.
All right, what are they saying?
They haven't said anything yet, but we should probably
go to break.
Oh yeah, in a moment here. Oh yes, I have surpassed TJ.
Okay, what is your? So what place are you in?
I'm in 46th place.
46th place.
Yeah.
What did you play, Scotty?
115.
Jesus. You're one of the worst. Last week you won. You were 6th last week.
You know what, man? The Jesuits led me astray.
What happened?
The Jesuits, man. I maintain it's the Jesuits.
Yeah, you were led astray by the Jesuits.
I have 2 people that were 0 points, so I think that sums it up.
I did okay on most of my picks, but I just picked a few shitty ones. So I gotta focus more.
FanDuel.com/DP. Go there, play against us. You can win real money. We play. We got 144 players for this past Sunday.
Yeah, one of them, they win. 30 of them at least have won money, or a shit ton have.
I can still. I still have a player that's playing right now.
So you could potentially maybe move up high enough. Do you, what's the?
You're in 54th.
Right. I'm stuck where I am. All my players are played.
Yep. Yeah, I have this one player that he only has like 4 points right now.
Oh.
So we'll see what he does.
Maybe he'll get some big plays.
They're in the second quarter.
What is it, a tight end?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
I've got such a tight end.
Yeah, let me see your tight end.
What's wrong with you, TJ? What's wrong with you, buddy?
I'm not TJ, by the way. I'm mystery guest.
Oh.
But I am TJ.
Yeah, you said you were TJ.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm mystery guest first.
You have always been TJ.
Mystery guest. Mystery guest.
We actually do have a mystery guest, though.
Oh, shit.
I know, me.
No, another one.
Oh.
Another one? What?
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to have someone else on here.
Just maybe.
Is it because you think that you'll be perceived as racist if you talk about race?
Fucking yes. Because white people's opinions about racism is illegitimate to you. For the record, I'm talking to you, not all black people. See? Why did I even need to fucking say that?
You don't really believe that racism is over because we have a black president, do you?
No. Racism will always exist. But having a black president proves that it isn't a widespread societal problem. Unless you're someone who voted for Obama simply because he's black, then you might be a little racist.
Why is it so easy for you to notice when there are no white people around, but you hardly ever notice when there are no black people around?
I actually do notice when there are no black people around, because I have eyes and I can see what skin tone my company has. I honestly just don't really pay attention to it. It's not something I actively go over in my head. I have brown hair, right? It's like saying, how come you notice when there are no brown-haired people around, but you hardly ever notice when there are no blonde people around? It's a stupid question. Next!
Why is your goal to be colorblind?
I actually enjoy being able to see colors. My goal is not to be colorblind. I like being able to identify colors. You know, this thing's red, that thing's purple. Oh, you meant something else. Well, of course they don't mean literally colorblind, right? They probably made that their goal because you keep telling them that they aren't. And they think that race is an unimportant factor in learning about someone's character. Someone said once that character is more important than skin color. That people should be judged by their character, not by the color of their skin. Somebody help me out.
There's so many different types of people in the world, yet you can't see color?
It's a metaphor.
Why do you want to say the N-word so badly?
If I don't use it, what makes you think you can?
Because I don't allow other people to control my speech through force or pearl clutching. Freedom of speech includes the right to offend, and no one, not even entitled, sensitive, professional offense takers like yourselves, can stop me from exercising my right to say any word, to include the word nigger. Anyway, they probably want to say it since they've had it forbidden by you. It's kind of a human thing.
Why do you always want to touch our hair?
Trust me, I don't want to touch anything on you.
Who told you it was okay to touch people without their permission?
Nobody. Are there seriously just squadrons of white people going, ooh, ah, as they grope your hair? Screw off.
Why do you feel like having one black friend makes you a cultural expert or not a racist?
I don't. I'm sorry, was I talking to the wrong black people? Please direct me to the appropriate black people in my immediate area who can teach me about your culture. Oh, wait a second. Not every black person's culture is exactly the same, and I'm sure that you're a cultural expert just for being black, am I right? And the whole not a racist thing. How are you supposed to prove a negative? If a black person screams at a white person, you're a racist, and the white person says, no, I'm not, and then the black person goes, oh yeah, prove it. Then the white person panics and says, well, this is my friend Scott, he's black. Then you laugh and say, really? You're gonna use the black friend's excuse? That's why the prove it needs to be given to the person making the positive claim. You know, the one making the accusation of racism.
Is your only black friend comfortable with being the reason why you can't be racist?
Are you telling that black person that they're so dumb that they're willing to get into a friendship with someone who hates them based on their skin color? There I go, answering a question with a question again.
By that logic, then I'm not racist. I have a ton of white friends.
Well, thank goodness you don't think that they're serial killers. Wait a minute. Are you implying that you are a racist? And we just aren't noticing or something? That was a really fucking weird statement, dude.
Why do you feel comfortable cursing at your parents?
I don't. I'd get knocked around if I did.
Why do you kiss your dogs on the mouth?
I don't have a dog.
How come you can't pronounce black names like Misogyny, but can say names like Schwarzenegger, Galifianakis, and LaBeouf just fine?
Misogyny. Where's my medal? By the way, what if I wanted to name my daughter Misogyny? Would it still be a black name? Oh my goodness. God. What am I thinking? Appropriation. Everything about black people and white people needs to be separated by an equality wall. My apologies.
Why do you feel like all lions' lives matter, but black lives don't?
I actually value black lives more than I do lions' lives. Man, these questions are easy as hell.
Why is a lion's life in Africa more important than the lives of black people here in America?
They aren't. The news covers pretty much every incident where a black person and a white cop get into any sort of confrontation because Schrodinger's racist. And let's just zoom in for a moment. Look at your fucking face. You're talking about people dying. You're trying to get people to care about the lives of people, and you have this shit-eating grin on, like, ha ha ha, I gotcha. What the hell's the matter with you? This is not the face of someone who actually cares about anything. It's the face of someone who thinks they've discovered racism in people where it doesn't exist, and smirks because he thinks he's discovered more racism. It's almost like it gives you joy to discover it. I won't dare speculate about what that says about your mental framework.
What does Simba ever do for you?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that someone had to do something for me before their life started mattering. Maybe that's just me.
I get it. Lion King was an awesome movie. But so was Selma, and so was Malcolm X.
Don't patronize me, fuckwit.
Why is it so hard for you to acknowledge your privilege?
Because you simply take it to be true with no evidence, and it makes you a victim. I certainly haven't experienced any of this privilege. I'm a 22-year-old white guy who lives in an area where white people aren't the vast majority, and I have to say, not too privilegey around here. And I swear, if you tell me privileged people are blind to their privilege, then I can simply turn it around and say that you are blind to your privilege too. You will not convince me that I'm receiving benefits when I'm not. Just because God hasn't given you a sign doesn't mean he doesn't exist. That's how I hear that. One privilege I'll admit to is that I get treated better by white supremacists. But that's about it.
How does it feel to not be the spokesperson for your entire race at any given time?
Must be nice.
Says the people who are willingly engaging in speaking for their entire race. Are you seriously willing to engage in an activity and then bitching about the fact that you accepted the offer? There was more than one of you in this video, right? It really sucks having to speak for your race. Excuse me, would you like to speak for your race? Absolutely! Come on. Anyway, that's the end. I hope I answered all of your questions thoroughly. Have a wonderful day.
A woman with an opinion on the internet, especially a feminist opinion.
That's weird, because I'm neither a woman nor a feminist, and I've received death threats over the internet. So any argument you could make could apply to me as well. If I asked nicely, could I get TEDx to host a 14-minute speech where I do nothing but talk about death threats I get on the internet? Is this an ideological sales pitch or a pathetic attempt to gain notoriety just like many feminists before you? Why do people keep falling for the same tactic? I'm a feminist and I get death threats, please notice me. Looking at you, Rebecca Watson, Melody Hensley, Anita Sarkeesian, Valerie D'Orazio. It's the same game plan every time.
The folder name might sound a little, terrifying.
Oh, stop giving yourself the giggles. The audience doesn't find humor in threats on your life like you seem to. I know it's weird.
But I think it's important to call things what they actually are.
Okay, then I'd like to call your speech a load of bullshit. I'm sure you won't mind.
There's this thing that we used to call misogyny or sexism that we now call misogynist trolling.
So instead of describing something by calling it the noun misogyny, we use misogynist trolling. Well, those describe two different things, one of which is a hatred or dislike of women and girls, the other is pretending to hate women and girls to create chaos in a community. Wait. Oh my goodness, give me a second.
Whenever it happens on the internet.
Oh, okay, whenever it happens on the internet. Continue.
Trolling is a storied internet tradition. The modus operandi? To pretend to hold a particular point of view with the sole or primary purpose of creating chaos in a community.
I want everyone to look back at the atheism and skepticism community and what actually happened there. Look at the gaming community, the science fiction community, the comic book community. How these feminist trolls went into a community, claimed that they believed there was a bunch of misogyny in the community, and proceeded to create chaos in those communities. The difference is they probably actually hold that belief. Guthrie thinks she's describing what all of those evil, horrible trolls do, but she is actually, throughout this whole speech, going to detail what the feminist game plan is. And also, just a quick addendum, you can troll communities or individuals. It's not restricted to a community.
And because trolls are mainly there to provoke, just for the sake of provocation, the troll fighting strategy has always been to ignore them. Don't feed the trolls, we say.
Well, considering that their goal is to provoke you, not getting provoked would be the way to combat that, don't you think? It's really basic stuff, but what's the alternative, Stephanie?
So, when we call a spouter of vile misogyny a troll,
Seriously, everyone, just wait till you see her examples. You're either going to laugh or cry. Or both.
what are we really saying? We're saying, don't take it seriously, ignore it.
Yeah, because the troll's goal is you taking them seriously.
Tell me why I shouldn't take these kinds of things seriously.
Curious, how much do you spend on hair color and face putty each month? More than what welfare bums get per month? Not sexism, misogyny, or a death threat. Come on, you gotta admit it's impossible to be that stupid and not be drunk. Oh my, maybe not in your circle. Not sexism, misogyny, or a death threat.
These have all been directed at either me or women I know through my organization.
Seriously? Are you fucking kidding? Ugh. That's somebody making a claim about getting insulted online. It's not even the fucking insult. It's a tweet where someone says they got insulted somewhere else by male supporters. Jesus Christ.
Women in Toronto politics. Many of these things sound a lot like the misogyny a woman might face in the workplace.
Seriously, are you kidding me? That there are people in the workplace who say, I think the proper present for International Men's Day is a blowjob. Feel free to start sucking any time, honey. Where do you work?
In her home. On the street. Do we tell women not to take a workplace sexual harasser seriously?
Oh look, the first tweet that could be construed as a threat is someone quoting somebody else asking, OMG, like, where do I report this? Why aren't you showing us the actual tweets and only showing us people saying that they got them?
What about a woman whose work takes place on the internet? Can she just ignore it?
Yes. Yes, she can.
Should rape threats be a rite of passage?
Oh, we're going with rape threats now. Okay. Well, I have yet to see a tweet in your little collage there that actually shows a rape threat. It only shows people supposedly relaying the horrible tweets they got. Please show us one tweet that is a death and or rape threat. Just one.
For women with something to say on the internet?
Are you sure that none of those people sending you those messages were women? I'm sure that never even crossed your mind, because only men do this.
And the goal of many of these alleged trolls isn't just to provoke people, it's to shut women up.
Again, some of these alleged trolls might be women. Just saying, but it's par for the course for women like you to take insults against them personally and project that insult onto all women. People can't possibly be insulting you because you're stupid, malicious, myopic, vindictive, or all around not a nice person. They can only be insulting you because you're a woman. Watertight logic there.
And by not engaging them, we're giving them exactly what they want. Sounds like a pretty great strategy, right?
Wait. I thought that what they wanted is provocation. If you ignore them, then that would include not shutting up. So if you shut up due to trolling, that is necessarily you not ignoring them.
There's something else that really bothers me about the use of the word troll to describe garden variety misogyny.
Just gonna throw this out there, I personally think that 99% of the misogynistic tweets you get aren't misogynistic at all. They're just insults. Insults directed at particular women, not all women. Thank goodness you don't represent all women.
It suggests that this is an internet problem, rather than a society problem, one that's been around in countless cultures over countless centuries.
Yes, because we all know that societies around the world just hit women with death and rape threats all the time. Are you seriously telling me that you're on your commute to work and there are men who will just shout, "I'm going to rape and kill you"? You aren't living in reality. Interact with people who aren't behind a screen a little bit more, and maybe you'll see why your delusion is a delusion. How many death threats and or rape threats by men did you receive on your trip to this speech?
Why qualify it with a word like trolling when really it's misogyny, and it's hideous?
Insulting an individual woman is not insulting all women, nor does it mean the person making the insult has an innate prejudice against women, or that the person making the insult isn't a woman. I will continue saying this until feminists start listening. Male feminists probably get insulted all the time too, sometimes by women, but men can't be the victim of misogyny, can they?
I'm going to tell you a story today about hatred of women on the internet.
I think you meant to say particular women on the internet.
I'll talk about some of the features of online communication that have allowed misogyny to flourish, and also some of the features of online misogyny that make it easier than ever to confront, challenge, and change.
Okay, so I think we have the ground rules laid out. Anytime a woman gets insulted by a man on the internet, misogyny. Anytime a woman gets insulted by another woman on the internet, misogyny. Anytime a feminist insults a woman on the internet, oh, wait, no. Feminists can't possibly be misogynistic. Whenever feminists do it, it's okay, because that woman probably had internalized misogyny and was being a total jerk and deserved it. Am I close?
Last summer, misogynists were engaged in a virulent hate campaign against Anita Sarkeesian, a feminist media critic who was crowdfunding a video series to look at how women are represented in video games. They besieged her YouTube and Kickstarter pages with misogynist and anti-Semitic comments. They vandalized her Wikipedia page. They drew and photoshopped her into some truly disgusting, violent, pornographic scenes. And worst of all, one man in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario...
There's a famous quote that is often attributed to Voltaire that goes, "To learn who rules over you, simply find out who you are not allowed to criticize." In this day and age, it seems like one group that is becoming increasingly more difficult to criticize are feminists. For many feminists, any attempt to engage them in a debate is perceived as a form of harassment, and anyone who dares criticize their victim complex is usually met with hostility and rage. This is in spite of the fact that many feminist tenets and principles are becoming increasingly accepted as the status quo. A recent criminal trial out of Toronto, Ontario, stands as a quintessential example of a feminist trying to silence inconvenient dissent, and it reveals that the professional victims have a lot more power than you might think. This trial began back in November 2012, when a man named Greg Elliott was arrested for alleged criminal harassment of a woman named Stephanie Guthrie. Since then, Guthrie and Elliott have been embroiled in a long and dramatic legal trial, which concluded with the defense's closing statements in July of 2015. The judge in the case is expected to rule on October 6th of 2015, and if convicted, Elliott could face up to 6 months in prison. In order to understand what's so messed up about this case, you have to understand just who these two individuals are, and what prompted these charges of criminal harassment. Both Greg Elliott and Stephanie Guthrie are residents of Toronto, Ontario. Elliott is a graphic designer and artist whose work is displayed throughout the city, and Guthrie is a feminist activist who gave a TEDx talk back in October 2013 and was involved in the group Women in Toronto Politics. Elliott and Guthrie were evidently on friendly terms before this debacle began, with Greg Elliott even offering his artistic services to help make poster positions for Guthrie's political vision. However, the two had a falling out when Stephanie Guthrie began harassing a man named Benjamin Spur. Now, it's very important that I tell you about Miss Guthrie's prestigious spur, because it reveals a lot about her personality. For those who don't know, Benjamin Spur is the inventor of the flash game Beat Up Anita Sarkeesian, which, as the name implies, was a game where you beat up the professional victim, Anita Sarkeesian. Now, it goes without saying that if instead of Sarkeesian, the game allowed you to beat up, I don't know, Pol Pot or Bill Cosby or Nigel Farage, these feminists would have never batted an eye. In fact, in the latter case, I bet feminists would have even endorsed the game. To these hypocrites, a satirical flash game about slapping someone in the face is perceived as an act of bigotry, just because the person being slapped happens to be female. And as we all know, feminists and satire are a bit like oil and water, so it's not surprising that Stephanie Guthrie would perceive this game as an ideological threat. So Guthrie did what every good, leg-bearded feminist in her position would have done, which was to initiate a brutal harassment campaign against Bendel and Spur. In her own words, Guthrie wanted to sick the internet on Spur. According to court documents, his public shaming by Mrs. Guthrie resulted in Mr. Spur's name being quickly associated around the world with misogyny. Further and potentially more significant for Mr. Spur was the fact that Miss Guthrie attempted to make Mr. Spur face real-life consequences for his misogyny. Indeed, Mrs. Guthrie intended for such consequences to extend to the Sault Ste. Marie community, his prospective employers, and the Sault Ste. Marie TED Talk back in 2013. Well, it was a TEDx Talk. You can bet that the actual TED Talks would not have wanted anything to do with this person. But her whole talk was essentially gloating about the fact that she tried to ruin some poor man's reputation. Just listen.
At least so far, the internet has largely been a consequence-free zone. And only very recently have they really begun to investigate things like online harassment, hate speech, and death threats. But I'm not just talking about a lack of state-sanctioned consequences here. I'm also talking about a lack of social consequences. Like maybe facing a...
Now, any rational person looking at this situation objectively is probably wondering why this Stephanie Guthrie is being so vindictive to this poor guy. Why anyone would want to go to such lengths to defend Anita Sarkeesian is beyond me. Maybe she gave her a big chunk of that Kickstarter money. Who knows? Whether you find this game beat up Anita Sarkeesian to be in poor taste or not, surely it's not worth destroying a young man's reputation over. This is evidently what the accused in this trial, Mr. Greg Elliott, was thinking. On July 6, 2012, Elliott tweeted the following: "He's got 11 followers. Why bring attention to the guy? Media attention will only add to more virtual face punching." To which Miss Guthrie replied, "Because I think the Sault Ste. Marie community should be aware there is a monster in their midst." So, for committing the cardinal sin of disagreeing with a feminist on the internet, Greg Elliott's name was added to the feminist shit list as well. As Mr. Elliott would soon discover, radical feminists are a bit like the Sand People from the Star Wars movies. They are easily startled, but they will always retaliate, and in greater numbers. As soon as this drama was sparked between Guthrie and Elliott, Guthrie recruited 2 other radical feminists to help put this privileged cis male oppressor in his place. These 2 other women were Heather Riley and Paisley Ray. Christ, they sound like cartoon characters. Well, Miss Guthrie and her cohorts decided that they were going to teach Greg Elliott a lesson, so they met at Paisley Ray's residence in August 2012 to plot a course of action. So for the next 4 months, these 3 women not only attempted unsuccessfully to get Greg Elliott banned from Twitter, but they also made disparaging remarks towards him constantly. They also ridiculed his artwork. At one point, Miss Riley posted a photo of Mr. Elliott's street art with the comment, "Example of his lame-ass graffiti, GAE, fail." And when these childish antics failed to publicly shame Mr. Elliott like these women intended, these vindictive harpies even tried to frame him as a pedophile. According to court documents, on November 12, 2012, an adult woman who was unknown to either Miss Guthrie or Miss Riley tweeted, "The size of Toronto is easily comparable to my 100-square-foot cave. Why does everyone know each other?" Mr. Elliott, without mentioning anyone associated with the complainants, tweeted, "I don't know you yet. Let's fix that sometime." The adult woman, whose credibility, or lack thereof, was unknown to the complainants at the time, tweeted back, "No, go away, you pedophile." Minutes later, she said, "I'm 13, you creep." And this exchange then prompted a number of tweets from these 3 women, all accusing Elliott of being a pedophile and calling him a sick fuck. Even after the 3 women learned that the person Elliott tweeted was an adult, they refused to correct themselves or retract their accusations. Now let me draw your attention to this cross-examination of Heather Riley in court. Question: right, what did you do about that to correct the record when you learned that Mr. Elliott actually wasn't a pedophile? Answer: I don't recall what had been tweeted, if there was anything that was tweeted. Question: did you ever say, "Sorry, Greg, sorry for sending a tweet out where you were labeled as a pedophile"? Answer: I don't have access to my archive, and I don't recall if that particular tweet was posted or not. I don't see it posted in this particular exhibit. Question: would you recall sending an apology? Answer, I don't recall. I may have, I don't recall. Question, so you may have sent an apology to Mr. Elliott for sending out a tweet that called him a pedophile, but you don't recall? Answer, I may have posted a tweet along the lines of Liver's age may be revealed to be older. Again, I don't need to access my archives to see that. So we can see from this exchange that Miss Riley obviously didn't care about the truth of the matter. She merely wanted to accuse Elliott of pedophilia and then contribute to his public shaming. From this, we can establish a clear pattern of behavior of these three women. The evidence shows that they are only trying to smear Elliott on a public forum. And shortly after these accusations of pedophilia, Guthrie filed a police report accusing Elliott of criminal harassment, and Elliott was arrested shortly thereafter. Court documents show that after Elliott's arrest, Guthrie bragged online about having him arrested and encouraged any attention she got on social media from this. So yeah, what began as a petty disagreement between two people ends with one person getting arrested for criminal harassment. Who else but a radical feminist would do such a thing? So some of you may be confused as to why Greg Elliott was arrested and not the three feminists. After all, as the evidence shows, if anyone is guilty of harassment, it's Stephanie Guthrie and her cohorts, not Greg Elliott. Well, the reason that Elliott could even be charged with harassment has to do with the way the Criminal Code of Canada is worded. According to the Criminal Code 264, criminal harassment describes a number of potentially criminal behaviors, such as stalking, repeated communication, and threatening behavior. In order for these behaviors to be considered criminal, they must cause the complainant reasonably and in all circumstances to fear for their safety or the safety of anyone known to them. So it doesn't really matter what Elliott tweeted to Guthrie, as long as she felt threatened, she had grounds to charge him with harassment. The law definitely works out in the feminists' favor, as you can see. Guthrie only had to feel threatened in order for Elliott to be convicted. That's lucky for her, because if the actual content of the tweets was the basis for harassment, then this trial would never have taken place. Even by Guthrie's own admission, Elliott had never sent her anything that was threatening, libelous, or sexual in nature. So this whole debacle appears to have been sparked by an ideological dispute between the two. Greg Elliott was arrested because he had the audacity to disagree with a feminist. It is obvious what Stephanie Guthrie is merely abusing the Ontario judicial system in order to silence inconvenient dissent. As an outspoken feminist, she couldn't stand that someone was willing to call her out on her bullshit and her unethical treatment of other people. Take a good look at this person. This is the face of tyrannical authoritarianism. If feeble moral cowards such as this were given the opportunity, they would abolish any semblance of free thought and force all public discourse to revolve around their own twisted victim complex. You know, I often encounter people who don't understand all this backlash against feminists on the internet. Contrary to what some people think, it has nothing to do with the fact that they are women or that they fight for equal rights that makes people hate them. It's because, as we have witnessed time and time again, feminists just can't handle criticism. Unlike many other ideologues that are perfectly capable of engaging in constructive debate, feminists merely want to dictate their beliefs to others, and any disagreement or dissent is perceived as some sort of personal attack. And this trial perfectly illustrates this fact. Feminism and social justice is a plague and is in direct conflict with freedom of speech. And as I said, the judge is expected to give his verdict on this case on October 6th. And I would hope that any rational thinking judge would find Greg Elliott not guilty. But regardless of the verdict, the damage to Greg Elliott's reputation has already been done. On the day of his arrest, Elliott lost his job, and Lord only knows how much money he spent on legal fees in these past 2 years. If we want to mitigate the instance of feminists ruining innocent people's lives, then we have to continue calling them out on their bullshit. They can't arrest all of them.
Hi, I'm Bill Crystal. Welcome back to Conversations. I'm very pleased to be joined today by Christina Summers, resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, former philosophy professor. But once a philosophy professor, always a philosophy professor, right? Author of many important works, including most recently YouTube videos, The Factual Feminist.
Yes.
So we'll talk about feminism in a minute, but I thought maybe we'd begin by I was minding my own business one day a couple of months ago, I guess, and suddenly I'm looking online and you're the subject of a huge controversy. You're speaking at Oberlin and people are outraged. And what was that all about?
I am still trying to figure it out. I have been lecturing on college campuses for years, more years than I care to remember. And it's often controversial. Young women come to spar and debate because I'm a moderate feminist and I take exception to some of the eccentricities on the campus, and that has created controversy. Well, at Oberlin, they didn't come to debate. First of all, they said that I was going to give them PTSD, and they organized a safe space, a safe room where young women could flee if what my arguments led to panic attacks.
What was the terrifying topic you were discussing?
I had been invited by a small group of the Libertarians and Republicans of Oberlin, and I was just going to talk about the need for reforming feminism. However, the very idea that I was questioning sacred tenets of the religion of feminism was apparently triggering. 30 young women fled to a safe room. 30 young women and a dog. I triggered a dog. I feel bad about that.
Yeah, that's terrible. They showed up. How does it work? So you give them a talk and they show up and then they throw their hands up?
Well, they did a number of things. First of all, there were some ferocious Facebook debates about my coming to campus. And it was interesting because, and this happened at Georgetown as well, the administration became so concerned about these young women and what they were saying on Facebook about their safety. They became concerned about my safety. And for the first time, I had armed guards on a campus for being a moderate feminist and recommending some reforms and questioning statistics. They didn't like that. The statistics on women's victimization. So that was just one thing, to have the safe spaces. They had two young women that gave a talk. I wasn't even allowed in the room. And the room, of course, was very large because there'd been so much controversy. It attracted interest. They would have been better off ignoring me, but they created all this interest, so it was a huge room. And I entered after they'd been given a kind of talk by these two sort of therapeutic activists who told them, not to be upset. And then the first 3 rows were young women with red duct tape on their mouths. And I don't know why. They stay that way throughout the lecture. And then everybody with protest signs, and I was heckled and jeered. It was funny. However, there was one moment where a very lovely philosophy professor just sort of stood up and urged the crowd to be civil, and he was told to be quiet and sit down. It was a mob. So here we are at Oberlin College with these students who were among the most privileged, who were supposed to be getting a good education, and this is how they acted out. And then to behave that way to me, all right, a controversial speaker, but their own professor. It was sad, a sad spectacle.
Yeah, how bad I myself have always had a slightly, can't take it seriously attitude towards this, and I've spoken on many campuses, but I was attacked once by a banana cream pie. That's not so funny. That's funny also, but in a certain way you think, what if it were something more, serious that could hurt you, but nothing happened, of course. But what about the campuses? You've taught in colleges and universities, and then, as you say, spoken at a million of them as a prominent public intellectual on many topics, really, boys, feminism. How bad is it? What do you think, and how much effect is it having on young people, and how much is it stifling speech and thought? What's your take on it?
I would say that right now, on many campuses, probably not all, but in many, and especially small liberal arts colleges, the more elite the university, the more likely this is happening. I think it's a contagion of hysteria. And I don't use those words lightly, because in the past I always thought it was eccentric, it was strange. These young women were a little, carried away. This is more than carried away. And it's not all the students, of course, but a sort of critical mass of young women and some young men believe that students at a place like Swarthmore or Wesleyan, Bard College, Columbia University, that they are, the women are captive to this tyrannical, patriarchal, oppressive, violent culture, and they aren't going to take it. But on the other hand, they've been so injured and traumatized that a lot of effort goes into ministering to their various afflictions. And so this was described in the New York Times at Brown University. They organized a debate, and I think a libertarian feminist who questions some of the victim statistics was going to debate a feminist who believes in them, which is the idea of having a debate was too much for the Brown students. And with the full approval of the president, they organized a safe room that came equipped with, they played tapes of frolicking puppy dogs, and they had bubbles and games. It was so infantilizing. This is what feminism has come to? It's madness.
Well, let's talk. Well, how did feminism? Since you've written about this for
How did it happen?
Yeah, how did this happen?
Well,
it really is shocking, actually.
I tried to warn people that something was amiss many years ago. It was in the late 80s. I was teaching philosophy, and the chair of my department said, well, why don't you teach feminist theory? And at the time, I didn't.
Where was this?
At Clark University. I sent away for the textbooks, and I thought, okay, I'm a feminist and a philosopher. I assumed when I sent away to the texts that it would be like other philosophy textbooks, that this feminist theory text would be the best that was thought and said, about issues that concern women. So really good arguments for and against affirmative action or surrogate motherhood or abortion and so on. Because I just thought it was a sacred commandment of college teaching, thou shalt teach both sides of the argument. And that's what I had always done. I never saw the classroom as a place for me to pass along my beliefs, particular beliefs to students, but to give them the tools to make decisions themselves. These textbooks shocked me. They were, first of all, they were putting forward something that looked to me as a philosopher, it looked to me as a conspiracy theory about the patriarchy. And most of these selections were mutually reinforcing. Rather than real debate, you just had, it seemed like propaganda. And naively, I thought, well, this is a mistake. And I sent away for more, and I became concerned. And I went to the American Philosophical Association and gave a paper on, what's gone wrong with feminist theory. Now, typically when you go to the APA, it's contentious, and everyone in the audience tries to find fault with what you say. I was prepared for that. But then you go out for drinks. We did not go out for drinks. And I was not prepared for people kissing and booing and stamping their feet. And that evening I was excommunicated from a religion I didn't even know existed. And I'll tell you, before that, as a woman teaching philosophy, my articles were sometimes included in women's anthologies, and I was invited to review papers for feminist journals. After that, it all stopped. I became an enemy. It was very alarming to me.
And this is because of your thought and
because of
argument, not because of you discriminated against
I didn't do
it.
I
students
just
or something ridiculous like that.
This was shocking, and I wrote about it, and I wrote about some other things, and then the Atlantic Monthly commissioned me to write a paper about feminist theory and women's studies. I was not an authority on this, except that I had encountered something troubling. A lot of things about it were troubling, not just the conspiracy theories, the denigration of men. It was almost as if women are from Venus, men are from hell. This seemed to be running through the books. And then there were statistics to prop up this very grim worldview, and they were ludicrous. At first, when I was writing the Atlantic piece, I thought, well, maybe I'll hire a statistician to look at these. I didn't need a statistician. These studies were preposterous, claiming that, the AAUW had a study that girls have a massive loss of self-esteem, and this was supposed to be an American tragedy, they called it. And I called up some psychologists who had not come upon any such affliction, and all kids sort of go up and down at adolescence. There was nothing remarkable going on with girls, and yet they had done this ridiculous specious study. There were other statistics I questioned. So it just seemed to me at the heart of the feminist theory was a body of egregiously false information. And then the twisted theories, it was almost as if they took Karl Marx and crossed out class and put gender. It was tedious, and people were taking it seriously. Well, as you know, we kind of had a culture war in the 90s, which many of us felt we won because we did.
So what, this article appeared in the Atlantic? I'm trying to remember.
Actually, interestingly enough, a version of it ended up in the New Republic because the feminist philosophers found out that I was writing it, and they organized a campaign to persuade the Atlantic not to publish it and frighten them. And then the Chronicle of Higher Education came to do a piece about this dangerous woman, and actually it turned out to be very sympathetic. And the women philosophers were furious because they looked like censors and just trying to silence a woman who had some disagreements with them. They came off badly. But this started a long time ago. And
this is the early 90s?
Yeah, well, it was the early 90s. So that's, and then after when I was researching the paper for the Atlantic, which ended up in the New Republic, and it ended up being Who Stole Feminism. I mean, it was the research that led to the book Who Stole Feminism. So then I learned more and more, and I went to the National Women's Studies Association in 1992. And I took my sister with me, who's a psychologist, and she found it clinically interesting because even then you saw the identity politics spinning out of control. And then the eco-feminists were furious because they were serving cream with the coffee. It was, my sister said, it's like it's a conference of borderline personalities. And I said, oh no, it's just nervous, overwrought feminists, because by then I was sort of used to it. But through my sister's eyes, I could see the madness, so it was there. But it's almost as if today when I go to Oberlin or Georgetown, or similar thing happened at UCLA, I think these are like the daughters of those women who were at that Austin conference. So they passed that along through their classrooms, these gender scholars.
And so you are a feminist. I mean, it has to be. I mean, it's legitimate to criticize it, I suppose. Sort of in toto, but that's not your position, as I understand it.
I've always defended equity feminism, the basic Enlightenment, classical feminism, that women are the equal to men and we deserve the same rights and opportunities, dignity and freedom. Everything Mary Wollstonecraft wanted, and then John Stuart Mill and Susan B. Anthony down to the second wave of feminism. The early days, there were actually conservatives and liberals who worked together. If you look at the Equal Pay Act and many of the Supreme Court rulings, it were conservative courts where women won some of the greatest victories, the basic rights that had been problematic for women, where you were just sort of arbitrarily fired because you were pregnant or you were married, that sort of thing. Those were pushed out. So of course I believe in that. I think it's a great American success story, something to be proud of. But today, and I've been arguing this since I went to that feminist conference, or when I read those textbooks, I've been arguing this is not what feminism should be. It's not what it's about. And for that, I am considered dangerous.
Was there a moment, just looking at feminism, was there a moment where you think the cycle goes off with it was a kind of key juncture where equity feminism is replaced by?
I think it was the battle over the ERA. Because in many ways, again, everyone knew there was no way the ERA was going to pass. It had gone through states and conservatives and liberals. Several Republican presidents supported it. Phyllis Schlafly was someone, I think, called her from a bookstore or something and said, come and debate the ERA. And she didn't know much about it. She said, well, I don't know what I think of it. Let me debate. She was more interested in arms control. And she read about it, and she had this idea that these women were not simply, it wasn't simply about equality, that they wanted to erase the sex difference. And so things like girls' schools and boys' schools wouldn't be allowed. You'd have women in combat. She thought they were going to do that, and so she started debating them. And
so it's the mid-70s.
Yeah, and they said, yes, that's what we want to do. So it had widespread support because people, I think a lot of people were equity feminists and thought it was just, it was almost just a gesture of respect and regard for women and acknowledgement of women's equality. But there were hardline feminists who really were much more ambitious. And I think that's what Phyllis Schlafly showed. And then as she would go and tell women, and she launched one of the greatest sort of grassroots campaign in American history, because she would get groups of women to look at what it would mean, and women who thought maybe they were in favor of it, and then they would see what it would mean for American society, and they started to turn against it, and then it went backwards. And I mean, the votes, people started rescinding their votes, and then it started to lose. So I think, so what happened is the feminists who pushed it and who had a very ambitious agenda were so bitter and so angry, and they felt they'd been let down. But you know, if you go back, you'll see that they could have passed it. There was once a debate on firing line between, I guess it was Phyllis Schlafly and someone from Now. And you could tell that Bill Buckley was kind of in favor of the ERA, because he just, like everyone else, thought it was just reasonable and fair. You know, you had to be a curmudgeon to be against it. And during that debate, Phyllis Schlafly said, well, if they would just have a provision that they weren't going to require that we eliminate every manifestation of difference, you know, if they wouldn't put women in combat and they wouldn't ban single-sex school. And then Mr. Buckley said, well, surely, he said this to the woman, now you're not going to do that. She said, yes, yes, we are. And you can see he was very surprised. So this was going to be a program for radical social engineering. And this was back in the 70s. I mean, many of the women in combat, that's controversial right now. It's controversial in the military. Even among women in the military, most of them don't want to be in combat. So it was really the women in combat issue that was really powerful. To persuade women, what is this all about? Well, anyway, those women who lost the ERA, a lot of them retreated into their enclaves and into the universities, and they learned a lot about organization from this campaign. They had lost, but they had not lost their resolve, and they have been working ever since. And everyone else thought, okay, well, let's move on. They never moved on, and that kind of hardline feminism. It had this center in the universities where it has tenure.
Feminism was about strengthening women being strong, and now it's not about women.
Oh, I call it fainting couch feminism. I mean,
yeah.
It's Victorian, and it's the worldview now has become a kind of battle between the fragile, fair maidens, injured little birds, and then these male predators. And so it's absurd what's going on.
And do you think people believe it? I mean, I've always wondered this. I mean, do most girls, if I can use that term, young women or girls on campus, really feel that way? Or are they just sort of taking advantage of a few ideologues and sort of a few of them persuaded to come demonstrate when you speak? But I mean,
right. Do they really believe it? I don't think so. I think the majority of people are resilient and sensible. And professors can say a lot of things, and you don't really take it seriously. However, there's in almost every college, there's a small group around the Women's Center, and they believe it. They believe in these theories about the patriarchy and male toxicity and so forth, and they have been empowered. I think the reason that we're seeing so much acting out now, and what I encountered at Oberlin and at Georgetown, at UCLA, this is happening because of a specific event, which is that in October of when I was in 2011, I think it was April 4th, 2011, the Assistant Secretary of Civil Rights sent out the Dear Colleague letter reading colleges the Riot Act about the rape culture and saying you have to take draconian measures or these young women can sue. And so these young women were suddenly, they could be litigious. So you add the bitterness, the false statistics, this paranoid view about the world, and you can sue anyone who questions you. I mean, we just had a professor at Northwestern, a liberal feminist, who posted an article in the Chronicle of Higher Education making fun of all of the silliness about trigger warnings and safe spaces and microaggressions. She made fun of it. Well, two young women at Northwestern brought a Title IX lawsuit, and her university investigated the professor for the contents of her article. And people say, oh, well, the system worked because she was found not guilty. No, you should not be investigated for an article in the Chronicle of Higher Education. I'm sure now I would be constantly investigated.
That's what's so striking about it. I mean, it's so contrary. It seems to me just such an obvious way to. Well, there are two things. There's the feminist side of it and then the academic side of it.
Right.
The academy, it's one thing if she were consistently giving male students A's and female students B's, then someone can legitimately complain, and that is within the university's provenance if grades are not being given
Right.
fairly. But there's no such claim. Never, almost never is there such a claim. She writes an article, and you can investigate people. Isn't that sort of contrary to the whole principle of the university? I mean...
Absolutely. And if the universities are going to become, instead of pursuing these ideals of free expression and the pursuit of truth, and they replace it with the pursuit of safety and creating comfort zones and safety zones, those universities will lose their reason for being. I mean, since the time of Socrates, the academy, education has been associated with debate and discussion and contention, contentiousness. And without that, what do you have? Well, what you have is, I don't know, these little islands of repression, as they call it. Universities are known islands of repression in a sea of freedom. Well, I think it's time to liberate these islands, but I don't know who's going to do that right now. Who has the power to challenge? Because to challenge the sort of feminist juggernaut that exists on campus, it can be career annihilating. And even if you're Larry Summers, president of Harvard University, then who could be more entitled and more empowered? And he was driven out largely because he dared to entertain the possibility that there might be some differences between men and women that could explain that there's so many more men than women in higher education. I mean, in the sciences.
I guess what strikes me as someone who doesn't follow this 1/100th as closely as you is feminism, which I think I once understood sort of what the point of it was, and one could debate rule invention, and there's no such, the difference is arbitrary. I mean, how did that happen? And
well, if you're asking, is it a consistent body of beliefs? No, it is full of contradictions and confusion, and in principle, gender studies could have been, an interesting new discipline, but a new discipline. To have a new discipline suggests that there is a methodology that would be mastered. Where is that in gender studies? It doesn't exist. It's just, as I said, kind of a combination of twisted theories, derivative theory, and propaganda, in my opinion. Not that there's some value here and there, but overall, it has not had the benefit of criticism. Because you suddenly have a group of scholars, but lots of types of criticism are just out of order, not permitted. And there's a system of quality control in the academy, which is, not just you will be criticized and you will have to give an accounting. Well, they just haven't had to do that. So for years they can go on with, gender is a social construction. Well, who thinks that? You have to have years of gender studies to believe that.
Right.
It's so obvious to everyone else that, not that it's purely biological, it's obviously a complicated mix of biology and culture. But there's no society in the entire anthropological record where you find that the men are the nurturers and the women are the soldiers. They don't exist. And again and again we see that it's real. There's something, femininity and masculinity are real, and most people, not all, but most people, many of the stereotypes are true. That women do tend to be more nurturing and risk averse, and have usually a richer emotional vocabulary, and men tend to be a little less explicit about their emotions, emotionally flat. We'll say stoical to be nice.
Please do.
More stoical, more competitive, and they do engage in a lot of risky behavior, for better or worse. Men tend to show up at the extremes of success and failure more than women, because they're sometimes more just single-minded pursuit of something, some obsessive pursuits, more likely to do that than women. But you take gender studies and they say, it's all a social construction. Unless you're gay, then they say, well, okay, that's the way they are. And then if you're trans, I don't know how they're going to account for that. And what I say, I do believe that these are legitimate human rights movements, the gay rights movement, the trans movement. but I don't think that whatever we're in, third wave, fourth wave feminism is a legitimate human rights movement. I think that it's just a group of people that have gone off in an extreme, and they're kind of pretending to be part of these other efforts, but they're not. And they're also at war with, they say, oh, we're for sexual liberation, but they're not really, because if you're conventionally feminine, which many women are, or conventionally masculine, then they problematize that, and or they feel sorry for you, or they think you don't have free will. So,
I mean, what's sad about gender studies, I always thought this when I was briefly in the academy, is it's a very interesting topic. I mean, it wouldn't be foolish to organize a course, and people have for decades, of course, and centuries, on men and women and literature and history, and women who were atypical, if you want to use this term, atypical, or, you know, and how did Queen Elizabeth or Margaret Thatcher succeed in societies that weren't friendly to them, and there are all kinds of lessons to be learned.
So many lessons.
But actually, there's no actual study of gender in gender studies, because if you actually studied them, you would say all the things you just said eloquently, all of which were politically incorrect, and you couldn't say, I suppose. Could you say it in a class?
There are too many
That's
forbidden
really,
topics.
yeah.
Too many forbidden topics, and too many sort of ideological, purity tests, and so you get a group of